Too long. European Challenger Series playoffs, now brought to you thanks to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David FLICKR. Alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. Have you forgotten your name yet, or has my reminding you been very useful so far?
It's helped me a lot. Remember that one time I called you Zyrene?
That's true. So I'm glad we do this every single morning because it helps you out at least
repetitions,
very much.
Man.
It's good. It's helpful. All right, so we're continuing, of course, the summer playoffs with thrilling back-to-back semifinal matches today. Up first, we have the #1 seed, Ninjas of Pyjamas, taking on the 4th seed, SK Gaming Prime. Now, this is actually a rematch of last week's Summer 2 finals where SKP came out on top 2-1.
Yeah, and immediately following that best-of-3 series, it's the Summer 1 champions, 2nd seed H2K Gaming versus the 6th seed Unicorns of Love, also known as the team with the best Challenger Series name, alongside Kappa Team.
Kappa Team is also a pretty good one. Raise your Kappas, guys. At the end of the Challenger playoffs, the top 3 squads will battle an LCS team for their spot in the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. Here's a quick recap of the quarterfinal round. Yesterday, SK Gaming Prime advanced convincingly in 2 games over Reason Gaming, and now SKP has earned a rematch against NIP, who have the highest seed in the postseason.
And Unicorns of Love won a hard-fought battle against Gamers 2 in 3 games yesterday. Later on, we'll see the Romantic Horn Horses take on the Summer 1 champions H2K Gaming.
We have a lot of synonyms for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. Today's 2 winners will qualify for the Spring Promotion Tournament and advance to the finals live on the LCS stage in Cologne this Friday, while the losers will battle for the 3rd place match tomorrow for that final spot in the promo tournament. And to keep track of all the Challenger and LCS playoff action, make sure to point your web browser to lolesports.com.
Yeah, there you'll find the playoff bracket, scores, VODs of previous matches, and more under the Leagues and Tournaments tab.
So the players are in the lobby. We're just about ready to get started here with our first match of the day, NIP versus SK Prime. And it's going to be a good one.
Oh, yeah. As we said earlier, this is a rematch of the Summer 2 finals, which took place just about 1 week ago. And in that match, SK Gaming Prime defeated NIP in 3 games, handing them their 4th loss in 5 trips to the Challenger Series finals.
That's true.
2014.
They never quite seem to win at the very end of it all.
Nope.
NIP, maybe they can turn it on today. Maybe they'll make their semis, make it to the finals, and then have their troubles again. We'll see if that can happen again. But, of course, NIP did make a roster move this past week in a bid to improve the team chemistry. They've released jungler Ko in favor of Lulex, who you guys might recall as a sub for Gambit Gaming in some games in the 2014 LCS Summer Split.
Yeah, his slash line in those games isn't too impressive, but in all 4 matches, the opposition did ban Lee Sin against him because they respect his ability with that champion. But even if he doesn't get the Blind Monk today, at least he's injecting some fresh perspective into this lineup, which was shocked by SKP last week. And losing Ko, one of their big playmakers in the early game, we have to keep an eye on what that does to the team.
Yeah, and you got to see if the potential change in skill matters or if the change in style actually might even help the team. Of course, they did lose last time, so you figure some kind of change might help them out here. But looking at the other side of this matchup, you have some fresh blood of the jungler in the jungle as well for SK Gaming Prime, of course. They needed that new player Kickus to kind of kick their play into overdrive. He replaced Broken Shard before the Summer 2 quarterfinals, and the team is now yet to lose a series. They claimed the 1st place prize in Summer 2, and they've really credited their sort of team chemistry as well as the shot calling of Kickus in the jungle.
Yeah, the junglers will be crucial in today's rematch. But the featured rematchup of the day is the mid lane, where former Gambit Gaming star NIP's Alexic faces off against SKP's WTFox. In the Summer 2 finals, WTFox, he had the edge and nearly double the KDA of Alex. And we'll see if he can keep that up today because he was impressing everybody.
And they do actually both have very similar and very fun styles. They're actually very aggressive players. To me, one of the biggest quotes that stands out to me about Alex Ich is that he didn't like playing mid lane. When he was playing top lane for NIP a little while back, he hated the mid lane matchups because it was all the Ziggs wave clear types, and he wants to be sort of in your face and aggressive all the time. And that's kind of exactly how WTFox plays as well. They have actually pretty similar champion pools, but of course, yes, WTFox has been getting the better of him in the recent matchups, so we have to see if that one flips today.
Yeah, I remember the little feature that we did and a little opening package, and we had the SKP players saying that they thought Alexic was past his prime.
Wow.
And then WTFox kind of put some good evidence towards that claim.
Yeah, well, the good thing is Alex didn't go past SK Prime, because that would be a loss for these guys. Thankfully,
he might go past his SK Prime today.
It's true.
We'll see.
Hey, NIP has traditionally always made the finals, just lost in them. So if you believe history repeats itself, that's the weird thing is, which trend holds up? The fact that SKP beats NIP, or the fact that NIP makes it to the finals and loses?
Or the fact that Freeze always has really bad luck.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, your jungler left the team a week before your road into the promotion tournament. you got to hope that it works out with Lulex. And we talked about Lulex being a big Lee Sin player, and the fact that it's been banned away from him. You actually pulled up a bunch of stats. In solo queue, Lulex has 702 Lee Sin wins and 180 Elise as the second most played there. So about like 80%, if my math is even close to correct.
It's pretty close.
Something around there. Like maybe like 2/3 or so.
Yeah. It's a little lower.
About 2/3 of his entire games this season are just Lee Sin games. So you got to figure that that's going to be like an immediate ban. And the thing is, I was looking at the stats as well, and Kickus, even though he's a Lee Sin main as well, he didn't even play it in the last series. They let it go through.
Yeah, he's been favoring things more recently, like Rengar. He did pull out the J4 a couple times. And as well as Vi. He did bring out a Vi yesterday, too.
And the thing is, Vi does actually brawl pretty well. Because one thing I noticed from SKP was they have a really interesting aggressive style. I know when we were casting SKP throughout Summer 2, it was all about the fact that Kickus capitalizes on things. He looks for mistakes and he punishes you for them. But more so in their quarterfinal just yesterday, SKP were really forcing the issue. They were actually looking and trying to find engages more often than I'm typically used to. And thing is, that's normally something that Lee Sin kind of likes to do because he's an early game aggressive jungler. But by playing things that can force even better, like Rengar and Vi, I think it actually suits his style better.
Yeah, but to keep in mind, we are on 4-13. Rengar, Vi, Jarvan, they haven't been touched. Lee Sin, he did get an HP regen buff, but then at the cost of the shield duration down 2 seconds, and also the attack speed slow on Cripple was completely removed, which actually hurts his jungle clear. When he comes out, he doesn't have as much HP after his first clear, which is actually really big in those early game brawls. You want to be as healthy as possible, and then that stacked on top of the fact that a couple patches ago, you only get 4 potions alongside your machete instead of 5.
I guess I do underrate the Lee Sin nerfs here, but you're going to see Lulex's Lee Sin does go away. They first pick Rengar for him instead, so Kickus will be pushed down 1. And also, What the Fox took 3 bans, whereas Alex Itch took 2. So mid lane pool is really contested here.
So Maokai's up right now. And if there's anything we've learned in the last couple of days, it's Maokai is pretty much 100% pick ban first rotation.
But Smitty plays Riven.
That's yes.
If there's anything else we've learned.
If there's anything else we've learned.
He'll just play Riven.
The Smitty, there was a Smitty flowchart that came out.
Yeah.
Where it was like, can I play Riven? Yeah. Play Riven. Can I play Riven? No. Play Riven.
Yeah.
It's just, no matter what, Smitty will go after that Riven, but I don't think that's the case here, considering that the Maokai is up. He will play Riven into most matchups to try and just tilt it very early into his favor. Played it both times we saw him yesterday, but he is going to go with the Maokai, which I definitely approve of right now, considering the state that he's in.
And to be honest, I think SKP are doing extremely well at the start of Champ Select because they got the Maokai and they got that Lucian, which were so heavily contested just yesterday as well. And to me, probably the 2 best champions in their respective roles here. Alex Itch actually does get Ziggs, despite the fact that he doesn't play it, or I don't think even likes the champion very much.
Yeah, he said he hated the poke wave clear meta.
Yeah, the Nidalee and Ziggs, that was the other champion I was forgetting.
Exactly, so he picks up his arch nemesis there in terms of champions and goes straight for these Ziggs. Why not stall the game out and have some options to you in terms of wave clear in the late game if things don't go your way? Because these teams did clash against each other a week ago and it did not go in NIP's favor.
True.
A lot of that could be due to the lack of wave clear in the late game because there were some back and forth. I think that game that SKP, no, the one that NIP won, SKP actually ended up throwing that game at the very late game. And I
crazy bunch of base race.
I say throw with actual confidence in that one because it looked like it was their game, and then they just chose an engagement that was not the right one.
That's unfortunate. Hopefully SKP can fix those calling issues. Ninjas and Pyjamas set up for some great late game here with some mid-game pressure of that Rengar. Interesting that NIP didn't grab a support earlier on. They actually want Voto to get a counter pick, and Zytam will actually let him do that, picking up Thresh for himself.
Oh, so he's actually going to give some safety and a little bit of aggression to that bottom lane alongside the Lucian here from Kickus. And Fox, he's going to go with the Vi that he played yesterday, have a little bit of dive and early game aggression and brawling power against that Rengar. Because Vi versus Rengar, Vi can get over walls, Rengar can't in the early game. So the way that you go, you just go find him in his jungle, you harass him, and then you can get out if there's any problems.
It's true, but I want to point out the interesting thing that happens now in Champ Select. So we have the Irelia versus Maokai again, no big surprise there. But Voidal just grabbed Lulu to steal away from What the Fox, so you thought mid lane was going to be uncontested now at this point in the pool. But interesting trick right here, the Lulu is grabbed up after seeing the Thresh, so they know it'll be a safe matchup for him. But also it steals away from What the Fox, so NIP knowing full well what they were giving away and stealing at the very last second here.
Well, here's the thing, too, is that if you look at all the bans and you take the picks into account, you're basically putting WTFox out of Yasuo, Syndra, Twisted Fate, Kassadin, Orianna, Ziggs, and Lulu. 7 champions. His 8th deep champion is Ahri, but that's actually not too deep for him because he's really proficient on that champion. We've seen him on it, I think, once before in the past.
Well, the thing is as well, he's still got Xerath and AP Cog left in the pool as well that we saw him play just yesterday or in the last couple of weeks as well. So TF is banned. I was going to say that was another one in there. But SKP going to go for the mid lane Ahri here. So Ahri versus Ziggs in the mid lane. The Irelia versus Maokai for the 3rd, I think, time in a row now, as far as that matchup's concerned. Or, sorry, 4th time in a row now.
Yeah.
We saw on all 3 games of Unicorns of Love versus Gamers 2.
There's something about Irelia Maokai that everybody is just hopping on that train saying Irelia is the person to beat Maokai in the top lane, and I've yet to see it completely work out. The thing with Maokai, though, is there's a weird kind of dynamic to him. You kind of have to kill him in lane before he backs and gets a catalyst, because then you won't kill him after that.
Yeah.
It's a really weird dynamic where you have to be really aggressive very early and then just snowball it from there and just delay his Rod of Ages as much as possible, delay his build, because it's actually quite expensive.
Yeah.
Rod of Ages, Frozen Heart, and then the build up to that is actually, it feels pretty good.
Yeah, it does.
But his contribution to team fights isn't really that high until 2 items.
And that's the thing with Maokai, is he's a multiplier sort of champion. His tanky stats basically multiply his current stats, basically. So if you're someone like Leona, right, you press W and kind of regardless of your items, you are fairly durable. Someone like Mundo or Maokai in this case needs some tank items to multiply in the first place. So if you can hold him down, and if Lulux can do that, or Kaboshard can do that, then suddenly Smitty's got to be all kinds of careful here.
Yeah, also he started with a Doran's Ring. I see this back and forth. I see Ring sometimes, I see Shield sometimes. And the fact that he's going to go with that means he's probably going to go for some early wave clear and try to get that level 2 on Kaboshard. Kaboshard starting with the Crystalline Flask. Make sure he has sustain and he can trade very early on. And man, I just keep seeing this matchup over and over again. But maybe it's just people learning the matchup as Irelia into Maokai, because I feel like the margin for error is actually very, very big. You can mess it up quite easily.
I think it's the case. We'll see. Get ourselves 1 minute into the game. You know,
that was
there we go.
That was awesome.
That was good.
That was
job,
awesome.
Spectators.
That was like a song.
Yeah,
it's like a ward song comes
like
across.
Like suddenly, like we're gonna travel back in time to Hyrule.
Oh, it's raining on the Rift now.
That was good. You know, one thing I'm worried about is Smitty's skin choice, because his goal is going to be really obvious the whole time. Man, Striker Ezreal would score so many free points this game. He's not even protecting it.
Okay, yeah, it's just right on his back.
Yep.
Tossing the ball back at you. So one thing I do want to cover is the team compositions and kind of their win conditions here coming into it. Because NIP, their team composition, they have a lot of wave clear because they have late game Tristana. They have Alexic with his bouncing bombs and Ziggs. But they also have some good early game aggression here from Lulux. When he hits 6, he'll be ganking, getting some lanes ahead. But then Kaboshard is looking for the split push, while the 4 other members are trying to wave clear, push up siege turrets, and then TPing into the fights. That seems to be their way into this. And then if you look at SKP's team, a little bit more team fight, but with assassination between WTFox on Ahri and Kikis on the Vi.
Yeah. They actually have really good ways of getting in on fights. They just getting these arbitrary picks.
Yeah, and then the thing afterwards is we have the early game aggression of Z's, who's known for his early game just punishment. He only plays early game bullies. We've only seen him on things like Corki, Lucian, Ezreal. We have not seen him on a hyper carry like Cogman.
Oh, but look at this one. Alex just burns the heal after Guidance already on. Can they get the damage up with the Q? Oh, the flash from WTFox. Nicely played.
He just flashed away to reposition the ball. Alex didn't get to flash. That was incredible.
I thought Alex was surely going to flash to dodge that Q. It didn't happen there. The Ignite came in before Alex's heal to cut that in half, and it's 413. Heal got nerfed.
Alex just got 1v1'd in the mid lane.
At level 2.
He just got solo killed.
Yeah.
By WTFox. All those claims that SKP are making, they can back them up.
You think? Oh, hook on a Voidal, man. Even more is happening there. Half HP on that poor guy. Cannon minions lost by Freeze. Dash in. More damage dealt to this Ristana, man. This bot lane is so brawly, too.
Wow, just the early game aggression of both of these matchups, actually, because Tristana has some good early game. It got nerfed a tiny bit in 4.13, but the fact that Lulu's there too, Lulu was a premier poke bully for the longest time as a support, kind of in the same vein as Annie for a bit.
And I mean, you're seeing them just completely trade blows back and forth as much as possible. Potions already used by SKP. Vi is waiting in the wings here. Can Smitty make the fight happen? There's the flash vault breaker. Big damage coming through. Now, can they chase this, though? He was not up for Smitty. It's a trade of flashes. Kickus for Cabochard.
I don't know if Kickus had to flash to actually get that vault breaker to go the final distance, or the entire distance. Could have walked out of the bush at the twisting advance. Twisting advance is coming.
Ooh, the dash away, though. Z is having a bit of a rougher time there. Looks like Freeze and Voidal finally getting a lead in this bot lane, but it's really close.
Yeah. Wow, so the Kickus focused top lane to try and tip that matchup, because like I said, that margin of error is so large on Aurelia's part. The fact that he just blew Flash and Teleport, and Smitty blew neither of those summoner spells, he's going to be in a really good spot to try and win this matchup. Also, the fact that he has 2 Dorans now, and TP back to lane very quickly, set himself up with some consumables.
So the interesting thing is, both top laners basically just TP back to lane with +1 Dorans and some potions from last time. So they're actually, summoner spells notwithstanding, in the exact same, basically, power in this lane.
Yeah, they are at about the same power. The Crystalline Flask, like you said, will give him some regen. Ooh, tried to knock him in. Lulex landed.
Going to land. Nice dodge on the root as well. Man, WattDaFox is playing incredibly well already.
He's been playing out of his mind all Summer Series. WattDaFox, I don't know what happened between Summer Series 1 and 2. I remember 1, he was looking pretty good, but now he seems like a top-tier mid laner. Not even just off the fact that Kickus is on the team. He just solo killed Alex, and I can't speak to that enough.
Yeah, that is incredible, man. And WattDaFox up 6 CS so far. Triple Dorans, his early game investment, though. That, to me, speaks Deathfire Grasp as the build.
Yeah. He wants that early game durability. It's also going to give him the mana regen he needs from just killing all of these minions, getting that extra bonus from the passive. But then it means he can omit things like Athenes or Morelos early on and just rush the DFG.
You're seeing Smitty actually get some really good damage into Cabochard. Nearly gets the 1v1 kill. 200 health left on Aurelia. She can't sustain it with potions, but Lulex also coming in behind. Smitty does have flash. There's the initial trade from Cabochard. Smitty's like, I'm going to go this way instead. 1 turret shot, only 400 health on him. He's got to be real careful. Lands the roof, goes for the burst of the Cabochard. Can't quite get the kill, though. He's going to go down. The kill goes over to Cabochard, assist for Lulex.
Wow, so Cabochard's going to hit 6 off of that. Really good, just zoning there by Lulex and presence. You know, I like the fact that this jungler is making some early game moves with Rengar instead of just rushing the 6 as fast as possible, because you can't really do that against Kickus. He's going to be on the map trying to tilt matchups.
And you're seeing, though, the matchup getting tilted in Lulex's favor, though, making the top lane happen despite the flash force. Earlier on, Smitty did not use his flash to get away. He thought he could get the kill.
Alex is trying to juke a skill shot that's not there yet.
Wow, Charm's going to hit only 1/2 of the Q, though, but he's still trading auto attacks. And remember, this is a level 6 Ahri, now level 6 on Ziggs. WattDaFox has Ignite. He could go for a big burst. If he lands the Charm, he's going to get a kill.
He has way more combat stats than Alex currently. Alex is sitting on just 1 Doran's ring. And man, WattDaFox, he's just got the zoning, he's got the aggression, forces the ultimate out.
Look how afraid Alex has to play. It was a good ulti, though, I think, because it forces WattDaFox to sit here in this lane and slowly wave clear to catch back up in these minions.
Yeah, it was really his only option left inside him, just giving up all of that CS, and you don't want to do that. It's going to allow him to back, and it's going to allow him to get the Chalice of Harmony in boots, so he can dodge some skill shots, and he's going to have more magic resistance.
That's exactly what Alex needs, though, is just get his way towards Athenes, stay in the back, try to get the CS going. He's only down 9 minions. It's not too bad of a score, and he's already on his way back to the lane, so that's going just all right. Bot lanes have both recalled once already. You see tier 2 GP10s, as well as 2 Dorans versus a pickaxe Doran, so Freeze ahead in this lane despite picking a better late game champion.
Yeah, Freeze with the early game aggression. He's really stepped up alongside his bottom laner. You know, it was always kind of a hit to NIP when they lost the Freeze and Mythy, and now Voidal's in there, and they've just kind of gotten the former Gambit squad going.
It's true.
Picking up Lulex, used to be on Gambit. Alex Siege, Gambit. Voidal,
Gambit.
Exactly. Soon they'll have the Exodia of Gambit. Though they're pretty close.
They're getting there, man.
They just need Darian, and no.
Well, I guess what they can do here. Cabochard gonna take a whole bunch of damage. Nice ulti pop. No flash available for Aurelia. Whole bunch of burst comes out. Nice kill picked up. Gonna give one back over to SK Prime.
What allowed that to happen was the pink ward that was placed in the tri-bush. Basically tipped off Kikis. He's completely 100% fine to make a play. Walks all the way around top, and he's good. Pops the ultimate, hits the 6. Now it's on Lulex. Where's Lulex going to gank with his level 6? Because the pressure's on him to do something. Because Kikis is always going to capitalize on bad positioning.
Cabochard TPing back up with a Sheen and a Ruby Crystal. Should be a little bit more durable in this matchup now. But yeah, it's the thing to look for is both these junglers really spike up at level 6. And the question is, what can they do with that level lead? Well, Lulex is actually going to use the time where Kikis was top lane to go for a blue buff steal. Hook comes out from Zaytan. Escape. Walk away from this one. Not going to be the case. Lulex grabs blue, but in comes WTFox. Misses the flash charm. Q's going to land, but I don't know if he's going to get much else to do here. Z's wants to chase in. Here comes Kikis. The knockup comes out from Lulu, though, and can they keep the kills coming in? Flash Q's going to pick up Voidal. The knockback comes out from Tristana, but that is a 1-for-0. Ulti pop by Lulex to get out, and now Dragon's being attempted.
Yeah, Lulex did get the blue buff, so I guess it's worth his support. No.
Some would say yes.
If you're Lulex, yes.
Maybe.
You would definitely say it's worth it at that point. WTFox getting an assist, Kikis getting another kill for himself, and look at this top lane.
Smitty vs Cabochard, they are trading blows back and forth. You're seeing how much damage they can both deal as they try to sustain back up after 104 health.
Ooh, Smitty just got the catalyst from the level up, so
yeah,
he's not going anywhere with that HP bar.
He's just fine, and Cabochard can just keep trying to bully out. He's still got a mana bar. Maybe deal some more damage, but so far not just yet the case. 2 pink wards already down to this topside jungle. Cabochard gonna spot that one, and he can't stay around. He does not know where Vi is. He would have loved to kill that ward otherwise.
Yeah, the fact that Vi is MIA and actually back at the base right now. No tabs on Kikis, can't clear that ward. It's too much of a gank setup. Get pink ward baited.
Cabochard wants to trade again, though. Smitty pops the ulti as soon as he 10 style is used, and he trades spells back and forth, tries to land auto attacks. He's got to be real careful, though. Cabochard, the flash! Ooh, he nearly dodged the knockup. That could have been the kill.
Wow. Kikis, though, he is coming up top. He does have his ultimate available. All he has to do is close this distance.
Oh my gosh.
Cabochard, no ward coverage.
He's so dead. Can he dodge with Q? He cannot. TP used by Maokai. I don't think he's going to give it away. No, Kik is going to take the solo kill right there, but of course warmed up by Smitty. Unofficial assist to the Maokai, and this top lane, Cabochard is trying so hard to bully Smitty, but the problem is Kikis is there to turn it around.
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't have ward coverage available, if he had cleared that pink ward and stayed around for it, hindsight is 20/20. He had no idea where Kikis was at the time. Last time he saw him was bottom. But Lulex,
he's already there to counter, getting Alex Sich. The damage coming across. Suddenly a Rengar appears. Flash away, ulti pop. Kikis might just fall, but he's going to lose Lulex for this one. I think maybe. WTFox. The Q does land. Double buffs go to WTFox and SK Prime. They keep being in the right place at the right time.
Wow, 2-0-2 for WTFox already. Granted, Alex is keeping up in CS, which is a big testament to him considering how many times he's died. 0-2.
How hard this matchup is.
0-2, 11 minutes in.
So look at this, guys. Kikis crushing WTFox, winning his one-on-one, and the ganks are working better as well. It's the bot lane that's pretty much the bastion of strength here for NIP. They are getting Freeze some gold, but the rest of the team is starting to fall apart. Again, Smitty and Cabochard in a battle right here. Maokai again and again winning this fight.
Yeah, Cabochard was looking for the trade there. Oh man, so many people are opting into this matchup, and just Maokai seems to have way more tools to come out on top. It's just tiny things, but they're much easier to execute. Can I get a gank? Look at how much gank assistance Maokai has in his kit. And then it tilts the matchup. Yeah, this strikes me as one of those, I think, Nidalee versus Aurelia matchups, where it's like Nidalee wins early, Aurelia wins late, and maybe they're relying on late game here, but right now, in comes a jump on to Zaytan. Big knock as well from Lulu, the knockback into the turret as well from Tristana. 1 kill picked up. There's the Goomba Stomp. Z's is going to go down. Double kill for Freeze, and finally, Lulex finds the right lane to gank. That is the bastion of strength you were talking about, leaving the top lane alone, pulling attention bottom, because Freeze is the hyper carry. And right now, Cabochard trying to hyper carry against Smitty J right here. You're seeing him run back and forth. Looks like Maokai thinks he'll win this fight. W should be back up fairly soon. Will he dive? Cabochard looks like he wants to. The sapling is there as well, and he gets the solo kill. Smitty is crushing Cabochard right now. Wow, Smitty has just really impressed me as well. A lot of SKP, it's so strange. As soon as they picked up Kikis, even their individual skills just seem to go up. All these players are just getting better. The fact that Z's plays a lot of lane bullies, he plays to his strengths. Fox getting solo kills on Alex Each. Smitty J playing Riven in a bunch of matchups where you're like, I don't know if that'll work. It works.
Yeah.
It works with Smitty.
And the thing is, this is a team that was on nobody's radar. No one was like, all right, guys, Summer Series 2 LCS promo, SK Prime. No one was saying Z's is Alive was going to be this top team. They've got like 2 guys in Challenger solo queue in the first place. Pickus in the top 15. But SKP as a unit, just, this is their season.
Yeah, it really is. H2K, NIP have been having some roster changes very recently in playoffs. So SKP, with the most stable roster of the Challenger Series playoffs, are looking really strong, especially the fact that they have a very defined style that each player plays to, and they just kind of have this cohesion amongst them that works out perfectly. It's like, you're going to be aggressive, and then this person is very aggressive too, but this one's passive. Zaitan, very safe player. A lot of times he will make the plays for his team, but he allows Z's to be that reckless, over-aggressive person.
Yeah, here's the thing is they are playing these, like, I don't want to say it's a safe style because they're always playing early game laners. It's a bunch of Thresh and Lucian.
Much everybody.
And you saw in the level 1. Yeah. You saw in the level 1 that, like, they were battling back and forth. Like, they know to play a lane fairly aggressively when they can. The difficulty here, though, is that it is so hard to match up against Freeze and Voidal. Arguably the best bottom lane in the European Challenger scene. And it is a lane that Freeze and Voidal are winning. If we go back and talk about this matchup a little bit more, it's only a 1,500 gold game. Like, as much as we're sort of applauding SK Prime, this game is incredibly close still. And the bot lane is the reason that NIP are in it.
Yeah. But at the same time, SKP, they have a lot of options here. Fox completed his DFG. He'll be able to do a lot of damage to somebody, whoever he gets on. The thing is Voidal might be able to stop that with a Wild Growth, Exhaust. Time to see how these team fights eventually play out. And also, how they play out. What's the positioning like in them?
Well, yeah, here's the weird thing. You talk about team fights. On one side, you got Maokai. We know is the king of team fights in the top lane. Yeah. Like, we've seen every Maokai team ever win team fights. The problem is, though, the rest of the lineup actually speaks more to Ninjas in Pyjamas. Ziggs versus Ahri, team fight power. Tristana versus Lucian, team fight power. Even in the case of Lulu versus Thresh, I would say team fight power is the advantage here of NIP. But look at this, Smitty gonna go for the turret. He will get locked up by Lulux as this all goes down. Now, can he run away with the ulti on? Does have flash, but looks like he is succumbing to his fate. Does not get enough damage down. Good kill, Cabo Shard.
He does get himself a turret, though. So that's the little saving grace of that. But look at this. 2 turrets taken by SKP. Pretty much solo. They didn't really have Kikis bashing those turrets down or helping anybody. And now, speaking of Kikis, he's looking at the bottom lane and possibly looking at getting a lantern in.
SKP can finally get some kills in this bot lane and get Z's ahead. I don't know if there's an easy way back for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Bot lane getting pushed down. The flash hook forces the flash out of Voidal. Trade of flashes, but bottom lane out are going to go down. So within about a minute's time, SKP went and took all 3 outer turrets.
Yeah, and the fact that the dragon isn't up for a while, too, is kind of a big thing, because they would love to make a dragon play right now. They got it previously, but now when you get all of these outer turrets, you have to start warding up the jungle. They do already have some wards lining the river. They just need to extend those wards deeper. Because now their farming options are a little more limited. Except for Smitty, he just had his turret taken.
That's true, he can farm them back, but it feels like SKP are gonna be wanting to play aggressively. They made the choice to take all these turrets down, so I want to see basically what they're gonna set up. This is the team that is dictating the pace, SK Prime right now. So they consciously made the effort to take these turrets down, to stay to knock them out. And so it is, yeah, where's the war control gonna go? Where's the objective control gonna go? What's the move for SKP?
I'd like to remind everybody that SKP had one of the fastest games we've ever seen in Challenger. Yesterday. 20 minutes, 18 seconds.
Yep.
Not even a forfeit. Not even a surrender.
Died that fast. It's true.
It was ridiculous how quickly they pushed and how well coordinated they seemed. So you know these guys know how to close games out. Given a gold lead, they're at about 2.5. 2.7.
Yep.
Gank looking top, though.
The top of the fight. Lulux gets in onto Smitty J, but here comes Vi for the counter gank. Now, can Smitty stay alive for long enough?
Here's the flash ball breaker lands.
There's the ulti up as well, and in comes Thresh to save them all. Ziggs ulti comes across, though, and out goes Rengar. That is a 1 for 0. Smitty did survive.
Wow, so Smitty actually takes a lantern that was thrown out by Zaitan, and it helps him avoid the Mega Inferno Bomb.
That's awesome.
That was really, really well played there. Also, the roam top was seen. NIP could see a lot of that roam just happening, and now they're going to be caught 4v5 away from their turret, too.
Well, Alex running away from this one, though. Cabochard right in the front line as well.
Oh, they
Hook on
hooked
Alex. They're going to go right on in. Ziggs will be popping out into the back lane that goes. Z's trying to keep himself up there. Both top laners fall down, and the battle continues. Freeze getting some good damage out, but being forced away. Just a 1 for 1.
Wow, the hook on Alex to start that fight off, but Freeze's damage, he's hitting some spikes here. He has his Infinity Edge completed, and he has his attack speed item.
But look at this, though. What the Fox is splitting the bot lane the entire time. Bot tier 2 went down for all that, which means that over the last minute or so, SKP got an extra kill and an extra turret. Zaitan got to be a bit careful. Oh, gets scumbagged by Kikis. He's okay, though.
Yeah, it was actually a 4-on-4 in the top lane. Lulex was dead, and then the bottom lane, What the Fox was pushing it the entire time, so they didn't have that assassin or that extra damage. The highest farm member in the game, and the 202 member.
Yep.
Not present.
And it's a big AP stack for What the Fox. Death Cap is coming in pretty soon. I don't think it's Bizonia's. I feel like he still wants to one-shot people. But SK Prime have grown their gold lead. 3 outer turrets went down about 4 minutes ago. They grouped top with a split push bottom lane. That worked out. SKP can keep on moving forward. Dragon is up in 8 seconds. This seems to be their next objective here.
Yeah,
One pink ward still there.
They have to get better vision control of this area earlier, because SKP are about to be completely dominant here. Lulex, he's looking for Z's. Z's actually dragging up. He sees them with the pink ward, though.
And he knows Lulex is there. He's trying to run away. He's going to get leapt on, though. Now, can he survive? Where's the lantern from Zaitan? It's not coming out. He's going to blow up right there. 1 kill picked. Smitty burns his TP for basically nothing. Kikis, you don't want to fight a 4v5.
Yep, especially when you don't have your AD carry and that persistent damage. And Freeze is the biggest member right now.
Yeah.
NIP. You have to get to him. That charm had landed, they would have gone.
3-0-0.
Gonna go anyway.
Smitty J goes into the front lines. He wants to take down Lulex and stop the smite power.
Trying to get on Freeze.
What the Fox does pop a Zonias. He's going to drop to Cabochard. He's trying to cut away. Actually stays alive for that for now. Into the back line they go. Voidal gets the knock. Smitty J very low on HP. He is going to fall down to Freeze. Now Alex is back and forth trying to get some kills up. Yes, 2 picked up there for Ninjas and Pyjamas, and they are back in this game. This is their dragon.
The fact that they fought without Z's and they tried to initiate that fight, so much was used on Freeze and they didn't get him. His positioning, right on point. And they're rewarded with the dragon and some kills, and the gold almost even again. 1.1k between these two.
So 1,000 gold game. Voidal's got to be fair to Kikis.
Kikis no longer has ulti, so he can't close that distance as well as he would have before. He used it on Freeze. Just well positioned there by Freeze. Freeze really being a beacon of light for his team.
All he can really do there is stop the recall here, but not that big of a deal. Freeze is really carrying them.
Watch how much focus they put on Freeze here. What the Fox goes after Alex, but then Kikis is like, no, I'm gonna get Freeze, and he also gets hooked at the same time. The burst on the What the Fox stops his damage output because he has to Zonias, and then he gets completely zoned out of the fight. Alex here actually goes off to the side and stops himself from killing Smitty J for a couple seconds. But then Freeze, after pulling 3 members of the enemy team, SKP, they ran and chased Freeze down. 3 members walked basically through NIP, and the entire time they're taking damage, and they still didn't get Freeze. Freeze jumps away, re-engages the fight afterwards, and he cleans up.
Well, again, I don't know why they chose to engage a fight in the first place with Lucian gone, but they thought they could win the 4v5, but What the Fox not able to get enough damage down. Traded their spells a little bit there on different sides.
Yeah, and you talked about how good Maokai is at team fighting, and then you said Ziggs on the other side. For NIP, they have a little bit of a better team fighting comp here.
Yeah.
Because they have less assassination, but the fact that you fight in a dragon pit where the Mega Inferno Bomb is so easy to hit on multiple members, it's exactly what Alex attempted to do there as well.
So now we got to see whose style is going to win, because I still can't say that like one wants to necessarily play picks more than the other. Right, like you have Vi, Ari, Thresh.
They want to blow somebody up.
Yeah, I mean you've got like Vi, Ari, Thresh, but at the same time you still have like Rengar, Ziggs. Like someone's going to get dropped on some like another side of the map as well, and you still have the Cabochard, who doesn't want to team fight either. Like they both have sort of a plan A and a plan B.
Lulex, he's looking for a plan A right here. Trying to make a play, he goes in.
He's going to find a little something. Hook's not going to land, but it's going to be on the Cabochard there. Charm comes as well, and the ulti has begun. Alex Ich in the front line. The Digger Smitty J into the flank. What the Fox is chasing down, and they pick up Cabochard. Lulex goes down as well. 2 for 0 so far. Trish ulti cannot keep anyone else alive. Good fight, SKP again.
Freeze couldn't hit any of the back line. He was focused on that front line, and Maokai coming in from the side forced him out of the fight, and he couldn't get any kills for it. That's actually going to be Baron started up by SKP, 23 minutes in the game.
Big risk, but no jungler, and Alex Ich does not have an ulti, so this is going to be a fast-dying Baron. Into Pyjamas, they want to try to stop this freeze. Alex Ich and Voidal are around Smitty.
Freeze is
gonna
really
zone
big.
out the
Oh
team
my
by
God.
himself. He doesn't care at all. Baron goes down. He actually picked up the Ziggs, and now Voidal gonna likely drop as well. Another 2-for-1 with Baron for SKP.
Man, if they had a bigger tank line on NIP still available, Freeze could have cleaned house there.
But you just saw Maokai soloed out the half HP Ziggs. Alex didn't even think that was gonna happen. He had flash up and just exploded there.
Yeah, Alex's play this game has definitely not been on point. Lulex went really hard there. He gets the Lulu ulti, but Freeze this entire time. He's hitting Kickus, then he just jump away, and then he starts hitting Smitty. While Wata Fox hitting whoever he wants. He just runs over Lulex, runs over Smitty J, or sorry, Cabochard, and does an amazing job there. So Wata Fox's damage output is really high, and it is actually a Zonia's for him. We touched on it before that he actually had used Zonia's as a dragon previously. So going for the defensive option here, not being overly aggressive, but I guess it would allow him to make more aggressive plays too.
Yeah, that's actually the really interesting thing is I was like, I'm so surprised SKP can send so many squishies into the front line and not get punished for it. Because you saw how aggressively Wata Fox played in that fight, how aggressively Kickus went in as well. And yes, the fact that he could kind of Zonia's out. And NIP, I feel like Alex should be able to deal with Wata Fox in some form. But being so far down in gold and with the Zonias being there, you get to play over aggressive as Ari and not get punished.
Wow. Freeze. He's hitting 2 item spikes here as Tristana. He's in a really good spot. But look at this. Kickus. First item completed Thornmail after his jungling item and his boots. Ridiculous. He knows that he's going to be right in that backline, but look at this.
Dive on Voidal. Kickus in the backline does go down to Freeze. Now, can they stay alive? Freeze having a field day in the backline. He like damage. Lulex goes on in, lands a charm on Wata Fox. He's getting incredibly low. They've traded now onto the jungler, but Zayatan goes now as well. 2-1. Smitty J forced to re-engage. He's going nowhere, though. 3 kills Ninjas in Pyjamas. They defend themselves.
Really overly aggressive there. The Baron buff on SKP just got wasted on 3 members. Wata Fox out of the fight. Z's off on the side, and now the fact that NIP has been down in turrets this game, they're ready to take some more for themselves.
And Freeze has been carrying them every single team fight. He is hard to reach, to be honest. This turret's going to be going down. It's going to be Ninjas in Pyjamas now only down 2.9k. Can they keep going?
Yeah, really kind of questionable decision-making here and shot calling from SKP. The last couple of fights that I've seen them, like granted they've been ahead in gold, right? But the Dragon fight, Kickus went on to Freeze, and then Wata Fox uses DFG and his ultimate on Alex Ich. This last fight, Kickus uses his ultimate on Voidal.
Yeah.
Out of all people on this team, the support is the least threatened.
True. To be honest, even Cabochard's killable.
Yes.
Triforce Negatron Cloaks.
There was pretty much always a better option instead of going for Voidal.
I agree completely. You're right.
Even just to zone Freeze out would have been a better option. But right now, the Dragon is what's on the table. TP in the top lane for Smitty J. He wants to clear some waves and then get in the fight. SKP, they have the inside track, and NIP, they aren't setting up for these fights a minute in advance.
And I think SKP, if they are engaged upon, would win the fight. Because of Freeze's good positioning, if SKP dive, I feel like they get ripped apart by Ziggs Tristana. If SKP can play a siege, I think they're okay. Although it's a little bit hard to siege against Ziggs, but I don't know if they need to go super hard to win a battle. They can play the objective control game and win a straight up 5v5.
Yeah, and speaking of numbers that are 5, it's 5,000 gold lead. Nice for SKP. Now Smitty J coming down from the top lane. Here's the thing, that 5,000 gold lead was just cashed in on by Wata Fox, and he got himself a Void Staff.
All right, well, he's
ready to roll.
Yeah, he's going to be plenty threatening. Mikhail's Crucible, though, done for Voidal, so he can get away from hooks and charms now. That is an important sort of break point to keep Alex Ich and Freeze alive.
The mid-game power spikes here from Z's. He went for the Blade of the Ruined King Yumu's Ghost Blade build instead of for the Infinity Edge. So he's looking for those mid-game power spikes that he's reached. But right now, Freeze is frankly
already ahead
going
of
to do more damage than him.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not a bad build on Lucian, but when Freeze got that many kills early on, that double kill, he actually got the kill credits in those first couple of kills down there. He's just continued to snowball since then. The early eye-edge static shiv, sooner than you would normally expect them to have that, is really breaking apart Kikis, who's just not able to survive when he dies in these battles.
Yeah, and Freeze is really close to completing his Bloodthirster, and so he'll have that extra shield, and he'll be even more durable during these team fights, which is something that SKP do not want. Lulex, his last ulti fizzled. What's this one going to do for him? He's going to pass by a pink ward.
Oh, this is a numbers lead, though, I think, for NIP, because Ari's on the wrong side of the map. Knockback on
they got the ulti
as well. This is not necessarily great for NIP, or necessarily for SKP, sorry. They go into the front line. SmittyJ taking a bunch of pain, but Lantern's out. They're just trying to buy time as Ari roams across the map to help defend the team. Another hook on a Lulex. They're trying to break him down, forced to flash away. Freeze, though, is on the hunt, doing some good damage. Kikis might want to re-engage. Ari is on the flank. She's 5 seconds away. SKP, can they re-engage? Can WTF get a pick? They are trying to get one here. Low health on Ninjas in Pyjamas. Charm comes out, lands on a Voidal. Will they chase this one down? Hook is going to land after Mikhail's Crucible is used. That's going to be a kill picked up. Smitty dives onto Freeze. He is very low on health. Kikis goes all the way down and tries to get the kill. Alex Itch goes down. Kikis is actually still alive. NIP forged away with 3 deaths.
They just killed Freeze in the backline. Kikis going super deep for that one. They pick it up and they go 3-4-0 on the overall. And SKP, they're going to get themselves a turret, a tier 2 after that great team fight.
Wow, I can't believe that's how they wanted to play it. WTF on the other side of the map, he said, I'm coming by 25 seconds and I will win you guys the fight. And SKP did that. Smitty held himself in the front line and said, hit me, I dare you, and Lantern's out.
Wow, the charm here, Voidal kind of walks into it. He's kind of charmed even before the charm comes out. Like, straight into it. And then the hook from Zaitan, and the really late Mikhail's Crucible there.
Charm was already done at that point, basically.
Whee! Straight down, and then he gets picked up right in the back line. Kikis with the burst, and WTF with the style points. So, didn't even have to use it in the fight.
So Cabochard trying to scrape together 2, 5, and 7, only 188 CS. Having a really hard time in this matchup right now. Farming the jungle, getting what gold he can, but honestly has not been very effective this game so far.
SKP are an amazingly strong team right now. The more I think about it, the more I'm impressed by them. They beat NIP in the finals. They beat H2K in the semifinals. They took down the 2 Titans of the Challenger Series in Europe that people thought were just complete frontrunners for the tournament. And now they've dethroned them and put themselves in that spot. Granted, some people still need some convincing, but they look so good right now. They are about to take this Baron. They're making huge plays across the map. Their lack of hesitation is great, and Lulex for a play.
Is the fight. They hook Lulex mid-jump, but he gets the steal, and the battle has begun. SmittyJ in the front lines. Lulex is going to fall. 4v5, but NIP have Baron. Voidal out from the side, trying to get away. Good Ziggs bomb coming out. Cabochard gets charmed. He does go down. Double kill for Z's so far. Baron for 2 kills, not too bad. Ulti finds Alex Itch. He flashes the way if he can. There's a Lantern for some shields. He tries to satchel charge away as well, but the hook's going to hit him. This will be 3 kills for SK Prime. All of them going to Z's, and they look bot lane.
Those are those situations where you should flash preemptively instead of reactively. He never would have been in range for the Assault and Battery, but they are looking at this bottom lane right now. And Freeze, he's actually going to farm it.
And here we go. Well,
there we go.
Freeze got to be real careful. There's enough minions here. They could push this. Lulex back alive. 15 seconds on Cabochard. This is a very momentary 5 versus 3 right now. The turret's under fire.
SmittyJ doing some zone control here. The level 17 Maokai. Such a high level and the level advantage all across the board for SKP. Freeze's damage. He's a Fed Tristana.
They've got to respect it. If they stay too long for the inhib, they can drop down. In comes Cabochard. 4v5. They're going to kill Smitty. Now Zaitan is stuck, and Z's has to flash away. He does dodge the slow, but 2 kills picked back up for NIP.
Yeah, they don't get the inhibitor either from SKP's side. And a couple of members of NIP still have Baron.
That was really well played by NIP. Freeze knew he was fairly safe. If they dived him, he could rocket jump and his team would respawn. So he started dealing damage while the inhib was going down, doing just enough that when his team regrouped, they got the kills picked up.
Yeah, and also now, the fact that SKP, Smitty, does not have his teleport means that NIP, they can push wherever they want and they can push it quickly because they have Freeze and all of this damage available to them.
There we go. Mid tier 2 going to drop down 4 to 6 in turrets, 15 to 20 in kills. A pretty close game by most score lines, but NIP still have to work through a 7,500 gold deficit.
There's a red here that Freeze can take. There's also a top lane turret with a gigantic wave right there. And also, if we look at the build that Freeze has, he was very close to completing his Bloodthirster. he says, oh wait, nope, I need Last Whisper. Because there's so much armor stacking that's happening now on SKP's side to deal with him.
It's an interesting choice to go through here. Yeah, I was about to be like, second Infinity Edge? Wait, that'd be silly.
He already has one.
I know.
He's pulling a cop.
Yeah, maybe. Gotta be careful. But yeah, it's a very weird choice. I do think Last Whisper is a good choice here, and then you can finish the Thirster later.
Yeah, the fact that there's already...
I got really...
There's a Frozen Heart, and there's a Thorn Mail.
Yeah.
There's a lot of armor that he has to chunk through. Even the Zonia's is a little bit that he would have to work through.
So it's going to be the...
Dragon.
Better endgame build overall. And yeah, Dragon is back up now. SK Prime up 8,000.
The team that gets this one will have a really big swing in this game. Lulex, he's looking for a pick. He's looking to set something up and get vision of the team so that his team can establish ward.
SKP wait off the ulti, though. Lulex does not have a way in. Burns all of his ferocity now as well, and here we go.
Dragon's going to be gone pretty quickly.
Good Dragon SK Prime. Ninjas and Pyjamas know better than to challenge this. They know they are down in gold.
That's already 9,000 gold difference between these two teams. Voidal and Freeze still have that Baron buff with those temporary combat stats, but I don't know if it'll be enough, considering the level disparity between everybody on these teams. You see Smitty J, he's up 2 levels on Cabochard. Alex Itch, 2 levels down on Watt to Fox. Only real saving grace is the fact that Freeze is up over Z's.
Yeah, and it'll kind of remain that way. Tristana's late game is going to continue to do very well, especially with this Last Whisper done. He's incredibly threatening. At SK Prime, I feel like even despite that Trish is going to scale, they've got a lot of time. They can be patient here. They can get the waves pushed out, wait for the teleport to come back, because Smitty is actually beating Cabochard 1v1. Kind of wait for the next big item spike, but look out though. Z's about to get caught up in the mid lane there, and they go. Lulex catches that with the ulti, and Cabochard follows up. That is a big 500 gold shutdown, and SK Prime were not respecting Rengar nearly enough.
And NIP, we talked about the Rengar can make picks, and then they can team fight afterwards. They can wave clear with Ziggs. They can also tank this up, and they have so much tower sieging ability between the Ziggs passive and also the fact that Freeze has so much damage on that Tristana right now.
Well, it looks like SKP, they're going to defend this for now.
They're
Charm
going for
gonna hit Voidal. A whole bunch of burst comes out. Support is dead. Ulti popped on a Freeze. Now can he stay safe? There's the rocket jump. There's the engage by Smitty J. What the fuck's got to be very, very careful. GA popped on Cabochard. There's still the chase though. Freeze kites away from Kickus, but Cabochard goes down. 2 for 0 so far. Now Lulex under fire. And without an AD carry, SK Prime win the fight anyway.
Wow, Freeze took so much damage and so much zoning from Kickus. Watt to Fox landing the perfect charm, and now SKP, they're going to try and make some aggression onto the base of NIP.
I don't know what you can do as Freeze at this point now, because he did everything he possibly could. Kickus played that fight perfectly, pretty heavily armor tanking, tanked up a 7-kill Tristana, and let his team kill everyone else without an 80 carry.
Well, here's the thing, is Voidal didn't use his ultimate, didn't use his flash, didn't use his exhaust. There were so many options there that were available to NIP if Voidal didn't eat the charm and get locked up. He also didn't use his Michaelis.
It's true. My understanding is, and I could be wrong on this one, but I'm pretty sure, you can self-cast Michaelis when charmed, and CC'd in general.
And he's gone.
He just died so fast.
Cabochard ends up getting taken out, but he has a GA, so that item is going to be not very cost-effective at this point. It's just some extra stats in his inventory.
That hook on Alex was so good from Zaitan too.
Yeah, the fact that Zaitan is landing a lot of these hooks and that Watt to Fox is landing a lot of those charms, basically if they keep throwing those skill shots out, if one of them hits, we'll have Smitty J with the follow-up, or possibly the other ability that wasn't used yet for follow-up. So if you get CC'd once, you're going to eat even more CC. So if they make it a priority target, it's going down. Even if it's something like Voidal, they'll try to burst it. That's what this team is about. It's about the pick, then engage afterwards.
And it works so well for them. The engage afterwards is actually incredible.
Pick and dive.
Yeah, it's pick and dive. It's great. So here we go. Baron in 30 seconds. SK Prime saying, you know what, Kickus, you missed the first smite, but second one will be okay. They got the ward coverage. Look at just how good their wards are over this western jungle. There's only one decent route in for NIP here. Lulex getting jumped on those. Z's wants this fight. Ulti pop. Cabochard wants to zone him away. That's going to be the case there, but the battle has begun on the front line, so Lulex low on health. Good ulti hit from Alex Itch, but Freeze is going to be going down. Nice kill by Smitty J. Zonas from Watt to Fox. The re-engage on a Lulex now, and that's more kills picked up Alex is gone, Lulux is gone, Voidal sure to follow as he runs away. Charmin hook missed, but Walk the Fox, he's not done.
Oh, he's so fast.
Now he is.
So Voidal ends up getting away from that one, but 3-0 in favor of SKP, and they have an open inhibitor down bottom that Z's is pushing the lane for. They're going to take this inhib.
They got at least the inhib in 30 seconds more to do even more damage to this one. Kabashar did whatever he could. He zoned out Z's by himself. But this is a big wave and only 1 or 2 people defending now. Damage still coming through.
They might end the game.
This could be game 1. 39 minutes. It's going to be turret number 1 going down. Turret number 2 sure to follow. 17 seconds on the respawns. He's going to go ahead and jump in on Kabashard a little bit there. Get some more KDA for good measure. Down he goes. And this will be in 38 minutes and 35 seconds. Next blowing up an SK Prime. 1 game away from the LCS promotion tournament.
Yes, they win that one. They are guaranteed to be in the LCS promotion tournament, taking on one of the relegated LCS teams. Now, this is really big for SKP, but also kind of nail-biting for NIP.
Yeah.
NIP fans out there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, NIP, you risk going to the 3rd place match now. There is still a second chance for them, but you are seeing them get hit pretty hard. And the thing that does matter is not just making the tournament, but also appearing threatening.
Yes.
Right now, because you've got obvious rankings as well, where you're going to face the basically loser of the LCS playoffs, gets first pick of the 3 teams that qualify, then Gambit makes their choice, and Copenhagen Wolves makes their choice. And right now, Copenhagen Wolves have to be like, these SKP guys, we weren't ready to even think about them. They've gotten even better than NIP, even better than H2K from what we've seen so far.
Did Gambit win the
they won the tiebreaker? Yeah.
Tiebreaker, yeah, so they're higher than Copenhagen.
Yeah.
So Copenhagen,
unless I'm like totally wrong,
Copenhagen is left with whoever.
Right.
Is
and those are the guys who just be like, oh my gosh, we're going to get these guys kind of out of nowhere. And then you have the Broken Shard storyline as well. They're both in that team.
Oh.
So that gets even more interesting. But ultimately, yeah, you've got... I don't want to get too far ahead, of course. We still have the full best of 3 to come through. We've seen comebacks before, of course.
There's a lot of possible storylines. The Broken Shard storyline on Copenhagen Wolves versus his old team that he left on SKP. And then you can have Alex Each versus Gambit.
Yep.
On that one. So
Lulux versus Gambit.
There's a lot of different storylines there. So the promo tournament's going to be very interesting because one of these teams will at least be in it.
Yeah, one of these 2 for sure, and 3 of the 4 overall that we're going to see today. SK Prime, though, they are looking incredibly good. Smitty J can win on things that aren't Riven. I believe he actually got his Riven banned in all of their final games last week when they were playing the Summer 2 Finals. I believe I remember seeing a bunch of Riven bans. We didn't cast them, but I remember watching, and I'm pretty sure that happened. You're seeing 8 champions deep. Pretty sure What the Fox is pretty damn strong. 7-0-12 on Ari.
And he has more in his arsenal, too. You talked about the Xerath. You talked about all those other champions he has up his sleeve.
Don't forget the bans.
Kog'Maw.
Yep.
The AP Kog'Maw. No, that wasn't him. That was
Unicorns of Love.
It was Power of Evil.
Yeah, I'm silly.
Yeah.
I'm used to casting only 1 Challenger Series a day.
Yeah.
I forgot that there's more than 1 match in a row.
Anyway.
So it threw me off. But either way, yeah, that's still kind of his style.
Really good. 7-0-12 on Ari, a dive type assassin that he went for the Zonia so he could make those plays and then just be safe afterwards. 0 deaths to his name in the series so far. It's really, really big, especially against Alex Each and that solo kill.
Yeah.
When you get solo killed in lane, it demoralizes the opponent. It gives yourself boosted gold and combat stats. It also adds pressure from the jungler because you basically said, if you don't come to this lane, he's going to die again.
It's going to get worse.
Because I killed him when we were even in combat stats. Now I have more than him.
Yeah.
How's that going to go for him next time?
And it tips even more, too, because then it tips who gets level 6 first. We actually saw that happen. I actually might have been Fox. I don't remember completely, but it was a level 6 Syndra destroying his opposing mid laner. I think maybe it was UOL versus G2, but I just remember seeing, someone get level 6 first, blows his opponent up, life gets sad again. And yeah, you've got SK Prime who are doing really well in individual skill, really well in team coordination. They look like a scary team overall.
Their coordination overall looks really good, but I think the big thing for me from SKP and also from Unicorns of Love, from these challenger teams that people weren't looking at a whole bunch, like NIP and H2K, is that their champion select is really good.
Yeah.
Their compositions that they make together for themselves, they're like, this is how we win. This is our play style. Let's just play to that. And it works for them. You don't always have to adapt to the meta and what it is. What the meta is for you and what you're really good at can become what your team's meta is and your team's style. And I like that about those 2 teams.
I agree. I think these teams are playing really well as a unit, and they're going to be fun to watch in the rest of their games today. But with our first semifinal games wrapped up, or first semifinal game wrapped up, we're going to take a quick break. And when we return, it's game 2 between SK Gaming Prime and Ninjas in Pyjamas. So stick around. We'll be right back.
very like hard.
Oh, but look at this one. Alex is burned. The heal after Guide is already on. Can they get the damage up with the Q? Oh, the flash from What the Fox. Nicely played.
He just flashed away to reposition the ball. That was incredible.
He's already there to counter kick Alex Sich. The damage coming across. Suddenly a Rengar appears. Flash away. Ulti pop. Kickus might just fall. Freeze. Alex Sich and Voidal are around Smitty.
Freeze is
gonna
really
zone
big.
out the team by himself. He doesn't care at all. Baron goes down. He actually picked up the Ziggs, and now Voidal gonna likely drop as well. Jonas from What the Fox. The re-engage on a Lulex now, and that's 4 kills picked up. Alex is gone. Lulex is gone. Voidal sure to follow.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the European Challenger Series Summer Playoffs. It's time for the second semifinal game between SK Gaming Prime and Ninjas in Pyjamas. SKP now 3-0 so far in the Challenger Series. They 2-0'd Reason Gaming. Now they're 1-0 against NIP, and they're now one game away from the LCS promotion tournament.
Yeah, a big turnaround for them since adding Kickus to their roster, but at the same time, it kind of showcased a lot of their talent. But a big thing, too, is that all of their players just seem to get better for no reason. Like, you brought Kickus on, but all these guys are having just large influences on their lane without his presence around. Like, I guess he's on the team as a presence, but his jungle presence actually there is not a factor.
I mean, it's just been incredible. Kickus is in the right place at the right time, snowballed the top lane, wasn't able to really salvage bot lane, but they won team fights regardless. Kickus individually kind of pushed down Freeze, and Freeze, by the way,
did whatever he could to win that game. Freeze and Voidal were a very good bot lane. They still are. Freeze went 7-2-5. He tried to carry, but there just wasn't enough damage output available.
Yeah, his 2 deaths, he got dove. The fact that Smitty J and we also had Kickus all over him that game. And the fact that his laners, like Alex Siege and Cabochard, didn't have enough damage to get through that front line and free up Freeze so that he could go to the back line.
Yeah.
And instead, the back lines were just fighting each other without the AD carry as a factor. So it's kind of like 2 tanks for an AD carry.
Yeah.
You guys go fight each other. And then the fight was kind of 3-on-4, but it was still the SKP with the 3 coming out on top because they could assassinate somebody very quickly.
Well, that's the thing with AD carry matchups in general when you talk about guys like Tristana is it's not just which AD carry has more damage and more items, but think about what they're hitting as well. As an AD carry, you have to kill the front line first, then you work towards the back. You don't get to like skip people. You just kind of go down the line through the tanks. And when Smitty is twice as durable or 3 times as durable as Cabochard, if Freeze only does twice the damage, his total DPS is still lower.
Yeah.
He's still working through the front line slower than Z's is, even though Z's is behind. So when your top lane wins that hard, when your jungler is that big, second item Thornmail Vi, I don't care how many items Freeze has, he's not going to kill anything anymore.
Yeah, well, also good on Kickus to build that item very early on and realize I'm going to have to go after Freeze because he's doing pretty well in lane. Kind of foresight coming into that matchup.
Yeah.
And then the Frozen Heart on top of it, and then Smitty J always being on top of Freeze so that he had the attack speed slow. Just really well played there by SKP, realizing win conditions and realizing how to play the team fight with positioning. Because Freeze had really good positioning. The fact that he only died twice against a Vi and also a Maokai is really a testament to him. Yeah, exactly. An Ahri and a Thresh.
How horrible is that game?
Speaking of Thresh, Zaitan 1-4-19, and his Thresh hooks were crazy that game.
Yeah, he was. He was ludicrous, but looks like he is maybe going to get threshed for himself. NIP do the honor of banning Maokai for SK Prime, so now Kickus gets his Rengar here.
Yeah, here's kind of the thing, though, is if you had left Maokai open, you'd at least get Maokai or Rengar. And NIP did put an emphasis on Rengar last game as their first pick, but instead they just say, we don't want to have that champion even in this game, so let's just ban it out, and then the first pick, Rengar, goes over to Kickus. Now, Kickus had a very scary Rengar game yesterday. Like, I'm talking like 10 assists on it, 0 deaths, I think. But, man, he looked really, really good in that game.
I think he was 1-1-8. I think I remember that going.
It was something.
I think
like
it was 1-1-8 was his score line, and yeah, he camped mid, and it was horrible.
Yeah,
it was just so incredibly rough.
And then everybody was like, everybody's like, oh my god, a player who can play Rengar
in the Western scene,
right?
It's only Americans who suck at it.
Yeah.
Euros know what's going on. Cabochard going for Aurelia this time without the Maokai. Hopefully the matchup goes better for him there, but really wants the early Aurelia. Thresh for Voidal, I like that for NIP because it denies it from Zaitan. But it does mean that Watchbox now gets to play Syndra here, and Z's still gets Lucian.
He gets his Lucian, and granted, you can't really do anything about his champion pool, because if you ban Lucian, he'll play Corki. If you ban those 2, he'll play Ezreal. If you ban those 3, he'll go Caitlyn. It's lower down his priority list, but he always has a lane bully available to him because that AD carry champion pool is getting bigger and bigger. Maybe he'll go on Graves at some point. You never know.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Graves, and it's been pretty good so far from what I've seen. But SK Prime, they've got all kinds of crazy assassination potential. They are set up for a good bot lane there, and Smitty is set up to maybe play Riven against Aurelia.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, is Smitty going to play Riven against that Aurelia? I think that might be what he's going to go for here.
We'll see. Right now, Lulex looking to play some Evelyn. Now, this is 413. She did get hit, I would say, kind of the hardest of the top, in my personal opinion, the hardest of the sort of top 3 junglers. Early game damage down pretty significantly on Evelyn. And we're going to see, to me, the first Evelyn I've seen at 413.
Yeah, it's the first Evelyn that we've seen in 413. The fact that she has lower mana cost isn't really a big compensation for the fact that there's ratio nerfs at earlier ranks. And the whole thing is that Evelyn has lack of scaling in the jungle because you get really just one item for your AD/AP, whichever one you go for, and then you just build tanky from there.
Yeah.
If you build any more damage, you're pretty much just going really flimsy build, and you have to be super ahead and not gamble too much because then you just delay your tankiness. They can catch up.
We got to see what the build is, because I remember when we saw the big Evelyn changes, the Elise changes from about 3 months ago, we just started seeing cooldown reduction at Elise instead, and they started basically capitalizing on the fact that Cocoon was better at later ranks, and they changed the builds around.
Yeah.
Potentially, we just see AD Evelyn. Like, burst damage Evelyn becomes a build because of the ratio buffs. Like, we might just see it get reinvented. I want to see what Lulix goes for this one, and I want to see what other players do with it as well. SK Prime get Braum for themselves when Thresh is gone, and Smitty J will play top lane Mundo instead of top lane Riven. So
He hovered it.
Yeah, he did hover it. I appreciate that, but also hovered Galio.
Don't appreciate that one.
I actually personally love Galio. I think he's great. Alex is going to go back on Ziggs, though, so maybe decides this is still the best champion he can play for here. But he is facing up against a Syndra Rengar, which makes his life pretty scary.
Yeah, that makes it really scary. There's so much gank assistance there between the Rengar and the Syndra. There's a lot of synergy there in terms of the early game ganks. Man.
One thing that is available for Ziggs, though, and I'm pretty sure this is how the mechanics work. Once you see Rengar is coming, I believe you can satchel at your feet, launch yourself away, and launch him back. Even if you are rooted, I believe you'll still go. Much like Jarvan's EQ, you can still satchel charge through a...
That is the interaction. You will not just stand on top of the satchel charge.
It blows up, and you're like, just kidding!
Yeah.
Kate does that. I hate that about Caitlyn.
Yeah.
It's the only move block that fails by roots.
And stuns, too. A lot of the times you're like...
Rise is so horrifying as Caitlyn.
Yeah.
You're like, net, just kidding, Rune Prison, and I like cry every single time. Someone's cutting onions in my room every single time.
Like this if you cry every time.
No, I hate this if you cry every time. Oh my gosh, the whole matchup's horrible. But Ziggs still coming through, so still some team fight power. The Evelyn jungle as well means more team fight power. Tristana's still there, Thresh still there. Ninjas and Pyjamas, to be honest, have still a pretty good looking lineup. And if they can pull themselves together here, they're no longer facing a Maokai. And honestly, I think it's a pretty good boon for them.
Oh, yeah. Banning that one out for themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if they go to a Game 3 and they manage to do that over SKP, they'll first pick the Maokai or force SKP to ban it. Because the fact that they put such a high priority on Rengar and then it didn't pay off for them, they might just go to other champions.
And I know both these top laners have played some Maokai, Cabochard and Smitty, obviously, but Cabochard as well has been playing it a bit in solo queues. So you got to hope for NIP's sake. They know the champion as well. They could even force the ban. Kickus waiting in the brush. Lulex chilling invisible himself.
All right. So while this is happening, it's time to do my favorite part of the game, which is spoil it and tell everybody the win conditions.
Great.
So this is what to look for. SKP are going to do exactly the same thing that they did last game, pretty much from start to finish. It's healing, tanky, peel top laner. You same bottom lane for the most part. You do have some team fighting with the Braum. Then you have Syndra, who's going to, all intents and purposes, do basically the same thing as Ahri. Long range initiate, and then assassination follow up on a single target. Then you have Kickus, who's going to try to make some early game ganks happen, and then dive late in team fights. Pretty much, for all intents and purposes, exactly the same win conditions here for SKP. Then you
Pick
go over
and dive.
Exactly, it's pick and dive. And then NIP, on the other side, they kind of have the same thing going for them too. They have Cabochard, who's got the Aurelia again. They have Alex H on Ziggs. They have Freeze on the Tristana. Pretty much the same thing. Split push, wave clear. Maybe Lulex can make some tax, though. Let's see what happens there at the start of the game with the Schrodinger pressure.
Ooh, well, Q's going to land. Thresh.
So yeah, basically both teams went back to didn't even go back to the drawing board. They just said, all right, we'll just adjust our picks a little bit to do exactly what we did, but with different champions. Maybe do it better this time.
So we're going to get with this one. Z's played around a little bit. Voidal wants to win this battle as best he can, but Zaitan, of course, much easier to push lanes in as a true melee support because you actually get the execute damage there, and looks like SK Prime so far have the smallest of push leads, which means free damage on an NIP that cannot be answered back.
Yep, and the fact that this lane bully's already working out 3 caster minions left at the back of that wave. Usually you'll see that a little thinner this early on, but it's just Zaitan pushing it and using the relic shield very quickly.
Well, a certain level 2 first for SK Prime. Perfect CS so far by them. Kickus gonna go through his jungle, but Lulex looks like he'll get his blue buff through first, so a slightly faster jungle route for the Evelyn so far.
And speaking of Kickus, he ended up placing a ward, backing, and then getting himself a sweeping lens, or I guess the sweeping bone tooth necklace. Not sure how that works, but
I don't think it's even renamed. I think it's just a different color.
It's a red bone tooth necklace.
I don't even think they call it red.
I was just naming.
Oh yeah, it's assumed. Right, okay. I'm good at this one. All right, well, Freeze getting jumped on there. Exhaust popped by everybody else, and now
Flashes.
Zaitan. Z's forced to run. Zaitan just barely gets away, and wow, Z's does as well.
Wow. That early game pressure from Lulex, blowing the flashes of everybody in the bottom lane. Look at that. Every summoner spell on NIP that was possibly involved in that was blown.
And only 3 from SK Prime. I'm surprised they got away, but you know what? They're back in lane.
3 for 5 in terms of summoner spell efficiency. It's not worth it.
And also keep in mind, Rengar got an extra jungle camp during that, basically. He went and got Wraiths and Wolves together, whereas the Evelyn and Lulex went right to, almost directly to double buff after Wraiths. And now 1 camp ahead, Kikis is going to get a bit of a golden XP lead.
I think he might be just rushing the level 6 and having the lanes just play out their bully style, because Syndra early on will hold toe-to-toe with Ziggs, have a little bit more pressure. Instead of exerting pressure as Rengar early, he might just go for level 6. Be like, oh, chillin'. And he's good.
Yeah, let's see if he can get that. Of course, Lulex did have some good things to do before 6 himself when he was on Rengar. I thought he was one of the better pre-6 Rengars I've seen in getting some good pressure down, so maybe we'll see more good early pressure from Lulex as well, but Kikis still just on the farm train for now. Did back for, I forget the name of the item. Claws, they're red. Inventory.
Madrid's Razor.
Yep, that's the one. Smitty J, though, he's about to be flanked up by Lulex there. Cavachard cannot stun just yet. He can slow at least, though. But the wave is still pushing up and to the right, so Smitty's going to be more flankable soon. Engage comes in, W popped. Flash by Smitty, gets out.
I'm having a little trouble here. I'm like,
Uh-oh. Rude.
He's having trouble too.
There's a Satchel gets stunned up first, though he can't jump away nearly fast enough.
Afterwards.
Losing a lot of health, and Smitty gets re-engaged on.
Smitty goes down. What I was going to say is having trouble here. I don't know why, but Smitty's rocking 10 AP. For some reason.
Really?
Yes. I don't know why, because it's not going to help Mundo at all. So...
There's an AP ratio on his W.
Yeah. But that's
I believe
the
not
thing.
on his Q.
There is nothing on his Q, I believe. It's just flat HP. That's why whenever I ARAM Mundo, I always go Spell Pen. But yeah, they just pick him up so easily here, ganking the pre-6 Mundo. You see a bunch of LCS teams do it all of the time with jungle pressure. But I don't know what types of runes and masteries Smitty J is running right now.
Ability power ones.
Yeah, apparently.
I'm trying to do the math. I don't believe, like if you went 9 offense,
No,
that might be the right amount of ability power. Like instead of 2 quints, it was like a mastery thing going 921. He might have not changed his page. Because that sounds like what Maokai would do. Huh.
Yeah.
But if it increases over time, we'll know.
I mean, we haven't looked at him. Maybe I was just freaking out.
Maybe it was like Evelyn and it was like, oops.
Ooh. No, I'm pretty sure it was Smitty, but...
I trust you, I do.
No, I don't trust me. I don't know why you do.
Great, all right, never mind. Ignoring. Okay, so I'm going to hit your mute the entire time, and now we can't hear you talk anymore. I'm just going to solo cast this. Aiden is useless.
No.
All right, I'll let you back in.
Let me in. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyway, this bottom lane just being pushed out right now. Freeze actually a little bit of CS advantage, but there's a huge wave here. And I like the fact that Lulex on the Evelyn is exerting this early pressure. Now, Kikis is going to hit 6 pretty soon. And I want to see where his first gank goes because he can start tilting this table because the game hasn't run away in these first couple of minutes.
The one cool thing about this, though, that Lulex is spamming so much is though he's getting behind in gold, because the buff camps grant so much bonus XP if you're under leveled, you'll get level 6 off both of them pretty much regardless of how much time you've spent ganking. So aside from the gold tax that Kikis is getting above Lulex, they're still both going to get their ultis here.
He's going to have it very, very shortly. I think it might be after this camp. He'll hit 6, but Lulex actually hits 6 first.
And he's going back to the source of the Mundo.
There's the source of the Mundo.
Yep.
He's going for the Nexus.
Yes, he is.
Going for the champ. He's going for Smitty J.
Going for Zon.
Going for Smitty J. No flash available.
Ulti popped early. Ulti from Lulex as well, but he's got a red buff. Smitty trying to run. His W is still on, burning his own health bar down, though. Now, can he get away? 300 health. One more slow. One more attack. Can they reach it? Yes, they do. Lulex gets it, and they walk away. Smitty should not have had his W on.
But at the same time, SKP, they're going to go straight for this dragon because they saw the Evelyn was top.
Exactly what you want to do when the jungler shows up on the other side of the map. Early recall spent, but SK Prime are going to get a dragon as payment for the 2 kills on the Mundo, keeping the gold equal.
So SKP know how to operate in this situation. Remember that time that Smitty J was playing Riven top and he went 0-4?
Oh, yeah.
Exactly pretty much the same situation. As soon as you start camping Smitty J in the top, SKP is okay with that. Now, speaking of being okay with that, they're going to go for Alex Each right here.
Satchel comes out. Good job, Alex.
Saw the exclamation point and got immediately out, dodging the bola, the early bola from Tickus.
Well done by Alex Itch. And that is the first Ranger ulti of the game down.
Look at 12 AP. I'm not crazy.
Yep. So he went 9 offense. He has the AP per level and the flat AP.
All right. It's only going to help one stat, one ability.
The W damage.
Very minimal too.
I think the ratio is like 0.2 per second.
It's pretty
so he does
low,
like
but it's over 5 seconds.
2.4 damage per second extra.
All right.
From his Burning Agony.
Hey, maybe that's the difference between caster minion under a turret and not, but I don't think so, because Masochism's just so much extra AD for Mundo.
Yeah.
That it wouldn't matter.
It's like
I think he might be running the wrong page.
I think he's just running Maokai Masteries. That's my expectation here.
I don't know.
But Ninjas and Pyjamas up 400 gold so far. Lulex keeps the pink ward coverage down. Spots one himself though and says, "Hey, let's kill that real quick."
Granted, I'm still thinking about the. Nope.
Wow, he wasted his W.
Not quick enough.
That was an entire waste of his W.
It helped him run in a circle a little faster.
Great. He looked pretty.
Yeah.
But stealth back up from the brush.
I know. I'm thinking about the mastery thing, but look at this.
Oh, goes in, pops W. Nice slow though.
Usually you see the Rengar coming from the bush. Oh, Lulex.
Wants it? No. Complete reuse. All right, Kikis gets rid of the ward. And that is 75 gold down the drain. Cooldown boots already done for Kikis though. His ulti back up as well. Jumping onto Voidal. Nice knockback by Freeze. But the culling is used. Good flash by Voidal. Gets away from the Glacial Fissure.
That is the perfect example of not throwing your hook out is actually more pressure than throwing a hook and having it miss.
Yep.
Just holding on to that ability. And look at the Smitty trying to dual Cabochard. He misses his cleaver.
But he's going to sustain back up, so I think life's going to be okay for him. Most of Triforce done for Cabochard, so he's scaling quite nicely, and Smitty's still got a lot of room to go. 12 minion lead, the early Aurelia is working. He's getting camped by Lulex, and it's paying off.
Yeah, no, even though I was talking about the 12 AP, it's actually not that big a deal, because in comparison to what you've gotten instead, some AD.
Well, you usually go like 4-26-0 mastery, so he's missing out on about
some extra
4 to 5, maybe even 7 points in the defense tree, depending on what page you would have used otherwise.
And we see a roam coming top from What the Fox. He's going to walk over this ward right now. And Cabochard already committed.
Yeah, he's a little bit slowed down. Cleaver is going to land maybe. Ooh, jumps into the minions. Does get the stun though. Under the turret, he tried to outplay but could not quite do it. Kill goes to What the Fox.
Wow, Smitty J, a little bit lower than he should have been, but What the Fox already made that roam happen. Lulex runs mid and immediately capitalizes. NIP putting themselves in good situations even though they are bad. Making the best of a bad situation, put it that way.
Yes. So in both cases, a top laner dies and his team pushes somewhere else. Tries to make that happen. There you go. Takes the
Got it. Got it.
Siphons that one away. So, very close game right now. Freeze is winning his lane by 7 CS. BF Sword already there on Tristana. Same old, same old. Smitty holding on with the Sunfire Cape top lane. Good enough for him. And I actually wonder how this matchup plays out. Because Mundo buys so much health, the value of true damage goes down slightly. So I feel like Mundo holds up against Aurelia.
Yeah, he does. And the fact that she is all sustained DPS, she can't really burst through his regen of his sadism. So it's kind of a Mundo-favored matchup.
Ooh, not the best. Ziggs ulti actually going to miss most of that melee wave. He went to go take Wolves, lost ulti, and then still ended up missing 1 CS.
So overall, the net worth, not as much as it should have been.
Yeah, like he basically ulted for like 2 wolves. Would you ult for half a wolf camp, you know?
Hey, I do all the time as a jungler.
Great. Smitty, though, getting jumped on, pops the ulti, flashes out, and in comes Kikis. Cabochard taking a whole bunch of damage. Hosts the flash out as Kikis, though. And that is Lulex getting the kill. This Evelyn does not seem to be held down at all.
Oh, wow. So they immediately blow up Kikis as soon as he jumps into the fight. And that's really big for NIP. They need these kills because last game, they just weren't falling into their hands early.
A little bit of damage onto the jungler. Smitty J really close to dead, but Cabochard cannot quite chase.
And look at this, Syndra coming to hold the lane up. Actually, Lulex and Cabochard both incredibly low.
He's looking to kill the lane.
Lulex is spotted.
Oh, he
Stun's
gets
gonna
him.
land. W hits as well. Flashes away. Q's
my
gonna hit.
God.
And What the Fox gets the kill. Now Cabochard's stuck under the turret. Can he get this one too?
Every time I see What the Fox, I'm gonna say, oh my god, because the plays he does just bring that out of me. That was fantastic. The flash away to just avoid getting stunned under turret range, and then using another Dark Sphere at the feet of Lulex. He's just playing out of his mind.
Stun just misses Alex H. Minefield comes down, but he's got Kikis coming around the wings. No ulti available. Can he jump to the brush? No, he cannot. Zaitan for moral support. And they will kill this pink ward away.
There is a dragon in 10 seconds, so they need to avoid as much poke as possible to put themselves in a healthy situation to contest it and possibly take it.
Oh. He's... Okay, cool. Now he has his heal back. Kikis should be safe. He dodged most of those bouncing bombs.
And now Lulex on that bottom side of the map. Lulex has been setting his team up for success. He has 100% kill participation, but they've all been in the top lane with the help of Cabochard. None of the other lanes are actually that fed. And the TPs up top are down, so those extra little assists aren't going to be present in this fight.
Well, it's going to be interesting then, because Cabochard, to be honest, seems to be more useful. So that's kind of a boon for SK Prime right here. Smitty ults to keep his health back up. And Freeze right now does last hitting under turret. He's been a great late game carry for his team so far, and this time Cabochard's finally having a decent lane for himself. So this could be the recipe for success for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, starting off 0, 1, and 3 in this Mundo matchup, has his Trinity Force completed already. He's ready to be a big factor in these team fights. Aurelia very item dependent, and hitting the Trinity Force about 15 minutes, 14 minutes, really good. It means you're on a good pace.
Yeah, it really does. Honestly, Cabochard's in a good spot. That is a big change from the first game here. SK Prime getting themselves blue buff number 3. Goes to what? Fox, nice and safe. Lantern comes in, pulls in Freeze. There's Lulex, jumps in towards Zaitan. Glacial Fissure doing a good amount of damage, and Lulex now forced a little bit away, but the hook's going to land on Aziz. Zaitan's got to be careful because there comes a Ziggs ulti, and looks like Aziz might be in a really bad spot as well. One hit from Dead, the jump in, another double kill for Freeze now. Every single time he starts with 2 kills in lane.
This might be a dragon, but let's see what Kikis does. Is he going to pick off Lulex? What's he looking for?
He realized this is a pretty big risk for him, and he's not going to go in for too much. In his Pyjamas with a 2,200 gold lead, now going to push that even farther with a dragon kill. NIP looking real good in game 2.
Kikis looking to clear out the wards. And that's a dragon to NIP. They're going to be up about 3.4k gold now, which is really, really big because the last game was just a demoralizing defeat for them. And SKP, though, basically both teams selected the same win conditions as before in terms of their champion picks. It's just no Maokai on the table now.
But the difference is also that Lulex had such a great game. His Evelyn,
Yes.
they rushed the Rengar pick the first time, was moderately useful. But this Evelyn has been everywhere, making this game happen. Smitty battling Cabochard. He's in the middle of a minion wave, though, pulling in What the Fox. Now, can they drop down Cabochard? He's got to outplay this stun somehow. He's trying. Slow's going to miss as well. Gets a knockback, gets the ulti as well. What the Fox is roaming, is helping Smitty so much.
Yeah, What the Fox 2-0-1, mostly off of the roaming and just going top lane every time. He knows that Alex is playing a little bit safer and farming jungle creeps because he doesn't want to be in the lane against that Syndra. Remember what happened last time he was in lane against What the Fox. Doesn't want that type of display again.
The thing is, Syndra's still keeping up minions regardless, despite all these wave clears and whatnot happening from Ziggs. It's just not really, being much of a lead here for Alex Ich. What the Fox 2 kills, going to be nice. NIP do already have that turret kill in the mid lane, though. That is the price that What the Fox has paid for leaving his lane so much.
That might actually hinder his roaming now, too, because he'll have to play further up, which gives more gank routes in, especially for somebody like Evelyn, because he can walk basically completely around your jungle as long as you have no pink wards up. He's free to roam. Speaking of free to roam, down in that bottom lane right now, looking for something.
Both these junglers around.
Has the ultimate available. tip that lane matchup even further into Freeze's favor so he can get in the late game. And here we go again.
There's a gun of Zaitan. They do not have Rengar around. Two-man knocker from the ulti. Unbreakable comes down, but Freeze gonna have the damage. Rock jumps back in. This could be another double kill as Z's goes down. They give the kill to Freeze, and look at that. A 4-0 Tristana.
Yep, and up top, Cabochard actually gets the turret by himself against Smitty J. Smitty J ultimate down already, and man, that turret down bottom is taking a beating. It's going to be those 3 outer turrets for NIP. It's a complete reversal of what was happening last game.
It really is. So 3 turrets go down by about 18 minutes for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They are up 5,500 gold as well. And this game looks so much different from the first one, aside from the fact that Freeze starts out 4-0.
Yeah, and also the fact that WatchaFox is doing really well himself in this early game. Those are really the 2 constants that haven't changed throughout this series.
But it looks like the rest of the game working so much better for Ninjas in Pyjamas, and they are continuing to scale a gold lead here. SK Prime, they've really not had any good Rengar ganks this game.
Yeah, that's true. Kikis has not been a part of any kills. He ganked up top and immediately met his demise to Lulex, who appeared. Just back and forth here. But Kikis, on the other hand, he's getting nothing in this back and forth. It's pretty much just all forth.
Exactly. Yeah. We're all back.
Yeah.
Which one's better?
Oh.
Would you rather have back or fourth? Because fourth is like me going forward. I would rather have fourth.
Well, talking about the other team is fourth on him.
Oh, yeah. Actually.
But yeah, Kikis is just getting pushed back. We'll do it that way.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We'll do it from his perspective.
Oh, my bad. I got
No, that's fine.
turned around. Also, actually, in the Challenger playoffs, fourth is not in the LCS Pro tournament.
Fourth
you want
bad.
Yeah.
You want back in that case, if there's an option.
I mean, what if back is even worse than fourth?
Back to the LCS.
Ah.
There you go.
All right, Alex Itch, Freeze, Voidal.
Blue buff up. Contest looks like it might be in place for SKP, but they decide to back off. It's just a handoff to Alex Itch.
All right, so safe blue buff secure. 5,000 gold lead. Dragon up in 2 minutes. And now it's NIP's turn. What can they do with this turret lead? They've looked so much better this game around.
Oh, Lulex got spotted by a pink ward, so they know exactly where he is and they know what side he's on. Just trying to establish ward control here from NIP's side. Rabadon's death cap completed for Alex, so he's actually got a good item spike coming into this, and actually both top laners are now becoming a part of these fights.
Interesting to look at then, how this can translate in the battles. Mundo, I don't think he's really all that tanky yet though. Death cap Ziggs, I-Edge plus Zeal on Tristana. I feel like life's gonna be really hard for the Dr. Mundo in these battles.
Yeah.
Whereas Cabochard with Triforce, Hexdrinker, Merc Treads will have actually a pretty good time in the fights.
Yeah, and speaking of life in these fights, Smitty's gonna get less back because of the explosive shot, the Grievous Wounds.
Yep. This looks to be dwindling for SK Prime right now. Ninjas in Pyjamas, their new jungler Lulex has been doing a great job for them setting up that top lane, especially 3, 1, and 4 on Evelyn, doing incredibly well and going tanky.
A big thing about this too is the fact that there are 4 kills onto Freeze. I mean, Lulex has 100% kill participation. That's something to really just brag about coming into this matchup that you played against a team that you just lost to a moment ago. Lulex really favoring this Evelyn, especially over the Rengar. I wouldn't be surprised if they just completely negate it if this does go to a game 3 and just picked up the Evelyn instead, because it just seems completely worth it.
Definitely agree. The Evelyn pressure has been amazing this game.
Also the fact that when a lot of kills go on an Evelyn, it's not always the most ideal situation because she hits her early game spike and then she kind of falls off and becomes tanky later.
Yeah.
She'll get a little tankier faster, but you aren't going to have these huge mega tanks with this extra damage. But look at that.
Oh man, Kikis just exploded right there. He face checked the wrong brushes. Ulti and flash away from Zayatan. SKP cannot contest these team fights.
Voidal's hooks, fantastic this game. He's been doing a really good job for himself. It's going to be a dragon for NIP, and that's going to put them about 7,000 gold up, 6,000.
I don't know how good SKP are at calling from behind right now, because they're ahead in every single game I've seen them play for almost every single match so far.
Well, that's their style. That's why they picked this lane bully bot lane.
Yeah.
And then the fact that Evelyn was on the map and kept exploiting that lane bully bot lane and getting Freeze ahead was really big, and then visiting top.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is Kikis hasn't been able to actually tip these lanes right here. He's showed up kind of late to top lane a bunch. His ganks have failed mid. Of course, well played by Alex to do that. And
both times now Lulux has done a much better job setting up this bot lane. So to me, it's like SKP, they've got this weird sort of time frame they're on, because I think Ziggs outscales Syndra, Tristana outscales Lucian, and it really has no chump change endgame here.
Yeah, I would also say that Evelynn slightly outscales the Rengar's. Rengar's scaling is pretty bad. But look at this.
And look at this, SmittyJ trying to get away. 3 men on him. Pops the ulti. Exhaust now on as well.
Tank
One
fight.
more CC could be enough for him. Nice root by Kickus. The flash away. SmittyJ does survive.
Wow. Smitty
Exhaust for a flash.
Yep. Ends up getting over the wall. Blows his ultimate, but gives him so much regen. And the stun.
But I don't know what else Wattovox can do. He's popped a blue elixir pretty early in this game. Actually just bought it and used it now, I think, unless it's almost a timeout. So he's trying to bully something with this extra AP and CDR.
He just used it. He's trying to get an extra little edge in his burst. So when he goes for a kill, it'll be the difference between 300 gold and 0.
And hey, it'll pay for the elixir if it happens here for him.
Yeah, he's going to have to find that quickly, though. But man, NIP, 3 pink wards in those inventories just sitting there. But also 4 pink wards on the map already.
They can set up Baron so easily. There you go. 2 on top of the Baron pit, 1 in the upper lane. And there is no vision here for SK Prime whatsoever. NIP doing a great job of owning this vision.
Oh, they have 5 pink wards on the map right now, I believe.
Perfect.
They have 1 in this bush, 1 in the little river bush to the side from it. Then they have 1 by the red, 1 in the Baron pit, and 1 at the top. There are 5 pink wards on the map for NIP. Everybody doing work in terms of vision game.
And you can see how dark it is for SKP because of all this. Baron would go down plenty rapidly. Mundo goes over to clear wards out, though, so Smitty gonna do what he can to break down some of this. Can't stay around, though. He knows how much threat he's under with no vision here. Voidal in the brush. So SK Prime, what can you do to get back in this game? Because Ninjas in Pyjamas looking to make their comeback in this series.
It's really difficult because with all this vision denial is kind of like a clamp. They've spent about 500, 700 gold on pink wards just to set up this objective. But I don't know if they're actually going to be able to do a Baron. They could maybe bait it, maybe force SKP into a bad situation, and see how they react.
Yeah, well, they're trying to get some picks out of SKP. Voidal's looking for hooks, can't quite find them, though. NIP doing the standard bookkeeping. Aurelia's going to split push bottom. Blue Whip goes back to Alex Itch. They're not rushing any of this. They're making sure they take all the things that are on the map that are theirs. And to be fair, they've also denied SKP getting the vision control back. They've only killed away 1 of those wards. Zaitan tries to get some vision control back. He at least gets a little.
Wow, is that avoiding all pink wards?
Yep.
That would be ridiculous.
That's how to range that pink ward.
Yep. Oh my god.
Support's got to know that stuff, though, right? You got to be so used to that. And it also sees in a Baron pit, too, which is cool.
That's super sneaky right there. That's a really good ward by Zaitan. I don't even know if he knows how brilliant that ward is.
I trust. I got to know he knows.
In this situation.
Voidal with the oracles, though, says,
Ah!
That is a ward, and we've got to kill that.
Aha! Found it. And now, NIP, just this stranglehold of vision. A lot of it wasn't cleared out by SmittyJ. But now, Kickus, there's just a minefield of pinks. He's making sure that they aren't doing the Baron just yet.
And they're only baiting it.
Vision.
But Smitty's about to show bot lane here. So now NIP knows they can force a TP by starting Baron. Sweep the wards away. They're like, wait, did they know? They didn't know. And they didn't see the exclamation point either. I don't know if they even know they got seen.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know that Kickus used his ultimate, but look at this. Ooh, they sweeping out, they exchanging, and they don't have anything left for that ward. They're going to have to have Cabochard use his sweeper to get that ward off, or they're going to use a pink ward and vision. And they started up that vision. That ward, I think, may have given them the vision for that extra second when it's destroyed.
Well, there's the Baron attempt. Looks like SKP not going to react at all. They're going to get bottom lane outer turret. They're going to shove down mid as well.
The hook.
And Kickus, the face checks again. The wrong brush flashes away. He's got to be real careful, though. CC does not land on a Voidal. Kickus falls over. Baron goes down as well. 1 for nothing so far. Cabochard nearly in range of Wattovox. And in comes Lulex. Evelyn has the ulti, burns it. There's a slow, there's a CC, and down goes Watt to Fox. 2 kills picked up to NIP.
That's Watt to Fox's first death of this entire series, and it might result in a tower being taken middle. But look at this. Cabochard is forced to back because he has to deal with the split push of Mundo, who got himself a turret, and he's looking for his second one of this push.
Well, he's making some pretty good progress there. That E doing plenty of damage, 3 points in that one. Now 19 ability power on Mundo. Such a big damage source with that W. 4 extra damage per tick. What a glorious person. Seeing wave clear from Z is doing just a little bit here. Still turret lead, Baron lead, kill lead, all of these going to NIP.
Wow. The base almost cracked here. It's a complete role reversal in terms of what these teams are doing for themselves. The objectives falling into NIP's hands, the towers falling into their hands, their kills early on working really well. And then the jungle pressure. 3-1 and 5 for Lulex. 0-3-0 for Kikis.
Lulex having just such a better game right now. And again, the Rengar ganks aren't working. I mean, you look at where he tried to show up, he never went bottom. He did try mid, but top lane is a losing matchup.
Yeah.
He's going to get outfought by Element, as we were seeing. And he's honestly also got a worse matchup with Mundo versus Aurelia. You saw Speedy J just die too fast.
That matchup got tilted very early on.
Yep.
The pre-6 gank from Lulex really coming up big and getting Cabochard to his item thresholds that he needs. Like, considering how much further he's gotten since that 14-minute mark we bought the Trinity Force, now he's got a Hex Drinker and he's on his way to a Warden's Mail. It's not all that much more, but the fact that he hit that item spike very early for the Trinity Force kept him very safe and made him very relevant in the game. And something else I want to talk about is relevancy is the fact that Freeze and Voidal both have pink wards. Freeze is buying pink wards as an AD carry.
Yep.
Loving it.
You know, it's a DPS loss. If that was a longsword, he'd be doing more damage.
What if it was a potion?
I'm just messing with you. Yeah, I mean, Freeze definitely doing the right thing here, man. He's been great this series so far. 4-0-3 this game. What, 7-1 and 5 in the first one, something like that? I think 7-2 and 2.
Smitty goes back to the scene of the crime. He gets himself a turret in that bottom lane. But he's going to trade the tier 2 for a tier 2.
Yeah, NIP, honestly, though, it's just so much easier for them to push. You're seeing them get this one down. Good by SKP to get some turret kills, but it's kind of the only place going reasonably well is that bot lane split push. Smitty is a level up on Cabochard, who bought a red elixir here. But with Baron buff, you can't win that fight.
Smitty J is actually doing really well for himself. He's level 16. He's a little bit up on Cabochard. He has that rank 3 ultimate. But frankly, there haven't been a lot of full-on team fights. SKP just have not been engaging these team fights. Whereas when NIP was behind, they kept team fighting over and over again. But man, Smitty, is he going to get caught? Hook on him!
What a hook from Voidal. The flay back as well. Ulti not yet popped by Lulex, but there's the Glacial Fissure. They're trying to fight this battle, but they got to be real careful. Syndra ulti going to come through, does not take him down, though. Voidal in the front line. Zaitan, one hit from dead, pops the shield. In comes Freeze, and Alex Itch gets the kill. 1-for-0. Here's the push coming on back through. We are still watching this game despite that screen up there. They're going to go on in, taking down the bottom lane tier 2 turret. Keep on moving forward as minions keep dying down here. 9,000 gold lead. NIP now sieging up.
And they're ready to push this base down. They no longer have a support or a wall to block that incoming damage onto that turret. NIP attempting to close this game out.
We got rid of that screen. We keep on moving forward. SK Prime trying to defend, but they are down so much right now. Ninjas and Pyjamas. The early game lead, the early game ganks from Lulex converted just fine. Freeze a full item up on his AD carry counterpart.
Wow. And the fact that he's just such a hyper carry late game champion, and he's hit those 3 item spikes, and he went for the last Whisper, third item, instead of the Bloodthirster this game. Realizing that he needed that penetration earlier, his build order definitely matters, because when you hit those spikes, in relative where other
kill
people
Mundo otherwise.
Exactly. So those 2 armor items and the fact that he has Ninja Tabi on top of him is really going to help him out. And at the same time, you go over to Z's, and he has Blade of the Rune King Yumu's. His build is mid-game focused, but Freeze, once again, has already passed him in effective teamfight DPS. Even with those 2 actives, Z's would pretty much go slightly less than even if they were to even duel each other.
Yeah.
And if Freeze had a red buff, he would just kite Z's around really hard.
And it'd be pretty rough.
Because always keep in mind the fact that Relentless Pursuit no longer removes slows. It's really big in an 80 carry duel with red.
True. Freeze just massive. Level 15. Refresh on the red buff, because why the heck not? Getting some MR just to be safe against what the Fox knows to not die.
Oh, the flash flay.
And they're going to hook on in. Ulti pop as well. What the Fox nearly going down. Pops the ulti, does not kill Freeze. He heals and gets out, and now into the front lines. Lulex chasing down Z's, not even feeling pain there. Cabochard claims the kill, and now Zaitan going to get chunked down. He goes. Double kill for Freeze. SK Prime forced to run away. Only Smitty J is alive. This is sure to be game for NIP.
NIP, they're 30 seconds on the respawn timers here from SKP. Cabochard already knocking on this inhibitor turret.
Yeah, inhibitor turret's going to be going down. Inhibitor soon and sure to follow afterwards. This is going to be dropping all kinds of quick. All that's dropping down. Yeah, what else can you say, man? 15 seconds on the respawn. Is this going to be the game right here? They are trying. Smitty J doing what he can to defend the next, but I don't know if it's quite going to be enough. Turret number 1's going to be going down. Cabochard holding aggro. Now Alex Itch is. Turret number 2 goes down. The respawns are coming in, but the next is already falling. NIP in 34 minutes going to tie the series up 1-1. And now both teams 1 game away from the finals.
1 game away from the finals, 1 game away from a spot in the promotion tournament, and basically validation for their last couple months of hard work in the Challenger Series and getting this far. So if you follow that 3rd, 4th place match, there's still a gamble that you might not make it.
Yeah, and H2K as well as Unicorns of Love, definitely no pushovers. One of those guys is going to be in that 3rd place match and will be battling the loser of this game for that final promotion spot either way. So you look at this game, and NIP, I think, fixed the things that went wrong. They fixed the Maokai issue. They chopped them down in the ban phase. The bot lane still won. The mid lane recovered really well. They got rid of... they didn't ban Ari, did they? So they just managed to just get themselves a different matchup, and Alex had held on. He didn't get... Basically, he didn't get 1v1 to level 2. They denied the Maokai that was winning the team fights for SK Prime. And Lulex just went mental on Evelyn.
Yeah, and then on the flip side, Kikis 0-4-1. Like, there's a big thing to point out here is that there were 4 kills for SKP, only 3 assists in that entire game.
Wow.
So most of them were solo kills. Some of them were just somebody diving, and then
it was What the Fox roaming top.
Exactly.
That was most of them.
He roamed top, and he's like, all right, kill an assist, kill an assist, kill, you know. These types of kills aren't extremely beneficial for the team because not enough people are benefiting from them. Whereas on the side of NIP, 16 kills, 42 assists.
Yeah.
So a lot more people getting in on those team fights and getting gold that wouldn't have otherwise been given to that team as a whole.
Right.
So the fact that SKP had a jungler that was 0-4-1 and didn't do really anything in the early game, he ended the game level 13, 3 levels down on what Lulex was. Lulex, 3, 2, and 10. Involved in 13 of these 16 kills, really doing a ton of work. Had 100% kill participation for a while.
Yeah.
He's showing that he's a good pickup here for NIP in this match. Now, the thing is, both these teams have had lopsided matches now, and I'm glad we're going into a Game 3 here because this needs some just conclusion on top, some closure on this series on which team is really the better team because they've gone back and forth. When they were in the finals against each other, went back and forth, 2-1 eventually in favor of SKP. Right now, it's evened up, 1-1.
Yeah. So for me, you look at this Game 3, you got to think, what do the teams have to do to win? So NIP, they know their bot lane is better. It's consistently been going equal as Trist, which is very good against Lucian, and it just has such a higher ceiling by late game. Lulex has been doing a good job of going to that lane when it's going to get kills. When he ganks bot, aside from that first one that just barely failed, when he ganks bot, double kills happen.
Yeah.
Lulex is repeatedly there at the right time to make that go down. And as long as top lane doesn't get screwed over, like as long as their lanes don't lose for free 1v1, it just seems like Lulex has that gank pressure, and they've got the individual skill that NIP just wins from that.
Yeah, the individual skill of NIP just seems a little bit higher there, but at the same time, What the Fox, when he solo killed Alex, he made a statement. And now Alex this game was playing a lot more scared than he usually does. His roaming, he was kind of just walking off to the side. I have to clear this wave with my ultimate so that I can keep up in CS.
Well, the thing is, that's okay for NIP because they have Freeze.
Oh, yeah.
Freeze starts every game 4-0. So, like, NIP, I feel like, are okay with that game plan. Alex can play safe and just say, you know what? No death is okay. I'll join up in team fights. For SK Prime, though, I think what they've got to do is either find a way to counter gank bot lane, which is really risky, but if it works, they win the game off it, or they get Kikis in on those matches where he can win. Because when the Muno keeps getting held down, when Smitty keeps getting camped and destroyed by Lulex, who's honestly out jungling Kikis right now, you've got to fix that first. Because that's a matchup you can win an individual skill, and you can't let the jungler tip that away from you. So for me, SK Prime, it's like, get top lane set up, do whatever it takes. And it's weird because as much as Smitty's okay getting camped, if it means objectives elsewhere, the fact that bot lane's already losing means you can't just be like, oh, just lose top and bot for free. We'll get dragons. I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, and just to give an idea of how badly that bottom lane lost, the combined score of Z's and Zaitan that game, 0, 7, and 0. No kills, no assists in that bot lane. Pretty much just a source of food for Freeze and Voidal.
Yeah, and speaking of sources for food, Freeze was up 4.2 thousand gold that game, 13.9k. Actually, the support was also up almost 4,000 as well, 5.9 to 9.5. So bot lane, big point for NIP. SK Prime got to fix some of these issues, get top lane, I think, going personally, and we'll see what happens. Well, guys, these scores now all nutted up 1-1. The next victory is going to be everything. It's going to be all the marbles, especially that big one with the swirl in the middle. Decisive game 3 between Ninjas and Pyjamas and SK Gaming Prime right after this. Don't go anywhere.
It's called the game. He's looking to kill the lane.
Looks is spotted.
Oh,
Stun's gonna land. W hits as well. Flashes away. Q's gonna hit.
God.
And What the Fox gets the kill. Two-man knocker from the ulti. Unbreakable comes down, but Freeze gonna have the damage. Rock jumps back in. This could be another double kill as Z's goes down. They're trying to fight this battle, but they gotta be real careful. Syndra ulti gonna come through. Does not take him down, though. Voidal is front line. Zaitan. One hit from dead. Pops the shield. In comes Freeze, and Alex Itch gets the kill. He heals and gets out, and now into the front lines. Lulex chasing down Z's, not even feeling pain there. Cabochard claims the kill, and now Zaitan gonna get chunked down. He goes. Double kill for Freeze. everyone, welcome back to the European Summer Playoffs here in the Challenger Series. We're just about ready to kick off the third and final fight between Ninjas in Pyjamas and SK Gaming Prime. Now, whoever wins this match will advance to the finals and earn entry into the Spring Promotion Tournament. NIP had a pretty damn convincing Game 2 win just now.
Yeah, basically flipped the tables there. SKP completely dominated them first game, and then NIP had their fantastic showing off the back of their jungler, which Lulex, the new pickup.
Yeah.
3, 2, and 10 on Evelyn. He didn't even get that first pick Rengar like they put a priority on the first game, and ended up going on to that champion, which did see a couple of nerfs into her early game. But the fact that he was able to excel on that was a big boon for the team.
Didn't even notice it.
Oh, yeah.
So that's pretty impressive then. So Lulek's been doing real well, despite being this like big Lee Sin main, despite having a pretty mediocre showing in the LCS when he subbed for Gambit. It just seems like he's doing just fine now with this roster and set them up pretty well. Also got to point out once again, Freeze 7-0-6 that game, still dominant, still crushing that bot lane, and it's a sort of rock that's going to keep going well for NIP.
Yeah, he died, I think, 2 times last game in the first game, and this time didn't die a single time on that Tristana. So you have to think, if you're SKP coming into Champions, like, do we keep giving him hyper carries? Because you know you can't contest them with Z.
It's true.
Play them.
He only plays aggressive laners, and that's actually the interesting thing, yeah, is do you keep your bans focused on Alex as before? Like, you still have to ban Cassidy and Lee Sin, and then do you only get a Trist ban? Like, is COG still fine here? It's a still a scary thing to think about.
Yeah, I feel like coming into this, Maokai is a ban that SKP are going to have to consider, because I don't think NIP will first pick that Rengar again.
Yeah.
Because they showed that they can play against it. They showed that Kikis wasn't as scary as they had imagined.
Look at this already, though. NIP banning Thresh. They expect to first pick something very, very powerful here that they cannot give away. So they do not want to give Zaitan Thresh in the first round.
It looks like they might have to give up something like Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
But also, they neglected the Cinder ban this time, which they did in the first game.
Well, they didn't have to. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
in Game 2 it wasn't even that scary.
Fox wasn't that scary. Exactly. So they're kind of just adjusting their bans mid-series, saying, this is what we want to play against, this is what we don't want to play against. And the Orianna, so Twisted Fate will be available right now.
So they keep 2 of those mid lane bans. Do you give them Maokai or Lee Sin? Is Smitty comfortable enough playing Riven? He did it before and it worked, but that was against a weaker team.
Wow.
Aurelia gets banned.
So
they say you better first pick Maokai or you're screwed.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's going to be likely Riven.
First picking Maokai, Kikis might take Lee Sin.
Yeah, I think you have to.
But he might go with something else as well, because Lulex...
If they think Lee Sin's out of the pool now, if they think the nerfs were enough to remove Lee Sin, they could just say, screw it, Jarvan.
Yeah. I think Jarvan, Rengar are pretty much the top junglers right now. I think Evelyn and Elise and Lee Sin are still up there, but the fact that a lot of these champions haven't seen any changes in a while means that they're in pretty good spots. Like, Vi is in a good spot as well for all intents and purposes of what she does. But Kikis, you'd probably go with the Jarvan.
Why pick it this early though? They haven't. It's not contested at all. Like, why use your first round in an uncontested champion? I'd be so surprised if they grabbed this. It's not like there's something in Yasuo comp.
The hover means almost nothing right now with the MMO.
Yeah.
It's most likely just going to be a contested pick between them, so yes.
Wow, really?
Okay.
So Lucian's up now. His TF is up, which Alex also plays. Evelyn's still there for Lulex for free. Lee Sin also, though, if he wants that instead.
Alex, is he just going to go with another Ziggs here 3 times in a row?
Just play a passive laner. I mean, if he's giving enough respect to Watt the Fox, you play something longer ranged, something fairly safe in lane, and say we'll win elsewhere. Honestly, Freeze and Voidal have shown that they are winning 2-on-2 directly. And I thought Cowboy Shard is Maokai. Just like say, hey, jungler, just camp top, make sure he's ahead. I'll just hide. I think strategically it makes sense.
Yeah. No, it does make sense. So he doesn't fall prey to Watt to Fox. He can go ahead and play a little safe, transition into late game team fights. I think it's a great strategy there from Alex H. The fact that he's picked that up is actually really big, because he's one of those champions he had shunned for a long time.
So what is the comp here? The Lulu to continue for NIP? Honestly, I don't know just yet, but they're going to get Tristana just in case. Not contested, but they're going to grab that 3rd time in a row for Freeze. Alex does the same. Rushes the Corki here instead of Lucian. Aziz thinks this change will be enough for them. Corki Braum, definitely a great early lane. Xerath comes through for Watt to Fox. All right, so a new sort of setup here for SKP. That's why Jarvan came out. They wanted to show the Tristana, make sure they could counterpick it. They got the setup now for Xerath.
So Xerath is a champion that whenever I talk to some members of SKP, I was like, I wish people would stop banning Xerath against us. And people did stop banning Xerath against them. So now WattTheFox has the opportunity to play it more often, and we're going to have to see how good he is on it. Because we've only seen it one time before, and he whipped it out near the end, I believe. Yes, it was near the end of the Summer 2 in the finals, actually.
Yeah, and hey, if you win, you win. So here's the thing. Okay, so Riven comes through, SK Prime, no surprise in that one. They did ban Evelynn. I missed that at the beginning. I started talking about playing Evelynn here, but I don't know even know if you need to ban that, considering Lulex is the big Lee Sin main, but I guess they wanted to make sure he'd play that champion. Kikis feels good about playing his Jarvan into the Lee Sin here, and he thinks that'll work for himself. He knows that both teams hopped off of Rengar. They both first picked it, then they both stopped playing the champion and realized that it wasn't working for them.
Neither of them won with it.
Hilarious.
Yeah, well, find a bug with Rengar so EU Challenger can save itself. save them from themselves.
Hey, they've learned fast the North American LCS.
Yes, they dropped it.
It took these guys 2 games.
Dropped it like it's hot. They were out of there. And Lulex, he's going back to his old favorite, the Lee Sin. We talked about it. 702 games this season on live. Next most played jungler is Elise with 183.
Yep.
He loves this champion so much. And also the fact that Smitty, he has his little love champion, Riven, in the top lane.
Yes, he does.
It's going to be... Add on to the flowchart. Is it an important match? Play Riven.
No, still play Riven.
Still play Riven.
Doesn't matter.
Every time.
So here's the thing. Tie-breaking game 3 now. Winner makes promotion tournament. Multiple of these guys now on basically their favorite champions. It's the Lee Sin main playing Lee Sin, the Riven main playing Riven, and the Xerath main basically playing Xerath here. You got to see just how good it goes for these guys.
And Freeze, uncontested Tristana, 3rd time in a row. His stat line right now for this series, I think it's something like 14-2.
14-2 and 8, I believe.
Yeah, he has a ridiculous KDA going into just this series alone across those 2 games. One of them even being a loss.
Yeah. 7-2 and 2. You wouldn't think it's a loss, but it was. If Freeze dies, they lose.
Even if he doesn't die, sometimes they lose.
That's fair.
Yeah. He has had some deathless games where the team lost.
I believe it.
We see Smitty. This is a matchup that Smitty played yesterday, I believe, right? He played Riven
Yeah, he did.
twice.
He did. He played it into Maokai before, and he won.
Yes, he did win this matchup, being hyper-aggressive.
Did you know? Ever since Freeze stopped being in a duo with Deficio, he's never played in the LCS. Deficio is the key to Freeze playing in the LCS.
You're blowing my mind. You're blowing my mind, freak. Maybe if Deficio watches Freeze's games, cheers him on.
This gets the moral support.
Still a support.
True.
He's just a moral support.
That's fine. I guess he has good morals then, Deficio?
Questionable.
Wow. Since when are we questioning Deficio's character? He's a great person. To my knowledge. You should question it.
I don't really know him that well, but he seems
Neither
like
do I.
He seems like a great guy.
Well, he's Danish, so
Oh, okay.
he's good for breakfast.
It's
It's tasty and full of sugar. SK Prime's
now
coming
we're
out in the
bear
jungle.
claw.
There's no Volibear in this game or Udyr. Lulex gets his blue buff start. Bit of a leash there from the Maokai of Cabochard. Opposite start here for Kikis, though, so they are not going to cross paths too early unless one invades. Ooh, but it means Lee Sin will be bot lane pretty soon. This could be a worry for SKP. They do get the early push once again. This 413 slightly nerfed Nami. Higher heal cooldown, slightly lower movement speed.
Yeah, 5 reduction on the movement speed, 1 increase to the ebb and flow cooldown at all ranks. You wouldn't think it makes a huge difference, but it does, because it also affects cooldown reduction.
That's true. Well, Smitty, Cabochard fighting back and forth here. Looks like Cabochard staying at full health, though. Goes in for the early trade at level 2. And look at the damage he just dealt to Smitty J, who wants to fight back anyway. But he's got to be real careful. Chugging some potions, getting
He's
some
taking
damage
a lot
down.
of minion damage.
Cabochard lands another Q, though, and he heals right back up.
Yeah. Cabochard getting the better of this trade. This is the longsword.
Oh my gosh, he's going to die!
Oh my god!
Shields, jumps, flashes. That is not the fight SKP wanted.
Wow, Smitty on Riven. Here's the
He
thing,
might die. If he lands W, he's dead.
Here's the thing, though, is Kikis is right in the area. Cabochard, he could flash W this, but if Smitty's fast enough, he can possibly drag him into turret range. Lulex coming top, but also at the same time, Kikis is in that vicinity. There's going to be a jungle brawl coming in here.
Smitty's still got 150 health coming in from his potion over the next 15 seconds. It'll be a while. Lulex coming around the side. Smitty does not have flash, and it's a really slow route by Kikis. He will not be here in time. Here comes the dive. W lands. Smitty now under the turret, takes a bunch of damage. Can he get away from the Q of Lee Sin? He cannot. Lulex going to get the kill, but now Cabochard without flash. Can he get turned around by Kikis? He's going to flash EQ. He does not get into range, though. The slow's not going to be enough. They're not going to get anything for this one. First blood with no penalty.
Wow, and it goes over to the Maokai with an assist and a kill to Lulex. Lulex setting up his team for success, and they're showing why they picked this guy up as a replacement to Ko.
He's doing great on this Lee Sin. What the Fox had to be careful if Alex Itch lands the W, does dodge the bouncing bombs. The guy's out of mana. Takes some time to regenerate that.
Yeah, he's Xerath. He'll just auto-attack and get a huge portion of it back when his passive is back up.
Look at this bot lane too. Freeze pushing them around. Early recall from Z's, who can only buy a Doran's and some potions. Freeze gonna shove the lane in, then recall. And probably actually similar build, to be honest, but...
Wow. Smitty comes back with nothing. He just gets some more potions for himself. No extra
down
combat
9
attack.
CS. Cabochar's got a Doran's ring on top now. He's a level above Smitty as well. Not good for SKP, man. It's already started going poorly.
Yeah, these summoner spells completely down for both sides in this matchup. Oh my god.
All right. Oh, Cabochard doing well. Double longsword now for Lulex's Lee Sin. And he's already looking back for the top lane. Aggressive pink ward to spot the jungle route. Does not quite grab Kikis here. He wants mid lane. Jarvan's going to spot him. There's a jump in. Q's going to land on What the Fox. The flash satchel. Is it enough damage? Summoner he'll use to keep What the Fox alive.
Smitty trading again with Cabochard.
And again, it's a level lead right here. Smitty not having the best time of his life. Ward clears attempted on both sides. Kikis going to defend his own pink.
Right on top of each other, too, so you can't see the HP. Smitty, though.
Wow, look at the damage from that rank 3 Q, though.
You can see his HP. The Arcane Smash doing so much damage, and it's also clearing the wave so easily right now.
He's got so much mana as well. Chugs a potion to be sure. Smitty has to recall back. He's so afraid of the dive from Lee Sin. It's more golden XP lost now. All it took was that one gank from Lulex, and Cabochard is crushing this 1v1.
Yeah, seriously, it's really just the margin of error against Maokai is so large. If you mess up once, he's going to regen, he's going to get a catalyst, and then it's really hard to bully him out of lane. It's really hard to deal with a Maokai. You need constant pressure, but if you pressure top, Dragons are going to go over to the other team. It's difficult. It's very, very difficult. It's a team effort to deal with this guy.
Well, Maokai's about to be level 6, though. And it's going to really require a lot of attention to get rid of a level 6 plus Maokai. There's the ulti. Smitty still 4. Watch the bot lane. The harass still coming out of Voidal.
Lulex
can jump all the way into that front brush now.
Oh! Top. The toe!
He got spotted.
He walked out of the bush, too, a couple times on his way.
Oh, bubble up onto the Corki. Nice jump in by Zaitan, but this bot lane is getting better and better for NIP. Smitty forced out of lane another time, but here comes What the Fox and here comes Kikis. This gank could be mandatory. Stun's going to miss. Q's going to land. What the Fox got to be real careful in this one. Ulti popped in, forced to flash away. Smitty still in the front lines. Kikis does not join nearly in time.
God, Cabochard right now, his damage output is immense, even with the ultimate and popping it very early on. Alex misses the pink ward, but he wants the CS mid.
He doesn't need to roam up anyway. Smitty's still down a level right here. Repeatedly pushed around by Cabochard.
And Arcane Smash is going to be up again very shortly. If he keeps landing them back to back, he's just chunking down Smitty, who's relying on potions right now.
19 minion lead. The Doran's Blade helping him a little bit, but yeah, he has to spend so much money on consumables there. No recall just yet for Cabochard. He's actually running a little bit out of mana, but he's got Catalyst soon.
Keeping tabs on this matchup here, Alex. Mid lane, doing really well against What the Fox's Xerath. Yeah.
It's in range of the pink ward.
It's a long range.
It is worth pointing out, however, the difference in style of the junglers. How much Kikis is farming compared to Lulex. That's a 17 minion difference. Lulex will get 6 off the red buff regardless, but
This is something I notice all the time with really hardcore Lee Sin mains, is that they will sacrifice some levels to make ganks happen for their laners so that they can do things like this and just bully people out. It's kind of a higher risk, but if you're very highly mechanically sound with Lee Sin, then it's not that high of a risk. You can pull it off pretty easily. You can make sure you make the ganks and make the correct ganks at the correct time. Like the way he showed top, just the right time, is pretty much a guaranteed kill when he went in.
And it was beautiful stuff. So now, back in the lane, top lane. First time they have close to equal items. Double longsword, double Doran's blade versus Catalyst and double Doran's ring. Can Smitty win the fight now? Tries to get some damage down. Looks decent enough. The knock comes through as well, but still half HP. And forces to chug potions again to stay alive. He's facing up Catalyst and Sap Magic, but Jarvan coming around. Lulek's right behind him as well, though. Red buff is on. There's the engage. He must have a friend coming in, and in fact, he does. Smitty pops the ultimate, but he's got to be real careful. Lee Sin shows up, gets the kill. Flag and drag gets Jarvan out of here, but Lulex is still on the chase. Q is up in about 2 seconds. There's the jump on in, kicks him into the wall, gets the Q, gets the kill, double kill Lulex, and uh-oh. You just gave the Lee Sin main Lee Sin.
Yep. They were banning it all series long, and instead they go for the Evelynn ban, seeing how terrifying that is, and think, oh, maybe his Lee Sin isn't as bad. Oh my lord.
It's worse.
It's worse. 3-0-0, 100% kill participation between him and the top laner. Again, this is basically the same story as last game. And Lulex showing that Ko isn't too missed on the NIP roster right now.
No, looks like they're just fine with this one. Lulex doing great, and look at that. They're camping for Riven's return to the lane. Spin gonna walk right by that brush, rooted up in place. Big Burst comes out, does hop away, and in comes Jarvan for the knockup. Lulex gonna take some damage. Now can they get Watt to Fox in time? Cataclysm used, Lulex flashes away from that one. Now Cabochard in the mix, and in.
Oh, Watt to Fox can't snipe him.
Ulti pops up, not in range of anything though. Cabochard does have flash. Knocked up one more time, no more Cataclysm. Alex Ichno coming in as well. Stun will land from Watt to Fox. They're gonna trade a couple of ultis, but the kill finally comes through. 3-1 SKP, 1,600 gold deficit.
Is that gonna hit Lulex?
And it's not gonna matter much, because now Zaytan getting attacked, knocked into the air, pops the Glacial Fissure. The flash from Voidal keeps him safe though, and out goes Freeze.
All the lanes of NIP have been tilted right now in their favor. The bot lane, Freeze is getting going over the lane bully of Corki, and he did that with just some Doran splits.
Yep. Beautiful stuff now. Z is doing what he can with the Phage, but the lane has gotten worse and worse. The individual skill of NIP doing great, and Lulex especially making this game happen.
Looks like they got them low, and then they dove Zaytan down bottom when Z's went back. So good capitalization there by the NIP squad. Cabochard in the top lane, speaking of capitalization, almost had the Rod of Ages at 11 minutes in the game. 72 CS to 50. No Brutalizer even completed from Smitty J.
Yeah. I gotta say, Maokai's really capitalized on those early ganks. It sounded better in my head.
Capitalizing.
It sounded better in my head. Now it's just bad. Alex Ich, ooh, goes for some harass on a Xerath. Gonna try to zone him out though. This Dragon could go to SK Prime. They're only down 2K, mind you.
Oh, Lulex.
Oh, do you? Do you try for this?
I'm telling him
Goes in! Oh! Lulex gets the smite, kicks him back, will go down. 407 gold shutdown to Kikis, but that keeps the game.
But his body!
Hey man, it was more gold to NIP to be fair.
Yep. Oh man. But now, that frees up Kikis to go counter jungle and do what he wants to do for a little bit. Smitty J though.
Smitty J gonna be a little bit careful in this one. Does get pushed around a bit. Cabochard controlling it.
Yep, Kikis just gonna counter jungle the Wraiths for a little bit here. And man, that was actually a really good trade. If you trade one person for the Dragon,
yep,
even if it's this early on, it's still worth it at that point. The fact of the matter is they didn't lose anything on top of that. Like if they had lost mid turret because of it, or if they had lost bottom turret, then it's not worth it.
If SKP had gotten that Dragon though, they'd be tied in gold right now.
Yeah.
This would be a much closer game, but right now, top lane outer's gone down, the Dragon steal came through, NIP still up in kills as well. Ooh. This could be that third game for them.
This is really bad for SKP. You see Cabochard, he has his Rod of Ages completed 12 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. No Brutalizer still for Smitty. He's got potions.
A long way to go.
Boots, 2 long swords, and 2 Doran's blades.
Bottom lane outer goes down as well. Ninja's Pyjamas now. 2 turrets and a Dragon for their global objectives.
They're capitalizing off the pressure on that top lane from Lulex and just NIP's Alex will just roam up there, and look at this, the TP in, but it's going to be canceled.
Flash forced by What2Fox as well, so look at that. A lot. Continually lose by SK Prime. Smitty J trying to farm up. Engaged by Z's. Just can't do much for it, though. Slow and avoidal. Maybe that's enough. No. SKP can't find a way in on this game. Lulex now looks for a blue steal.
Wow.
Never mind.
That was very questionable in that top lane, though, because Smitty, he ended up losing his TP. If you TP to a turret that dies while your TP is channeling, it just interrupts it and puts it on cooldown. So he's going to have to work with that, while Cabochard has his teleport available, and he's ready to rock. He can go tilt the bottom lane, atop the mid lane or something, because he already took that top turret.
And it's just the map opening up more and more for NIP. Freeze pushed away. Nice two-man tidal wave, though. Bubble onto Z's as well. Zaitan pops the Unbreakable.
There's the TP I was talking about.
Teleport in for Maokai. No answer available for Ribbon. Zaitan pops the ult. Good flash by Cabochard, but can they maybe make this happen? Hop over the wall for Lulex. Slow's going to land as well. Z's got to be real careful on this one. No turret to run to. Kick back. Q's going to land. Lulex gets that kill by himself. And now Kickus wants to retreat for this one, but Cabochard says no. Chases on in. More slows available thanks to the Tidecaller's blessing of Nami. They get the kill onto Jarvan. Lulex gets away from What2Fox, and man, this game is breaking apart.
Man, meanwhile, Cabochard try to get back in there. Freeze on What2Fox.
Lands the first auto attack slow. What2Fox going to be really pained on this one. Bubble will land on What2Fox. That is a nearly dead Xerath. Flash in. The Unbreakable shows up and saves his life, though.
Wow, and meanwhile, during all of this, Alex has been pushing the top lane against Smitty J.
And that turret's at half HP. I think Alex wins the duel, by the way.
He's going back to being a top laner. He's had
enough.
He's sick of this mid-meta with Ziggs. Back to top lane.
With Ziggs.
Yes.
Close enough.
Hey, it's top Ziggs, not mid Ziggs.
That's true. It's your type of champion.
Yeah.
All right.
Hated the mid-meta, now it's the top meta.
So SK Prime have been out-jungled now a couple times in a row. We have been complimenting Kickus for months straight now.
Yeah.
His gank pressure is usually good, his calls have been good, but it looks like Lulex has a much better time here.
Oh, there was kind of a choke earlier from the Riven, from Smitty J, that allows Cabochard to have this TP advantage that allows him to eventually get there, but Lulex thought this play ahead and heads off Z's. This is really big because Cabochard, he's eventually going to close this distance and get onto Kickus and actually get dragged all the way towards Zaitan. Really, really big play there, Cabochard. And Kickus actually overstaying and allowing the Twisted Advance to land.
So it's worth pointing out, I have not seen an ult actually come out of What2Fox.
Wow.
I've seen him press R and then say, no one's in range, never mind.
You see that What2Fox skill shots there at the end? He's too tanky.
He's trying.
He's too tanky. He can't kill the Nami. He's too tanky.
It's true. She's slippery. Get away from it all. But yeah, so Lulex has done such an amazing job of setting his teammates up. His Lee Sin, his Evelynn, stopped playing Rengar, started killing everybody. Worked really well. Set up Cabochard impeccably. SKP did not respect the first pick Maokai. I think on their side, I would probably rather ban Maokai than Evelynn.
Yeah, they didn't ban the Maokai game 1, and they ended up getting it for themselves on SKP's side.
Yeah.
So that was really the surprising thing. But then coming into it and seeing the Rengar play from both players, you know they aren't going to first pick it again or even pick it at all. So they're like, well, let's try it and true and test it. Let's go with the Maokai.
I don't even know why you ult there, Xerath. I don't, like, SKP just doesn't seem to be playing their game anymore.
Yeah, it just seems really scattered right now. This is not the calculated team that we saw in game 1. Take an advantage and just run away with it and have a solo kill in the mid lane. What2Fox.
I think they need to embrace Ribbon and just say split push the entire game. Ignore team fights. Like, you don't contest this here. You just split push lanes. You try to go to late game. No, they're going to go for the fight anyway, though, right into the Maokai. There's going to be the knockup. The engage comes in, but they've got to be real careful on this one. There's the Cataclysm. There's the Maokai ult as well, and maybe that's enough damage. No, double kill for Maokai, but maybe Z's can do enough. SK Prime can maybe actually win this fight after all. They're going to chase NIP out of this one. Zaytan to the front, lands a slow on Alex Hitch. What the Fox, though, going to take some damage, has to flash away. Z's puts the posture bomb down. Stun on a Lulax, 1 Q away, they kill it. 2 for 2 so far. I'm wrong, that fight was great.
And Alex, he's still chasing. He still has some bouncing bombs left. Oh!
Z's wants in, forces the flash away from Alex.
It's a 2 for 2 in the overall. Both top laners and both junglers down. So the Dragon is kind of a non-issue for a couple moments here.
But look at that poke.
Ooh. Landing those skill
Boyle
shots.
can heal, but he's almost out of mana.
Yeah, and actually Zaytan's in a really good spot in terms of mana. He can go ahead and poke people, or at least set up his Winter's Bite.
And looks like it's going to be Kickus coming in before the Lee Sin of Lulax does. So this could be a quick Dragon to SK Prime.
Yep.
They've got to respect the Maokai, though. Riven is coming down. She is
Mega
here.
Inferno Bomb's up.
Oh, but there's the ulti in for the Xerath as well. They're going to lock up Alex Hitch. Almost enough damage. He gets the heal. The Q's not enough. In comes Smitty. Knocked back, but the Lizard Elder of Kickus is enough to claim the kill. That is Alex going down. Cabochard waits in the wings, though.
Wow, the Mega Inferno Bomb was up. Alex didn't have, actually, eventually used it just on the back line.
Boyle's caught as well, though. The stun from What the Fox, and suddenly the Xerath has come online. 3-0-2.
Wow, and now it's only 2.8 thousand gold dividing these two teams, and it looks like the Dragon might just go over to SKP and make that gold even shorter in terms of margin.
Oh, he stunned up.
Oh, we got
pushed him around. Looks like there might not be a Dragon Steel available. Puts the ward to hop away. What the Fox might have to respect this engage, though. Smitty J wants to push him around. Looks like that will happen. Smite is up for Kickus. That will be Dragon. SK Prime back to 1,500 now. And the willingness to fight actually paid off right there. I'm so surprised, but it worked.
Yeah, now it's about 1.6k gold between these two teams. SKP, they have some life in them now. They're able to deal with this NIP team fight. And actually, during that entire back and forth, Smitty was able to get 2 rounds of his ultimate off, and now it's up again a 3rd time because he has Ionian Boots of Lucidity and a Brutalizer already completed.
25 CDR.
Finally completed, I'll put it that way.
And more with Mastery. Smitty, actually a level up on Cabochard. At one point, it was 4 versus 6, I believe.
Yeah, and Smitty just plays so much Riven, and if he gets camped, he usually knows what to do in those situations. The teleport flub was a little uncharacteristic, but now the fact that he's back in the matchup, he's got a level advantage, and he was very relevant in that last fight.
He's up in CS. He was able to team fight against a Maokai. He's up. He's equalizing the turrets here. Quick Baron check. Not good ward coverage there for SK Prime, but Death Cap now comes in soon for What the Fox. And actually, compare these mid laners, What the Fox is much farther down in build. He'll get Death Cap before Alex.
Yeah, because he has those 3 kills and 2 assists to his name, even though the CS is pretty close. So a lot of the gold is actually focused on this mid laner, and the junglers is kind of even, except that Lulax has a little bit more.
So SK Prime, they've now traded 1-for-1 in Dragons, but SK Prime's is later, so it was worth more. They're still down 2 turrets, they're still down 2 kills.
Only 800 gold, though. 800, 900 gold dividing these two teams.
Yeah.
Tense game. The winner of this promo tourney, the loser has to fight against another team.
And the winner arguably becomes the best challenger team, the one that no one wants to face.
That's a rematch of the finals, and Lulax, he's going in!
Kicks back Zaytan, and down he goes, but Lulax will lose his life for this one. Ziggs ulti drops back Z's, though. And Alex is though forced to run Cataclysm, use Summoner Heal pop, and here comes the Riven. Can't land the CC, but maybe they can get Voidal. Yes, they will. Double kill for Z's Corky. 3, 1, and 3. Poke comes out of What the Fox, pushing him away. Cabochard pushes top.
Speaking of being the best challenger team, we see both of these teams making cases for themselves. Lulax with the kick backwards, and then the entire team with the collapse, and Smitty with the follow-up. Gets the last Whisper as an item. So go ahead and increase his damage output versus Cabochard, who's just continuing to split push here.
Now guy's becoming a very scary tree. I'm trying to figure out what he's going for. He has Warden's Mail and then also a Ruby Crystal. It might be some more MR, an early Spectre's Cowl because of the Corky and Xerath damage. The one good thing about it, so here's one thing actually I need to not underrate in terms of facing a Maokai. Maokai is like Mundo in that he is of course innately tanky with the ultimate, but one of the big parts of his tankiness is the regen from his passive.
Yes.
The faster you kill him, the less total tankiness Maokai has. by having a 3-threat comp and a very bursty 3-threat comp with Riven, Xerath, and Corki, and even, honestly, Jarvan can help, you can remove Maokai reasonably early on before he gets some real tank items.
Yeah, you have to do it very quickly, but you also have to make sure that you don't do it while Zaitan's using Unbreakable in front of him. Because you're going to use too many abilities and not have enough to follow up on these squishy members afterwards. Like that's the thing here, is if Zaitan is right along... I'm sorry. Why did I... Bleh. Zaitan's on the other team. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, Voidal, like if Voidal exhausts Smitty, that's gone. If Alex knocks back Z's and he's not in range anymore, those opportunities go away.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So if there was
they've got a shield,
they've got a
heal, and a Mikhail's coming soon.
Exactly. So they're able to just keep him a little bit healthier. But at the same time, there's so many rapid spells that come out from this team composition of SKP. You have very low cooldown spells here. As long as Cabochard is auto-attacking, he will be tankier because he's a regen tank in that classification. And yeah, my brain just got really...
We had one of those yesterday.
There, yeah.
We had a Maokai, Braum not long ago.
Maokai Alistar, Maokai Braum.
Oh god.
These really tanky top laners with tanky supports that arguably even make that top lane tank tankier.
Yeah.
Braum does it, Alistar gives him a little bit of healing.
Just the fact that you just soak up some of the hits sometimes because you have threat yourself. Like Voidal can give him 180 health, but the fact that you're actually going to take hits and CC the back line, you're removing damage from the equation.
That's actually a really good thing now that I think about it. The fact that, the point I was making about Zaitan on Braum,
yeah.
Granted, he's not on the same team as Maokai, but he's around a lot of squishy members of his team. If they start getting focused when Unbreakable's on, then he'll reduce the damage that they end up taking for a bit of a duration. Maybe that's enough time for them to get to the Maokai and burst him down.
The thing is, he'll block every bit of damage that Freeze and everything but the ulti that Alex can do. NIP are only running 2 threats. They're relying on their tank line of Cabochard surviving through the onslaught. But Zaitan's going to absorb every bit of damage Alex deals. And every bit of damage that Freeze deals. And that might just be enough for them as Smitty tries to wreak havoc here. SKP have certainly caught up there. Dragon's up in 15 seconds. These guys have been pretty unwilling to fight since then, and we're back to an equal gold game here.
It is exactly equal here between these two teams. NIP's up a kill, but 2 more turrets for them. And now, this next Dragon is going to give somebody a bit of a gold lead, and then can they capitalize on that afterwards? Smitty, not in the fight yet.
Oh,
Voidal chunked.
Half health, can slowly heal himself. Cabochard takes a Q. And the thing is,
coming around.
There's nothing for Cabochard to heal off of right now, so... There's a pink ward in front of him, though. Clear that away, more vision removed. And this actually, the fact that he could flank might be enough to make NIP run away. In fact, they're going to go mid lane. They're going to go mid tier 2 right now.
The fact that a lot of these members...
Nice.
Squishy, we're going to have to see what happens here. Cabochard... Oh, they catch Alex.
They want the Zaitan goes in the front line. There's a tidal wave back as well. Cabochard is going down rather quickly.
Wow.
He does fall down without getting to auto attack on anybody. Freeze now separated. Alex drops as well. Ulti's going to come out. Freeze taking some damage, but Voidal's locked up. That's going to be a kill double for Smitty. 3-0 from mid tier 2.
This is the Riven that was getting camped in the early game and shut down. Smitty comes up big in this last team fight, and Cabochard, exactly what happened and what we said would possibly happen to him is just get blown up by this multi-threat comp. And that's going to let SKP go straight for this Baron.
And man, honestly, NIP's... Lulex, yeah, has to respect Dr. Fox. The thing is, he has stolen every buff he has tried to steal from Kikis this game. He's stolen a Baron, he's stolen a Dragon, but he has zoned away so far and actually soloed out by Watt to Fox. Ward hops over, tries to come in. Oh, he nearly got it.
He didn't get his smite off. He got his flash off. He almost got his smite off. As soon as he entered the pit, Kikis had used his smite and they picked him up. It was a risk, but he's willing to take it.
Oh yeah.
Didn't come up big, but it looked damn good.
Kikis landed his smite finally in the most important time of this series. And now they're going to get the Dragon for their efforts as well. SK Prime really turned around a horrific early game, and they're looking good.
They hit Alex with this Glacial Fissure, and while he's locked up, look at that, Unbreakable. None of that backline's going to be taking any damage for a bit. And then it goes off, but by the time his Unbreakable wears off, Cabochard's already dead.
Yep.
And that's a huge thing. They got the main tank of the NIP team off the field, and SKP themselves in a position to possibly end up with that spring promotion tournament spot already without having to play that extra game. Like Wata Fox right here, he does miss all of his skill shots, but he sticks to this, saying, I can't let Lulex in. Chunks him down, lands a stun blindly, and almost gets Lulex. Lulex ward hops, gets close enough.
Look a little
Flash
Q. He's in range too.
Almost.
The thing is, that was blind. He had no vision. I don't know if his Q would have seen Baron.
I believe he did have vision. There was a ward.
There was a ward?
In the bottom right of.
Oh, okay, okay.
I believe.
I think that was SKP's ward. I think.
I believe it was like there was a ward there next to it.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I just like completely forgot. Either way, he tried. He was in range. That was very nearly the hero steal.
So close. So close.
Oh. Knock up. Good damage. So I wouldn't be Challenger Series if I wasn't critiquing AD carry builds. That sucks.
I was told there was a ward in the pit.
Okay, I was wrong and you were right. First time for everything.
I'll relish in this moment.
Like a hot dog.
Hold on, guy. NIP, SKP, just stall the game out for 30 more minutes. I need.
Go ahead, rant about how much you're right now. Go ahead.
You know that time that he jumped in the pit and he thought he didn't have vision?
Yeah.
Blind.
He totally had vision.
He is Lee Sin, so it was a blind attempt, but anyway.
Wow, the puns too. You really are me today.
All right.
You're right about things and making jokes. This is great.
Hope my hair doesn't go.
At least I can grow a beard.
Yeah, that's true.
At least people like me.
All right.
Okay, SK Prime, 5,000. That's far enough. We're good. I got the last lap in, so now we're back on topic. SK Prime, 5,000 gold up. Zera's only popped. Alex forced away. Good spam coming down. 300 health left. That is a turret. SKP ready to take this third game. A pretty large comeback in the mid game.
Alex has to go all the way back to the base. He used his Mega Inferno Bomb to help clear a wave out. So now they're ready to fend off this siege. This is where the Ziggs pick comes in handy for stalling.
Can they do it though? Baron buff SKP, full of plenty of poke. Z's comes in, damage into the turret, Cabashard in the front lines. Pitch getting chunked, the stun's gonna land as well.
Wow.
He really wanted to throw that
Alex
wave.
and Voidal's positioning this entire series has been really questionable. I keep seeing them walk into charm range, into stun range, into glacial fissure range.
Yeah.
There are a lot of skill shots that should not be landing on these two people who should be part of the back line.
They've played at Worlds.
Yes.
They were a top 8 team at Worlds last year. That was Voidal on that team, on that roster still, right? Like, I'm not making things up.
Season 3?
Yeah. Gambit in the group stage. They made it. They lost to Sword, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds about right. Not 100%.
2-1, I believe.
I don't know. Maybe Freak's right.
They beat Ozone
Ah.
in the group stage.
Yeah.
It was them and Fnatic.
Ooh. The European teams did show up pretty big.
They did pretty good.
Stage. They did a good job. This guy went to semifinals of Season 2 Worlds.
Yep. True. Lost to the eventual champions, TPA.
No. They went they didn't go to semifinals.
Wait, Gambit didn't?
No.
Am I like... Are you sure? Did I just like miss something horribly? Am I like completely off the
Oh
right now?
god, no, I'm just trolling you.
Gambit and TPA played semifinals at Season 2 Worlds.
And then the other one was Azubu Frost and CLG EU.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Why are you trolling me when I'm right about things?
Making you question yourself. It's
Yeah,
good.
I've realized
See,
that.
if I'm right once, then everything I say, you're like,
Suddenly
really?
I have to actually
Really?
respect
Really?
you for once. It's not me, the cast dynamic work. You actually disagreed with me about off camera about SKP should be camping for top lane because as you're talking about, like Smitty J is actually recovering without any of the camping. Now jumping in on the freeze though, gotta be a bit careful there. Kick is taking some damage. The battle begins. Cabochard on the front line. Ulti is in the middle of everybody here, and he's gonna get a shutdown into Corki. They trade back on a Lulex now. Zaitan
wow, it's a bloody fight.
There's the flash. Freeze is still largely untouched. WTFox zones him out. Cabochard is gonna stay alive.
You gotta reset.
That is a 3-for-1 so far. Out goes Kickers from WTFox. Low health bars though. Ooh. There's Freeze. Oh, there's a ward. They see him.
They know where he is. The
flash stun! The W, the Q, the shutdown. Good kill, WTFox, and he gets that with style.
Wow, so it ends up being don't even know the numbers right now.
3-2.
Because Cabochard, oh my god.
He lived.
He's back. I thought he died, but nope.
He completed some more items.
For 2 there. And it's going to be a dragon that goes over to SKP. They now have a 7,000 gold lead. It starts off with Freeze getting ultimated, but he ends up flashing out. You can't drop the Cataclysm while you're up in that bubble. So the amount of damage that started to come through and the amount of collapse from NIP and the time they had was about 3.5 seconds. So they end up collapsing. The zoning from WTFox is actually perfect here to keep Freeze off on the side. Freeze goes a little too far forward. They see him with a ward, but WTFox, the flash E, the flash stun to just line up all of his abilities at the same time.
Yep.
That is so much burst.
The fight actually almost went better for SKP as well. Smitty was a half-second away from landing killing blow on Cabochard before Freeze knocked him out. Even though you had this perfect engage from Cabochard, and to be fair, they still won that fight 3-2. It is really close between these teams.
Yeah, it is really, really close between these teams. And you were saying, we were talking off camera about how SKP, I think they should camp the mid lane and get him going.
Yeah.
Not the top lane. They should kind of sacrifice the top lane. And they did kind of that.
They did.
Like, Lulex focused top lane, but then that allowed Kikis to make some plays mid, make some plays bottom, make some plays around the dragon area. And now, the Baron area is where everybody is sitting around. Cabochard, no flash, but has TP. Same situation for Smitty.
There's the reveal used up by Freeze, but this Baron is dropping half HP. Lulex is around the sides. 3,000 health, 2,000 health, 1,000 health. Can they get it in time? Oh, man. Lulex was nearly in range, but Glacial Fissure stops it. That is a Baron picked up by SK Prime and a Lulex kill as well. Voidal also goes down. Smitty does whatever he can to get some more for this one, but it's still a 2-for-1 so far. Now Cabochard on the wrong side of the fight goes down to WTFox. 3 kills and a Baron for SKP.
For only Smitty right there. And Alex, they may get even more off of this.
That's going to be more slows coming through. Satchel to get him over the Wraith Wall. Nice move by Alex there. But 4 versus 2 for 20 seconds.
Yeah, that might be a middle inhibitor here for SKP.
The difficulty is there are no minions, and Freeze has done a very good job so far of defending turrets like this.
The Zaitan, you can't really deal with the Unbreakable. It's going to redirect all of the damage to him. And they're going to get themselves a turret.
All right, so there we go. That's going to start up, and now Inhibitor will fall. Pops the E for some attack speed, and now an Inhibitor. SK Prime now up 11,000 gold this game with only a +4 kills.
And I want to talk about Z's, because we haven't talked about him for pretty much all game. He has a CS advantage over Freeze, and he didn't lose the lane this time as badly as he had before, and he transitioned to the late game. Smitty comes behind, instantly blows up Voidal, and keeps Freeze occupied, as well as another member of NIP. So perfect play there from Smitty with the flank. Didn't even use his TP.
Gorgeous stuff, man. SK Prime doing some good, very good things, to be honest. Teleport advantage now there for Smitty, plus that Baron. And let's see now what they can do. Is this the game-winning push in the makings here? SK Prime have had such an amazing, amazing mid-game. I was criticizing their shot calling from behind for a little bit last game, but it seems they got that one good dragon fight and then never looked back.
Yeah, and Smitty, he was shut down in the early game, but check it out. He's 3 levels above Cabochard right now.
Wow.
That is freaking incredible.
He's up 60 CS as well. I don't know why he played Mundo last game.
How, Smitty, how? How did you do that? He has just been off on the side farming and then just being a part of these fights. I mean, granted, his score is pretty much the same as Cabochard in terms of contribution to a fight, But man,
But he's
just
creating so much invisible pressure.
the pressure he's exerting.
Bottom lane tier 2 now available to be attacked. Teleport advantage for the SK Prime top laner. Means that Cabochard is forced to defend bot, and Riven has free time up there. There we go. All outer turrets are gone. Easy wave clear for What the Fox. They group their wave up. And now can they make their way in? Alex Ich defends against Smitty a little bit there. 4-man push. Z's is wearing down this river. Freeze takes a bunch of damage, has to flash away. The Summoner Heal and the Mikhail's all used. Engage from Kikis. Cataclysm comes down. Can they find much there? Turret goes down. The burst comes across. Riven has rejoined the fight, and it's the disengage. Forced away by NIP. Voidal now running away in the front lines as well. The re-engage in a Cabochard there. His ulti is already down, and the inhibitor going to be opened. SKP going to take 2 inhibs now.
And they have so much team fight left in them. They're going to go out of the base.
Top lane.
And they're looking at that top lane.
3 inhibitors could be available. No Summoners for Freeze. No Mikhail's Crucible up. Zig's ulti, the only major cooldown that NIP really have right now. No flashes at all. No combat summoners at all available for NIP. 2 heals and 4 flashes up for SK Prime.
Can they siege the base? Can they break it? Can they take down NIP? Cracking the base. The minions are starting to pour in. SKP going for the cut.
Alex, 1 hit from dead. Engage comes on a Cabochard. Smitty J kiting around, gets the shield, and there's the first kill picked up. The top inhibitor turret is gone as well. Smitty gonna re-engage and look for more.
Oh, Voidal gets caught.
Voidal goes down as well. This is gonna be the game. SK Prime with a comeback victory in Game 3. They're moving into the finals. They're gonna be in the LCS promotion tournament, and NIP had better win their next series if they want a shot.
If Alex Ich wants any chance of getting back into the LCS, he has to make a statement in the 3rd, 4th place match, because SKP made one today. They said, NIP, we beat you in the finals, we beat H2K, and we beat you again. It was not a fluke, and they are the best team in the EU Challenger at this moment.
I really believe it, man. This SK Prime squad are sharp. Smitty is able to come back from 0-4, 0-3, whatever it is, but that guy plays Riven, and he split pushes, and he gets level advantages on you. He's been great. What the Fox showed up really well, and Kikis made good things happen as well.
Yeah, you cannot shut down Smitty. You shut him down in the early game, he still just shows up late game. He's like, hey, look what I've been doing all game, farming, and now I'm more powerful than you. And his contribution to the team fights as an AoE threat was immense. And the fact that they had Braum on their side, which was actually something that I fluked on at first, but then it actually came back. Yeah. A really good thing, because the Unbreakable absorbs so much damage for his team. Yeah. The fact that Zaitan is the only real tank on the team, I mean, Kikis gets that point later on. But the fact they have 3 threats is really big for the SKP lineup.
Yeah, and honestly, Smitty ended up that game about 4,000 gold above Cabochard. This is a lane where like 3 kills in a row went NIP's way top lane. And you're like, all right, Maokai set up. He's not dying anymore. This is over. And Smitty found a way to get back in on this one. This is a team that just alpha striked the Maokai. Like the really big fight that won it was when they set up for Dragon, and NIP went for that mid lane, the mid lane tier 2, and they get the turret.
They got the Glacial Fissure.
On one person. All they do is knock up Alex Ich, but they're like, but Cabochard's right here. Xera's stun, entire team goes for him, and they basically one-shot the tankiest member on the team and clean up from there. The agility on that team, the range CC, the ability to pick people off, absolutely great by SK Prime. Their willingness to fight in fights, I didn't think they could win, but they did. Removing people from the battle and then breaking through the rest of that lineup.
So our theories here are actually proving pretty true. Freeze died 1 time, and IP lost. He's 4-1-4. If Freeze dies, they lose. Even if he dies twice, they lose. He dies once, they lose. What the Fox, 5-0-8. If he doesn't die, they win. Same story here. He didn't die in either of their victories.
To be fair, that's some correlation causation mix-ups there. I feel like winning helps cause you to not lose any kills.
Or does not losing or dying.
I mean, to be fair, if you never give up any kills, it's very hard to lose the game. But
that's true.
I feel it's a little column A, a little column B. But hey, things to look out. They gave Lulux Lee Sin. He ganked like a madman early game, started out 3-0. They still came back in team fights. Maokai was given away first pick. They beat a Maokai in team fights as well. So you're seeing some of this get beat up. Actually, as I think about it, Lee Sin, of course, not the best team fighter, and so maybe that was also an intentional bait, is when we get into the real 5-on-5s, he's not going to be tanky, he's not going to be useful.
Yeah, Lulex had a lot of contribution in the early game, but he ends the game 4-7-6 with the most deaths on his team. He tried to make a lot of hero plays to get his team back into it, but he can't top. And we were talking about in this matchup of NIP versus SKP, top lane should not be your focus. Camp it once, but then go mid, free up Alex to roam, or go bottom, get your hyper carry going.
True.
And I think Lulex spent too much time top, and it didn't pay off in the late game.
Yeah, I'm also surprised by Alex going for Ziggs all 3 games. He's a big assassin-y player, wants to be in your face.
Yeah.
The Ziggs supportive style. I mean, if they wanted to free up his lane to not require attention, that worked. But Ziggs, I still feel like not the best Alex champion, but I guess we'll see as time goes on. We will see these guys in best of 5 tomorrow either way, so we'll see what happens. But our first semifinal match is completed. Let's check out the updated bracket. With the victory, SK Gaming Prime advances to the summer finals to face the winner of today's other best of 3 matchup. That's going to be live on the LCS stage in Cologne, that final.
And Ninjas in Pyjamas have one more shot at making it to the spring promotion tournament. They will have to battle for their lives tomorrow in the 3rd place match, also on the LCS stage.
So today's playoff games do not end here. After the break, H2K Gaming and Unicorns of Love do battle in our next best of 3. Don't go anywhere, that series starts right after this. Still on the chase, Q's up in about 2 seconds. There's a jump on in, kicks him into the wall, gets the Q, gets the kill, double kill Lulex, and you just gave the Lee Sin main Lee Sin. There's going to be the knockup, the engage comes in, but they've got to be real careful on this one. There's the Cataclysm, there's the Malka ult as well, and maybe that's enough damage. No, Cabochard on the front line, ulti is in the middle of everybody here, and he's going to get a shutdown on a Corki. They trade back on a Lulex now. Zaitan,
wow, it's a bloody fight.
There's the flash, Freeze is still largely untouched. Engage comes out of Cabochard, Smitty J kiting around, gets the shield, and there's the first kill picked up. The top inhibitor turret is gone as well. Smitty going to re-engage and look for more.
Oh, Voidal gets caught.
Voidal goes down as well. back to the European Challenger Series Playoffs. It's now our second semifinal matchup of the day. It's about to get started. Second-seeded H2K Gaming against sixth-seed Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and H2K Gaming took first place in the Summer 1 series, but fell short in Summer 2 when they forfeited the third-place match to Gamers 2. After that setback, they vowed to return with stronger team chemistry and have replaced support We Will FLICKR with their former bot laner from Summer 1, AOD.
And honestly, when you look at H2K's record with and without AOD, it's a wonder they even parted ways in the first place. With AOD, they won every single series in Summer 1 against SK Gaming Prime, Reason Gaming, and Ninjas in Pyjamas, who are all top challenger teams. Since replacing AOD, they haven't won a single series.
Yeah, and on the other side of this match are the Unicorns of Love, who edged out Ocelot and Gamers 2 in a hard-fought 3-game series yesterday. But despite that heroic performance by the Love Stallions, they are underdogs to H2K in this one.
And that designation is not meant to diminish their performance yesterday, though. They earned this spot in the semifinals, backed by huge performances by mid laner Power of Evil and top laner Vizichachi, who soaked up tons of damage and then escaped without dying.
And if there's one matchup to watch, it's in that mid lane, with Power of Evil going up against H2K's Fibivin.
Yeah, honestly, Fibivin's been really good overall. He's a big force for the team, great individual player. You can see the scorelines down to the bottom of your screen. And he's a big assassin type. The Yasuo is something you got to be really worried about. I don't know if we're going to see him bring back the Riven. He hasn't played it in a really long time, but you can see the glimmers of how good that champion is.
Yeah, his Orianna's really good too. He does like those assassin-type players, the guys who can skirmish really, really quickly. He does have some Twisted Fate in his back pocket, but overall, very versatile mid laner.
Yeah, he really is. And the thing about that as well is that H2K, I think, do come in as favorites. When we looked at the other matchup, we saw SKP coming in, and even though they were 4th seed, we knew they were good. We knew that they were a strong team, and honestly, and of course you saw them beat NIP in the finals as well, so even though the seed reflected an underdog story, you were like, well, but SKP is actually really incredible. This is one where I think the seeds do reflect pretty properly. H2K do come in as favorites. Unicorns of Love are good, but it's going to be hard to prove that they're H2K good.
Yeah, H2K, I believe, is the 2nd seed coming in here.
Yep.
And then Unicorns of Love is the 6th seed team. So they have a lot to prove. But on the flip side of that mid lane matchup, it's Power of Evil.
Yeah.
Who's been proving a lot this series, and that it's that he shouldn't be messed with.
Yeah. Kog'Maw carry was pretty great. The Syndra bullying was great as well. I know from reading the comments after that match, some people were attributing it to Ocelot slumping a little bit, but at the same time, Ocelot's still a great player. Power of Evil forced that kind of pressure. The Syndra is something you have to respect a little bit. The fact that he can diverge the champion pool as well is plenty strong. Unicorn's also able to play off of. We talked about it a little bit. Vizichachi just has a lot of really great plays. He just gets out of things a lot. Yeah. We know he can play Maokai really well. And as we've seen, playing Maokai well tends to win you games. So a big thing to look for as well. I don't know if Odwama's going to let him get the champion ever.
Yeah, I don't think that you let anybody have Maokai currently on the patch. It's very difficult to deal with. Unless you're Smitty J and can play Riven into it, then good luck. Because that is one of the first matchups I've ever seen. Even he lost the lane, but then he transitioned to the late game as just such a huge damage source that is AoE.
Right.
And he's also like, I don't care about the Maokai. I'm slashing up the guy behind him at the same time.
Yeah, and that was kind of the interesting thing about it is I feel like that was what people were looking for with the Aurelia matchup is a champion that ends up outscaling later on. That you can split push, force your own objectives, right? Impose your will, and then when a fight starts, just like chunk someone out with damage. And like Triforce Aurelia does have reasonable damage, but we just never have seen it pay off just yet. Yeah, with the Riven we did.
And the Riven, we saw that one team fight where he just went for the back line, killed Voidal immediately on Nami, and then started doing damage to Freeze and soaked up a bunch of damage from Freeze, ended up giving his life, but Freeze was never a part of the fight.
Right, and it basically got them barren.
Yes.
It basically just bought enough time that there was no real engage available. And yeah, that is what... that's why you have different types of picks in the top lane. And as much as Maokai is probably a little overpowered right now, I'm glad there are different types of top laners being played. That was harking back to the buffs to like Jarvan and whatnot for the other top lane plays. That's what we are sort of looking for, is like there's the top lane bruiser guys who just sit there and bash their heads. That's like the Mundos and the Shyvanas, kind of. There's the really agile ones like the Aurelias and the Rivens that are going to just skirt around and get to your backline. And there's the Maokais who are going to just frontline tank for you and are going to engage fights. And as much as one might be better than the other, and I think people would still think that Maokai is probably a stronger champion than Riven, you can outplay it by saying, well, but I'm going to do something different, skirt around the Maokai, kill your backline. Even if I'm 1,000 gold behind you or I'm 0-2 or whatever, that play still exists. And that's why like the different styles of champs are still around.
Yeah, and I love that. And I love the versatility in a lot of the lanes. I'm glad that we're seeing it in top lane now more than pretty much ever before.
True, yeah.
So also the fact that you can play some assassins up there. We've seen Zion Spartan try his hand at a couple Yasuo games in top.
Not great success, unfortunately.
No.
But still the chance to do it. And of course, there's still the Nidalee as well that we're seeing. It's interesting because she's banned in some series. I believe JWoww was never allowed to play the champion on Gamers 2, but they've lost here. But Unicorns of Love were banning that every single game. And then other series that goes completely unpicked and uncontested at all. And I also like the fact that people are branching their champion pools around as well. And the teams that pull out their own specific champions, I think, is also fun to watch.
Yeah, I feel like Nidalee's a niche pick where you just want to lane bully and then split push later on. Like she's kind of like, I'm Aurelia, but I have to crush you early.
Aurelia.
Exactly, in terms of power.
Yeah.
It's like I have to crush you early, then I'm just so much more beefier than everybody else. And a great example of that is Balls, Cloud9 when he played Nidalee. Went so big that he was able to get himself an IE.
Why not?
Yeah, but that also kind of helped him. It wasn't a terrible build because it gave him the crit that he needed when he closed the distance to actually just finish people off, chunk them down, and just get out of the fight very quickly.
Well, we're going to see what these guys do with their matchups coming in. H2K going to ban the Syndra from Power of Evil. The Nidalee is removed away. Vizitachi clearly does not like that champion whatsoever and doesn't want to risk Odwamna getting it. H2K do remove Vizitachi's Maokai, so we're seeing right off the bat these guys are going to have interestingly opposite top lane pools, where your blue side banning Maokai and UOL will continue to ban Nidalee every single game.
Yeah, I guess they just don't want to deal with that pick at all, and they don't want to deal with that lane bully, which means that Vizitachi might go on something like Aurelia.
He just might, honestly, because Aurelia is very strong. He's been playing largely the one-on-one fighters, Aurelia, Jax, Trundle, almost every single game. Aurelia gets removed away. Okay, well, his Jax is still there, as is Shyvana, maybe if he wants it.
You saw that one coming and banned the Aurelia last ban rotation. Unicorns of Love are going to have to think a little bit about that top lane pick. And this is actually, it's fun to go between matchups and be like, all right, there were 5 mid bans, like NIP, SKP.
Now it's like 4 top bans.
There you go. Possibly a 5th still in the works.
This is 413 Gragas as well, so the respect going through Lee Sin away from Trashy. Evelyn's still in the pool for him, though, if he wants it. Mid laner completely, well, aside from Syndra, untouched.
It's funny because Lee Sin isn't really that high up there in Trashy's pool. He's more of a J4 player recently, and he likes to force things very early on. He does have the Kha'Zix in his back pocket, too, which did get a buff a while ago. Yeah. And now he's actually a little bit more on par with the current junglers that are in the top tier.
And look at this, Unicorns of Love. They get the Morgana taken away. Now, more interesting champ select gimmicks, of course, Hylissang not getting his Morgana here. That was banned away from him every single game by G2. First picked here by H2K. Now, I haven't seen him play Morgana more than once here in the Challenger Series, but Hylissang, clearly a high priority in removing that from him. However, I forgot about this. Kassadin is still up.
I was sitting there and I'm like, Kassadin's still up. Yasuo is still up because we had so many mid bans in the last couple of games, and now you're going to one that only has one mid lane ban coming in here. Pretty much everything is up, and it's like, what do I want to pick? And the fact that Power of Evil has locked in the Orianna very, very early on, you can see exactly what you're picking that Kassadin into if you're going to pick it.
Yep. And we tend to see teams go for Orianna when they do leave Kassadin up. That tends to be that, like, quote-unquote counter pick. More often than not, I see the Orianna go through, so that could be the prep here. They do not want Featherman to get Orianna. They're going to give him Kassadin. And now something you got to watch.
Yeah, the Clockwork windup will help you a little bit in the early game. But yeah, I think these 2 picks are definitely what H2K want to go for. They have been favoring Trashy on that J4. Give you guys a little bit of an example. He played it 3 times out of the 5 games that we saw him in Summer Series 2. So more than 50% of his games were on J4 in the last Challenger Series.
So here's the interesting thing. H2K really reluctant to show their top lane or AD carry. They have every opportunity to grab Cassie whenever they want, Jarvan whenever they want, they're uncontested, but they just pick the same lanes that UOL grab. They're trying really hard to get counter picks here aside from the Morgana early. Of course, you got the cat ball combo, that's going to be all kinds of scary. UOL consider their bot lane here. I would not expect Blitzcrank here because I think he's weak against Morgana. Tristana makes plenty of sense. Vardox plays a lot of these late game carries. Tristan, Corky, what he's played so far in the playoffs.
Yeah, the fact that they have this Orianna Ball combo means they'll probably follow it up with a CC type support, whether it's Leona or whether it's Braum. Those both seem like really good examples to me. And also, Thresh is a fantastic one too if you can get the box on top of it. Yep. But I don't think he's going to go with something that isn't that heavy like a Blitzcrank. Like Blitzcrank is more of a pick, and this comp seems like they want to team fight more.
Yeah, well, Braum I don't think I'd like very much just because it gives you so much opportunity to lose your bot lane for free. Braum and Immorg already fairly weak. Tristana also one of the weaker laners of the AD carry, so
yeah,
Thresh will set them up for a much better...
They could have taken something like a Nami too. Like
True.
That's a good pick as well.
Nami Trish is a great lane.
And also the fact that it would have been into a Morgana is also another little thing to consider. But the fact that Hylissang is going to go with that Thresh, he has had some good showings on it. He played it yesterday to great success. We're going to see him again on it.
And it could be all kinds of scary. Then you actually, I believe it was taken away very quickly from him in Champs like from G2. He got it early the first time around, and then G2 was like, no, we're going to grab this first round and keep it away from Hylissang's hands. And H2K put the rest of the lineup together. So early game bullying there. Lucian, Morgana down there, Mundo in the top lane. So an early game bot lane, and then a very scaling mid and top.
Yeah, I like this a lot because Trashy's going to start trying to get these lanes ahead because he doesn't like to sit on his hands and do nothing. He likes to dictate the pace of the game, and he likes to make it very quick. So whether he's going to be in a lane, whether it's bot lane snowballing it, or top lane like counter ganking Gilius, he's going to be applying pressure somewhere, even if it's right on top of Gilius because he's Rengar and has no escapes in the jungle.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, I feel like Jarvan's going to do a pretty good job in the duel, and he can get away even if he does get ganked somehow. But how do you have follow-up is the problem. Mid laners typically follow junglers in when they go for invades, and Kassadin is not likely to have a push lead in that mid lane. Chachi, what do you want to play against Dr. Mundo here in the top lane? He's played almost exclusively duelists.
Yeah, he's favoring Aurelia, Jax, Trundle, Shyvana,
Yorick.
Maokai, but it is going to be the Yorick, and they're going for a little bit of a ghost here for Tristana in the late game for Vardax.
So, to me, there's no obvious ult synergy of Yasuo, aside from Rengar. Like, you could go AD Rengar here, let him dive in, get revived, keep fighting, if they think they have the damage to come through. Assuming they have the lockdown with, like, Orianna. But, like, normally you put, like, Ryze or Cassiopeia or something in there. Something that's going to be in the front line, just deal a bunch of damage, come back, deal even more damage with the Ghost. But champs, like, or, like, Vayne, right? But, like...
I feel like Tristana is still a really good pick for Yorick. I think they synergize all right, but the fact is that she doesn't die very often unless you're playing her incorrectly at the start.
So you get like the first part of the Ghost.
Exactly. But that is into a Kassadin, so it's kind of back and forth on that one.
Yeah.
It's really hard to figure out what he's going to be doing with that, but we'll have to see, because I mean, it might just be, I'm going to ghost you so we push turrets faster.
That's true. To be honest, that can work out as well. I think also Yorick, I actually expect him to have a pretty good matchup in the 1v1 against Mundo. It's weird because I don't know Yorick that well. I don't run into it in solo queue, and it tends to be a very EU pick, so I don't get to watch it as much. So I'll be probably a little bit uninformed here, but I know that it tends to underperform when the rest of your team is safe. That's what I've seen so far.
It's a champion that when you snowball one lane, it just snowballs it even harder. It's kind of like almost a utility type, like how useful is Zillion's ultimate on somebody? It's more effective if that person has a lot of stats. So when they come back, they're just back in the fight like that.
Yeah.
Or if you're using Kale ultimate, or if you're using whatever the utility may be.
You usually don't want to like ult a Nautilus, for example.
Exactly.
They don't do that much when they come back.
Exactly. So Gilius is going to try to catball delivery system into fights. Vardax will try to clean up members that are a little lower. And if anything goes awry, they have Zichachi on Yorick.
So the things to think about, though, is because the Rengar ulti is telegraphed, like with enough time, I don't think he can ever get in on Febiven. As long as Kassadin's smart about this, he knows once the blue buff respawns, or any buff respawns, to expect Rengar to be level 6. And to keep Riftwalk ready, don't spam it for no reason. So as soon as you see Rengar, you're just like, hop to my turret, no big problem. And Febiven should pretty much always be safe. Top lane, I feel like Yorick can't necessarily kill Mundo. Maybe I'm wrong in the matchup and it's like a really big bully phase. But I don't know how gankable top lane is. Bot lane, maybe, but it's Solution Morgana.
So it's a little bit in favor of Yorick at the start, but he does run into mana issues. He's very mana-gated in his harassment. Whereas as soon as his bar gets to about half or 1/3, he's also extremely vulnerable and easy to gank is the big thing with Yorick. Granted, he has a ton of sustain, he has a ton of harass, but Mundo does come out on top at the early parts. I mean, sorry, Yorick comes out on top.
Yorick comes out early game.
Yeah.
Okay, well, both junglers starting top side, though, means they'll show up with the bot lane late. Hylissang gets the flay onto AOD. Here they're getting some really good damage back down. Oh my gosh, this is a lot of health lost already by the UOL bot lane.
Yeah, and Dark Binding's back up for AOD. He's going to go try to land another one.
Slight push lead for UOL, but they're having to respect Morgana so much. Hylissang's so low that they're not getting this wave push too fast. Gilius looks for the invade. He's going to be there fast. Jarvan's still taking his wolves down right now.
Yep, and this is the thing, is that Trash is going to come to this buff. Gilius is going to sit here. Oh, he walks out, sees him.
He didn't see him. Jumps in and gets through. Good damage coming down already. Trashy's got to be real careful. There's a red buff on him. He's going to die. Why even flash? You can jump.
Wow.
Was he expecting the EQ to come out?
I don't know.
He might have expected a flash EQ.
There was no EQ available. The cooldown on that at rank 1 is really high, and the fact that the standard was still there at the camp.
Yeah.
Gilius, well, granted, no complaining, because he did pick up first blood for himself, but also the fact that his side wasn't warded, there's no counter to him. He ends up with that easy kill, and he gets himself a buff.
Well, great start to the game. Then, oh, 2 CS missed. Don't make it a third. Good job. Vardog's Hylissang doing all right. Hook's going to land on an AOD, but in comes Showdown immediately. CC's down. Great. Kill the support. Good damage coming through. Be careful. And now Gilius completes the 3-buff start with the kill. I guess it's a 4-buff start.
Yeah.
The guy's working double buffs.
At 3 minutes in. And the fact that Trashy is still level 2, Trashy's not going to be able to make the same types of plays he loves to make, because he can't force things if the Rengar's a higher level and then counter him. Watch this. Is he just gonna come bully? Wow. He's gonna be BM and steal. Look at that, level 4.
Gilius level 3. Or sorry, Trash level 3 to Gilius level 4. Just gets scraps right now. Jarvan will catch up when the buffs respawn, but for the next 3 minutes or so, it's gonna be pretty downhill for the Jarvan.
Trashy, he wants to exert this pressure on all of these lanes. They all have ample opportunity to make plays on them.
But can he?
But he can't. It's going to be really difficult, especially as a J4. When you get put behind, you kind of think to yourself, well, if I get counter jungled, I will EQ in, then I have no way out. Or if I EQ into a gank and I get counter ganked, there's no way out. Oh, point blank.
Damage down. Ignite is popping Hylissang, though they really want this kill. Puddle comes down as well. Black shield onto Hjarnan. They're going to trade safe. This Thresh still has a potion or so.
AOD about to have the binding.
They're going to hit AOD running a little bit low on mana. Vardogs has plenty, and about half for Hjarnan right here. They're going to stay safe. Power of Evil up 14 CS so far in the mid lane, pushing Febiven around. 37 to 20 now. Lantern comes out for a fake, pushes them off the CS. And you can see how scared H2K has to be of, is there a Rengar?
Yeah, and the fact that Gilius is going to hit level 6 fairly quickly off of the gank and the extra experience, and the fact that he's been counter jungling Wraiths, you got to be very conscious of that and that timing as H2K's bot lane. So I'm pretty sure that'll be where he ganks first.
It looks like it's a volatile enough matchup here. Honestly, good job by Vardog so far holding up against his Lucian. And honestly, winning a little bit. I thought there was some really good early trades by H2K, but these guys have turned it back around. First TP comes in, double Dorans plus tier for Vizicachi. We'll see what Mundo ends up grabbing. Pretty equal CS on both these sides.
Yeah. Takes care of the mono-gated issue by getting himself a tier. We've seen multiple different builds. Some people go for the Iceborne Gauntlet to try and deal with that, the Frozen Heart. But he's going to go with the Manamune.
What if it's Archangels?
Then
it's not.
AP is bad on Yorick.
Great. Hey man, it was on Mundo.
Yeah.
He did lose that game.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Trashy, level 4, 30 seconds-ish till the buffs respawn. Gilius already 5 and change. He's going to try to slink in to one of these brushes here. Can he get a kill on this Mundo?
Oh, Vizichachi says, no, it's my experience. Back off.
All right, so nothing for the kitty. So Dwamna did walk back to lane, whereas Vizichachi teleported, so there was a TP advantage for the next 3 minutes or so that H2K could maybe use. Level 6 now on Mundo, should not be bullied around much anymore. He did give up CS while walking over, though. Vizichachi didn't push. So it's 17 CS right now. It'll equalize a little bit.
Yeah, early game advantage here is definitely in UOL's favor, but that's kind of by nature of the composition, except for the Lucian down bottom. Like, top lane, you're going to get bullied by the York. Mid lane, you're going to get bullied by the Orianna as Cassidy. But then the Rengar tipping the matchup just even exacerbates this problem further.
Oh, that's bad.
And so does that. So now the buffs have respawned. Gilius is going to get himself a red and level 6. He might actually just go hunt Trashy in the jungle.
I think it would work pretty all right. Febiven keeps getting forced to stay mid lane with no health and no mana, nothing to do. Power of Evil, I don't think he could even die to a Jarvan gank right now. Level 7 Orianna, level 5 on the Jarvan. And here's the blue buff attempt.
Trashy is so afraid of that Rengar gank that he ends up getting himself a pink ward.
And he's still not 6 yet. He cleared his red camp late. So Trashy, still no ult. He does get spotted by Gilius, though, who trinkets onto the red buff to try to time when it does happen. Vizichachi seems to be doing okay against Dwamna, who's popped ulti to chase him down, but doesn't get much. Trashy's in the wings, though.
Trashy, level 5. They ping to go onto the dragon immediately because they know Febiven is backing.
And they apparently do something about Trashy here, who's just waiting around trying to counter jungle the Wraith camp there. And Unicorns of Love coming into this match as pretty big underdogs, but honestly, they're putting on a great show. There goes the dragon, 2,000 gold lead, and so far, perfect play by this team.
Yeah, and when we talk about Unicorns of Love, we talk about how they kept getting matched up against NIP, and they just didn't seem like a seasoned team during those quarterfinal matches. And then eventually, they get to the point where, oh, their map pressure, their warding game is actually really damn good. The way that they ward, the way that they control the map and dictate the pace of the game is incredible. And it's something you usually don't expect from a challenger team at this level.
But these guys are definitely impressive strategically, for sure. Trashy gets 1 camp counter jungle. He does get level 6 now, but he's sitting on very few items. Gilius wants in.
Well, he thinks that Trashy is at the red because he had a ward on it, and he's like, okay, it respawned, I have the timer. If I know my timers, Trashy should be doing this red right now.
But instead,
he's not.
Gonna go for the red buff himself as Trashy went to the top lane to counter jungle. Look at this. The rest of UOL come into the tri-bus just to make sure he's safe and say, all right, you got red buff, peace out.
It's the map movements of this team. Trashy is not going to get a red buff so far in this game, and it's about 10 minutes in. He's going to try to look bottom for a gank. He has Cataclysm.
Look down the middle.
If a binding lands, Trashy will most likely flash and try to follow up.
They are trying for this fight pretty hard, but that's kind of a tell that there might be some friends around. Equal items between these guys, basically. Blue buff, Power of Evil. They know Rengar's on the bottom side of the map. So top lane would potentially be available for H2K, but bot lane's a bit scarier knowing Rengar's around.
This game, we can already see Vizichachi 91 CS in the top lane to Dwamna's 68. Bullying him around in this early game as York. And here's the thing is York, it's kind of like Nidalee in the sense that you have to get ahead and bully your lane opponent. And there's
the flash engage for AOD. He wants this one. Still going to land the stun on a Vardox. Big damage comes out. Box comes out to try to save him, and it's going to do so. Ulti's traded, but low health bars now for UOL. Hillsong burned his flash, as did AOD.
AOD wanted to land a binding so badly, but the minions wrapped in front of him.
That's unfortunate, but it does mean the Trashy shows up and gets some really good damage down on this turret. H2K, they were down a little bit early on, but they are making this happen now. And this will be eventually a dead turret, or at least a lot of minions lost here. Vardox is like, hey, well, I want XP, though.
So he's going to stick around. Ooh.
That binding could have been death. He didn't even try to jump.
Here comes Gilius around the left side, though. Ulti is on.
Ulti is on. A little bit low health on Vardox. Also on Gilius. There's the reveal. They show it into AOD. They go. A lot of damage comes through. Who does not have flash. That is a kill. Gilius flashes out. Vardox re-engages, though. He might have wanted to fight a bit more. Not going to be the case. Great kill picked up.
AOD used the black shield on Hjarnan, thinking that Rengar was going to jump on him.
Yep.
Rengar jumps on AOD, and he immediately gets bullet. If he had used it on himself, would have been better, but of course he had no way of knowing.
Well, the thing is they did know that AOD had no flash, no ignite, and Hjarnan can dash around as well as flash. They went for the obvious kill, knowing they would get it in the 2v2. Summoner heal by Vardogs to ensure that the Rengar lived as well. Now, Manamune here in the top lane with Zachachi, going to get a lot of mana back for all this. And we'll see what the Mundo buys end up being. Sunfire's done.
Keeping tabs on that red buff, making sure they know when it's cleared completely out, and also delaying Trashy's jungle. And I like this, because a lot of H2K's strength relies on Trashy setting up the lanes and being a forcer, being the type of jungler who's going to make the plays. And if you put him this far behind and don't give him the gank assistance buff, then boom, look at how the game starts panning out. Especially when you have lanes that kind of flop around and CS for the first 15 minutes.
It's looking pretty good now for Unicorns of Love. Yeah, nothing major has happened in the lanes, right? It's been weak lanes for H2K, bullied around by Unicorns of Love. Gilius now having a great first blood at level 2, as well as a great ulti gank so far. Power of Evil now on the roam. Looks like they can get this Mundo. He sees him coming in, but can he get away? Dissonance.
He has no ulti, but he does have flash.
You got to shockwave him. Ooh, they predict the flash, but no shockwave in time.
Yeah, Dwamna flashes without seeing the shockwave come out. So he blows it preemptively and doesn't get the cooldown for it. But that's going to say to H2K, it's time to push mid, time to get something off of this.
Top lane Adder goes down, and top lane tier 2 still under fire. Hylissang actually roamed all the way up to help with this one. Interesting place to be. Vardogs solos the bot lane. Mid lane Outer does go down, so H2K stay up and equal in turrets. But they're down in CS and they're down in kills. They're going to keep going for mid tier 2 as well. Great choice for H2K to keep doing this.
Gilius off on the side. AOD backing him up. Will they get a tier 2 at 13 minutes and 37 seconds?
Losing a lot of health, and of course these don't regen. Hjarnan really wants it. Yeah, he can't. Bonding on Power of Evil, they're going to be okay for this one. Bot lane Outer, though, under fire right now. Vardogs getting some good damage down, wants to equalize that. Looks like he will get this turret here. So was the turret worth 80% of the mid tier 2's health? Because that's the trade.
That's just one of those investments that maybe will pay off later if they revisit that turret or even get the opportunity to. But look at this, their jungle is completely owned. Trashy has no control of this jungle. UOL. Early game dominance here. They're taking advantage of the Kassadin pick really hard.
Did Gilius jump from the brush outside the blue buff into the blue buff?
He may have. It is possible to do that.
I didn't know you could do that. That's cool.
Because the radius around you lasts for an extra half second when you leave in the bush, it gives you just enough. You have to have vision of the blue buff in order to do it.
That's cool.
It's just like Jace can jump over it and all that.
Yeah. Today I learned that the buffer time lets you jump over that wall. That's cool. So for the Rengar players out there, get a yellow or blue trinket and make that jump to blue buff.
Yep.
Yeah, right there. Right over there.
Not that big at all.
Right where Feb, yeah. But
he can do it too.
It looks way cooler than when Febvin did it.
Yeah, he can do it pretty easily though.
Yeah,
No bushes
that one doesn't
required.
even require any skill.
No bushes required.
Just like playing Cassid in the first place.
Oh.
I'm kidding. As you can tell, mid lane's been really rough. Power people have been punishing him. Up 40 CS, 40 killed the turret as well. Unicorns of Love, now all 3 outer turrets for themselves. And an item lead because of this. Trinity Force, Infinity Edge already done on Vardogs. Cowl coming out for Vizichapti as well. He's going to stay tanky.
Man.
But the question is, can you get far enough ahead before Mundo and Kassadin come online?
Well, thinking back to the days where Trashy was on, I believe, Reason Gaming at the time. Every time a team fought Reason Gaming and they won, it was because Trashy couldn't set the team up early, and they kept pressure on him. And Unicorns of Love are doing exactly that. Now, this is a team that has a great map sense, great map movements. We have to see if they continue to do that, because, man, shutting down Trashy that early on, getting 4 buffs onto Gilius is really, really big. You delay the levels, you delay the power spikes. He just now got his gold generation item at 16 minutes in the game.
Wow, that is plenty slow here. And you're seeing a 5,000 gold leaf Unicorns of Love with all this. It's like every objective well controlled by these guys. FFN wants a way in, can't do it. Wraiths being stolen away. Unicorns of Love, Hillsong especially, I think, is getting all around the map making plays, and it's great to watch.
Yeah, and just for some perspective there, both AD carries have completed their Infinity Edges, when the jungler has just now completed his gold generation item. The disparity between the effectiveness of these two champions is pretty big. Trashy at this point, he's probably, because Trashy likes to go for an extra damage item half the time. He's best off going straight tank now.
Yeah, he has to. To be able to survive in the front line at all, he's got to be able to do that. And of course, Vardox will stay ahead of him in stats. There comes the jump out of Vizicachi. Can they bring him down? Flash still hits the cleaver, though. He's got to be all kinds of careful. So mid lane now under fire. The flash engage not going to happen for Gilius. A simple dash by Hjarnan keeps him safe. We're seeing Pevivin actually being forced away. Vizicachi wins the 1v2 and is now fighting Odwamna. I don't know if he can survive this one, though. Can he dodge the cleaver? He can dodge that one. And are you serious? Vizicachi, one more cleaver to dodge. He dodges that one, too. Goes back in for the fight. Can he get away? The ghouls might be in the way. That cleaver hits, though. That's going to be the kill. Odwamna gets it. But a 1-for-1 overall.
He has to TP out.
Ooh, Hillsong nearly caught him.
Wow. There's also Gilius was wrapping around the side. 2v1, and you almost kill both people. If that wasn't a Mundo and had that amazing amount of regen, he most likely would have been dead too. Vizicachi playing a very effective Yorick, one of the most effective Yoriks I've seen in a while.
I have never seen that before, but that was awesome.
He just killed a castle at level 11.
That's something you don't do.
No. Especially with that mobility. Pevivin was right on top of him the entire time.
Well, I mean, on the other side, of course, it has to be a misplay. You know how much damage comes out of that champion. There's no real surprises for Yorick. You know, honestly, a bit of a misplay by H2K and a kill they thought they'd get for sure. Unicorns of Love definitely outperforming so far in this game.
Yeah, the 5,000 gold difference in 18 minutes definitely speaks worlds about that. But the way the H2K are playing, they're playing pretty far up right now. They're playing as if there isn't a gold deficit and they actually have to leave. They're not relieving pressure to allow them to get some wards if they want.
That is one of the good things about H2K is I think they respect their goal deficits, but they don't play like they're just losing the game. They play to grab advantages, to make good things happen. They typically make good choices off of that. See if they can move on in. Bit of CC and a Hillsong. TP comes in as well. This is going to be a fight that H2K wants.
Double knockdown.
Hillsong goes down. Shockwave catches two. Odwamna taking the front line. Ignite is on him. Power People tries to get the kill. He does not quite get it, though. And now Rengar falls. AOD explodes, though, and Pevivin does drop on top of that one. Hjarnan's still around, but it's a 3-for-1 in the favor of Unicorns of Love. Now Hjarnan getting chased down, forced to flash away. Odwamna, who slinked out, did survive, but a fight that Unicorns of Love just won, 3-2.
Yeah, the moment of death got you there.
Yeah, it got me.
Yeah, I was like, oh, the Rengar, nope, he's actually dead. And that's going to give them a turret there for you all in the mid lane after winning a fight that was engaged by H2K with the TP in. Watch how much damage that Yorick ends up dealing this fight. He comes in, and then he just starts smacking priority targets. He gets to Trashy, Trashy's gone. He starts walking around, he's like, okay, I'm gonna go on AOD. AOD's gone. Pevivin, he's gone too. He walks up and he just finishes these fights off, but also Vardax. Great damage output with the IE completed, smacking people, just completely destroying them from over the wall from a safe area. Power of Evil, it looked like he overextended at one point to try and secure the kill, but it wasn't. He ended up being pretty safe.
Yeah, he survived. Chased a Mundo, didn't really need to. Odwamna did get away. And so here's the thing. Here's part of why this Yorick does work, is Gilius does play damage Rengar. This is what I remember from his series against Gamers 2. He likes to go for the Pharaoh Flare, the Cutlass as well. And so him getting revived and having the Ghost at the start of the fight as well as getting revived at the end does mean some decent damage output comes out of that Rengar.
And speaking of damage output, Unicorns of Love on the Dragon.
Ooh, attempted hook, not quite going to land. Hillsong actually flashed for that one. He wanted to try to get Mundo, couldn't quite do it.
This is one of the most effective Yoriks I have seen in a long time. Remember season 2 or 3, that midpoint. It's probably season 3. Yorick at the start was just extremely effective.
Yep.
Just the lane bully, but nobody played him.
But now we're seeing him come back in. Seems to be a pretty big EU pick.
Yeah, EU has the crazy top lane picks. It's like we're going to play Irelia, we're going to play Aatrox, we're going to play Yorick.
Yep.
Very different than what you experience in NA. I mean, I think it's actually a bigger pool.
I agree. And it's honestly worked pretty well for
yes,
Europe. They've had
it definitely worked.
Pretty good set of top winners overall.
The top lane talent in Europe is definitely a very, very deep pool.
Would you say it's top notch?
I would definitely say it is.
We got a top lane tier 2 now getting attacked a little bit, but the wave clear from Kjarnan keeps that turret alive. About 7.5 thousand gold lead. Unicorns of Love not showing signs of slowing down, though they really want this one.
They got a wave clear. TP available from Odwamna, but look at how quickly this turret is going down. UOL, they got a very early lead. They shut down Trashy's forceful style, and then 22 minutes in, they've already taken one tier 2 turret. They keep getting the dragon. They're 7k up over the Summer Series 1 winners.
Yep.
This is really big. Odwamna trying to make a play.
This is the fight, though. How well can they zone him out, though? Looks like they're not really aware of Mundo on the flank right now. Hylissang goes for the hook on a Trashy. Now he's got to zone away the team. Nice box push, though. Odwamna out. This turret does not go down, though. So that is a thresh ult for the EP of Odwamna.
Dodged it.
Then he gets right back out. Nothing else gained.
It's a gigantic black shield.
Rengar ult down now as well. 2 ultis out for Unicorns of Love.
We'll have to see. Hook on the AOD.
That's a pretty good one. Flay is black shielded, though. Ignite comes down as well. More cooldowns being used by UOL. They've got to be a bit careful they don't run out of spells.
See binding landing, but they're going to get themselves a turret. Another not landing.
They got that, though. They're now at 8,000 gold, and they're still trying to push forward. They've got to be a bit careful of the regen, though. Again, missing a few ults. Hylissang tanks up the cooling, half HP on him. Odwamna still wants in Trashy. Will he engage? Looks like no. Still, I guess, not enough items. The Kassadin is so underpowered, they can't win a fight.
The Kassadin, basically in comparative power spikes between everybody across the board,
Yeah.
UOL hit them and grouped, and then they aren't letting up right now, because now, who can CS? You're splitting this one wave among 5 members. Vivin, he's just sitting at 100 less CS. Oh my god.
Hook Flay and a Trash. He's going to go down really quickly. AOD is around, but Shockwave hits 2. They're going to break him down. Now Odwamna is ignited and will fall on top of that one. 3 for 1 so far. Vivin being chased by the Gilius Ghost. He's doing whatever he can. Roots up Kjarnan, just goes hard as the Ghost. Can he get the kill? Yes! From the grave, Gilius avenges himself, and now 4 kills through 1 inhibitor going down.
That Ghost just ulted.
I think it was casting from before.
It came out ulted.
It kept
so
going.
it just launched off. That was awesome.
That's great, man.
Wow. Trashy, he ends up getting hooked right as he's EQing, I believe, and it interrupts it.
Yeah.
He just flies forward and ends up getting dunked. Just watch Trashy trying to engage here on this. He gets hooked as he
Ease.
Yeah.
He doesn't have time to queue. He ults and dies.
He ulties. Ulti doesn't get put on cooldown, I believe. But he ends up getting killed. And then, yeah, Gilius' Ghost is already ghosting, or is already ulting by the time it pops up. So he has the extra movement speed to chase Kjarnan down. So I guess that's why you take the Yorick alongside Gilius' Feral Flare Rengar.
And man, it works. 4, 2, and 4 Rengar. They are basically all-inning on early game power to push in before Kassadin gets gigantic, and it's so far working. Unicorns of Love, 10,000 gold up, attempting the Baron. Honestly, H2K nowhere to be seen, basically. They are not even going to try defending this Baron. 25 minutes, it's going to go down. Beautiful stuff by Unicorns of Love, man.
Yeah, 10k gold lead this early on is ridiculous. They are actually at more of like a 13.5k gold lead. It's getting out of hand, and it has been out of hand for a while now. Unicorns of Love having the map advantage and pushing it from the get-go. They get themselves an inhib, they get themselves a Baron off of that. They don't let up the pressure, and they are looking like a top team.
They are looking absolutely incredible, and who would have thought? If the game keeps going this way, the Challenger Finals would be SK Prime versus Unicorns of Love. The third place match would be H2K versus NIP, but this is what it's looking like right now. These teams have improved so heavily over the last couple of months. Unicorns of Love looking to close out Game 1 fairly soon. Top inhib is dead, Baron buffs on, mid inhib under fire.
Super minions in that top lane. Coming in now. Vivin doesn't have the damage to deal with them. It's going to take a while. Oh! Gilius went after
Wow, Trashy just exploded right there. Jungler gone, mid inhibitor under fire. The damage came through out of basically nowhere. Hook onto Abdomina, flayed in as well into the box. Down goes the Dr. Mundo on top of all this one. Superman is inside the base and UOL turn over to take down Nexus turrets. 26.5 minutes. Unicorns of Love as the 6th seed take game 1 over number 2 H2K.
We said they were underdogs coming into this, and it wasn't an understatement, but man, do they look good. They've been 4-0'd by NIP, but then they had that 2-1 against Gamers 2 yesterday where they looked really, really good.
Yeah.
Unicorns of Love, you guys have been holding out on us.
They have been, and it was a tough series against G2, to be fair. That first quarterfinal match was a bit back and forth. They had some tough games, but yes, Unicorns of Love, man, did they show up, sharpened their horns, whatever it took to get them up in this one, but they are sparkling right now.
Oh.
Go ahead.
No, I have nothing to say to that. I'm not going to even dignify that with a response.
I'm just talking about Unicorns of Love being really good.
Anyway, yeah, no, they do look fantastically good. Like Power of Evil, Vardax, across the board here. And I have to say, Gilius's play is really what just sealed the deal for them right off the bat. Getting on Trashy. Nobody has, I'm going to say, nobody's had the balls to go after Trashy that early on.
Yeah.
Every time I've seen it, nobody goes after Trashy that early. Level 2, get him at his red buff. I have not seen that yet.
And what a good plan as well. I'm trying to think back to the level 1. I don't think UOL got deep wards down. I don't think the level 1 put deep wards in. They simply did the research to know where Trashy starts, because I don't think they guessed it off of leashes or anything else. He just simply took his blue buff, ran to the bot lane, jumped into the jungle, and said, I'm going to be here.
Yeah, and Gilius, he was so close to being seen. He walked out of the bush.
Oh, God, yeah, that almost failed.
So
horribly.
close. It almost failed completely. And the thing is he didn't wait for Trashy to take damage. He immediately jumped on him and rooted him inside of the red buff, so he's taking extra damage from
That's
it.
true.
So there's all these little things, and also the fact that he could have pulled it into the bush. You know, there's a lot of...
It was basically as soon as he EQ'd. It was like, your escape is down.
Exactly.
I'm on this.
Exactly.
Roots him into the red buff.
That's how you should do it when you are doing something like that, going after them. Make sure their cooldowns are down. It's like when you're sitting around waiting for a gank, and then you're like, oh, he just used Blade Surge and didn't kill a minion, going in. Or it's like Kennen just used, Lightning Surge, going in.
Yeah, Rift walked on me, anything like that, any kind of a silence being used. And you try to bait it out based on whether a cannon minion is going down or anything like that. It was obviously great. So Gilius set his team up, set Trashy well behind. Again, 4 buff start, pretty incredible. And Unicorns of Love just dictated it from there. Vizichachi crushed the top lane. Power of Evil absolutely dominated the mid lane, horribly. Bot lane was fairly close, to be honest, but it got tipped by Rengar. And just down the line, man. Perfect game by Unicorns of Love. They held control over it, and it was beautiful to watch. We're going to see if they can do that in Game 2 as well, or if H2K can bring it back and win it by Game 3. But, guys, we're going to step off the gas pedal for 3.5 minutes, but when we return, we're going to unleash some more horsepower. It's time for Game 2 between Unicorns of Love and H2 Gaming right after this. Challenger Playoffs will be right back. And are you serious? Vizichachi, one more cleaver to dodge. He dodges that one too. Goes back in for the fight. Can he get away? The Ghouls might be in the way. That cleaver hits though. That's going to be the kill. Odwamna gets it. Odwamna taking the front line. Ignite is on him. Power of Evil tries to get the kill. He does not quite get it though. And now Rengar falls. AOD explodes though, and Peppervin does drop on top of that one.
Oh my God.
Hook play on the trash. He's going to go down really quickly. AOD is around, but Shockwave hits too. They're going to break him down. Now Odwamna is ignited and will fall on top of that one. 3 for 1 so far. welcome back to the show. It's now time for the second game in the semifinal showdown of the European Challenger Series playoffs. Unicorns of Love, man, they looked great in that first game. They're up 1-0.
Yeah, over H2K Gaming.
Yeah.
Out of all the teams, Unicorns of Love, the 6th seed, beating Gamers 2.
They had to win a tiebreaker to make it in.
Yeah, and they won it in style too. But
That's
now they're proving that these aren't flukes that are coming by.
No.
Beat H2K, one game.
Yep.
They 2-1'd Gamers 2. Are they going to 2-0 H2K?
Man, they're looking pretty good. I mean, overall, great play. I want to talk first about Gilius.
Yes.
Because he started everything. 4-2-4, not the most impressive scoreline, but first blood before 3 minutes into the game. 1v1 in the enemy jungle, proving that, yes, Lions are the king of the jungle. Crushed freaking Jarvan, man.
Yeah, and when you come into a game like that, you go, oh, God. Thankfully, it's a best of 3 if you're trashy, because you're sitting there, and he's going to have some PTSD from that.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, I'm going to ward this bush as soon as I get
over
to
my red buff instead of onto the camp. Yeah.
Exactly. There's just so many things that it changes your playstyle coming into the next game. Also, Visit Chachi.
Yeah.
That Yorick top, that bully on Mundo. He last picked that sucker for himself. 4-1 and 6. Never been impressed by Yorick as much as I was impressed by Visit Chachi's right there in that matchup.
Yeah, he basically won a 1v2. Just want to point that one out real quick. Unicorns of Love also not afraid of Kassadin. You saw that one come through. Bullied it from start to finish. H2K, to me, if they want to win this series, you got to re-examine your early game here, because I think their bot lane is incredibly strong. I think Carolyn and AOD are still stronger than Vardogs and Hylissang. And if you just get the rest of your lanes in a decent spot to where you're not going to get pushed around, you can rely on them to carry the game for you. But going for the Mundo Kassadin, I think, was greedy, and H2K got punished for it.
Yeah, the late game composition there, I think it was a little bit of a, not a disrespect thing, but just not respecting Unicorns of Love because they were the 6th seed, because they were a team that has not really shown their capability.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I mean, good teams will run late game teams against other good teams. It's not necessarily a disrespect thing, but I would not have expected UOL to punish it that hard.
Well, that's the thing, though, is when you run a late game team comp like that, you have to punish it, but it's actually very hard to punish it because you have to punish it once, then you have to continue to just twist the dagger once you've gotten it in, and you just keep going with the pressure. You cannot let up, because it was a 28-minute game.
Oh,
if
yeah.
they had just stalled it, it becomes a 45-minute game, and then it's like, oh, look at Febiven.
Absolutely.
Killing everybody is Kassadin, so.
Well, speaking of Febiven killing everybody, though, he's gotten the Orianna for himself. So these guys have traded champions, basically. H2K allowed the first pick, Maokai, to come through for Visit Chachi. That means they got Orianna Rengar. Now, we didn't see any Orianna Rengar combos really in the first game. They didn't need them. But that is now here for H2K. Unicorns of Love going to repeat their bot lane here. Hylissang and Vardog, feeling very good about that Thresh Tristana.
Yeah, the Maokai going over very early. They have some late game here with some early game as well, because Maokai holds up in lane very well. He trades extremely well with his passive. And then you have Tristana bottom, who holds their own early game, then has a mid-game slump, and then comes back online around 2 items. So this composition for Unicorns of Love is not going to be as dominant, but hell, depending on what jungler they lock in for themselves and the way the game plays out, could be another performance similar to the one before.
Well, the thing is, H2K, I think, are much more well-rounded. I love their bot lane here. I really, really like Kognami. I think it's a great duo lane. And also, Orianna Rengar, again, just has so much potential to be a group. And they're not tunneled on a late-game team anymore. Yes, Kog's late-game carry, but it's fine. Your lane's going to be okay, and you're going to scale up. The question is, how well can you handle Maokai teamfights? But this is definitely a different lineup for H2K.
Yeah, I do like the Kog'Maw from Hjarnan. Every time I've seen him on Kog'Maw, I've been impressed. He played Kog'Maw 4 out of the 5 games in Summer Series 2. And I was actually really surprised that he didn't go for that champion right off the bat in the last game.
But he wanted the Lucian, I believe, if I remember properly. It went okay, but didn't really dominate. Unicorns of Love gonna grab in the Ziggs mid lane for Power of Evil, and the Jarvan does come through for Gilius. So very team fight focused composition. The 5-on-5 is exactly what they want. If they can get out of lane, Unicorns of Love could do very well there. H2K, though, they're gonna drop the Mundo, so still some late game on the top lane.
It's a regen tank slap fight up top. That's what this is gonna be, so we probably won't be looking up there for a while. Gilius is gonna play the Jarvan into the Rengar now. It's the ultimate disrespect.
Pretty much.
I beat you, with this champion, while you play Y, swap him.
Yep.
And then if he beats him again, it's a very demoralizing victory.
It's true. Well, at that point, you'd be down to the third place match either way. So Unicorns of Love looking to make it a 2-0 over H2K. Not a result I think many were predicting, but definitely the opportunity here. Unicorns of Love, late, actually, yeah, decent late game. Honestly, really good team fighting. They scale everywhere. H2K, very similar, actually. Their team fighting is good as well. Mundo Maokai, I feel like, is a weird 1v1. I feel like Mundo has an edge there, is my blind guess. I'm just not sure if that's true.
In the early game?
I think more late game. Like,
well, late game.
Eventually
late
when you're like 1v1ing. But of course you can fight. You can
yeah,
force
late game
fights
1v1ing, it's kind of a back and forth. They kind of just slap each other for a long time.
Okay.
It's like, you cast a spell, regen, and I cast a spell, regen, back and forth. But they both have % HP shreds.
Yep.
So depending on builds, most of them will, how much magic resistance each other one has, and how much they optimize for armor against the AD carry.
Well, it would
really make a difference.
That's true. I would expect an early Spirit Visit for Vizichachi. He's facing magic damage top, mid, and half the AD carry.
I'd expect pretty much the same for Odwamna here, considering he is Mundo.
Yep.
It's pretty much standard first buy.
I think a lot of this game comes down to how well the bot lanes do, because being able to break down a Mundo and a Maokai is kind of a race against time. They keep regenning throughout the fight. They have really good persistent damage output. And if you can deal enough damage to break through that, then good on you. I think Unicorns of Love are a bit tankier overall and actually have a bit more burst overall. But H2K have some really good crowd control.
Yeah, that's true. They have that AoE crowd control. They have the Nami ultimate. They have the Orianna delivery ball. And then they also have the single target from Trashy. Unicorns Love, though, they have some AoE ultimates here, too. You can synergize the Ziggs with the Jarvan right on top of it, put the Cataclysm down. And then Vizichachi will absorb a lot of damage. His name means Water Donkey.
Water Donkey.
Water Donkey. So if he's a Water Donkey, the Unicorns of Love, is he a Narwhal?
Minions have spawned.
So let's see what we got going on here.
I don't even know what a Water Donkey is.
Just is one.
I don't know.
Donkey that's in the water. He's playing around in the pool, man. He's swimming.
Okay.
Vizichachi's swimming.
Oh, they're going for an invade here. H2K. Ha! Trashy's like, invade me at my red.
I've seen this before. They went with Rengar getting the red buff. So Odwamna does leash slightly. He's part of the invade, then immediately TP's top. Does not get any extra potions. Doesn't even belie the fact that he actually invaded down there. There's actually no information. Never mind. Kog and Nami coming from the left-hand side shows that they invaded the red buff. Gilius should be able to go to enemy red after this. Ooh. Yarnin takes an explosive shot, but a good heal comes out of AoD.
Ooh, actually, Gilius, where's he heading?
Wow, they didn't know.
Yeah, it looks like Gilius is actually going to just go straight to his red, check it, be like,
There's still a chance they can get back to the red buff in time on the top side.
Yeah, Trashy. He's probably giggling to himself right now.
The thing is, Trashy's going to run out of health and his smite's going to be down. I really think Gilius could steal this buff. But yeah, that's a great buff steal. Trashy gets to laugh to himself, doesn't have the timer necessarily. Gilius might not go for the second buff, so it could be a 3-1 start for H2K.
Yep. Good invade there by H2K. They grouped as a team to perform that one instead of letting Trashy do it on his own. So it was a team effort. They did use the TP for Odwamna, because you typically don't need it within the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game.
True. It'll be up around 6 minutes this game.
This bot lane, just back and forth. This matchup is pretty even across the board. It just depends on who lands the CC on who. Do you get a bubble on the Thresh? You get some damage back and forth. You get the bubble on the Tristana. And also, do you get a hook on the Nami? Or the Cock?
Yeah, true.
Really good options here, but it's really just who gets the CC, which support will really tip this lane.
It's all about the skill shot battles. It's going to be fun. The AD carries do have decent follow-up on both sides. Vizichachi now, his lane is being pushed in by Odwamna, but it looks like there's more CS to be had for the Maokai, so it's a pretty happy place to be. Dodges the cleaver, I like that. Little tricky move.
Styled. That was awesome. Now I'm going to try using those invulnerability frames all the time.
Yeah. Man, how many are you going to miss, though?
All of them.
Yeah, darn right you are.
I'll never get it right.
I will.
Will you ever play top Maokai?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
I really never will. He's not my style.
Trashy. Sees Gilius.
If I did, I'd buy Deathcap first. I'd play him like Gragas. Lichbane first, Deathcap next. One-shot people.
It's a legitimate build.
Probably is. Never seen it, but I would still do it.
Anyway, Trashy. He's going to go finally get his red buff. He also just saw Gilius and saw that Gilius didn't have a red buff, so he's like, oh, he didn't steal mine. So it looks like I have another buff to take.
Trashy's taking his time on this one, though. Yeah. He's going to have red buff for most of the time he's kind of walking around the map, so that's kind of nice. If he gets into a battle, he'll have that red. Vizichachi trying to fight Odwamna's root comes out, the sapling as well. Good damage being dealt. Ooh, he dodges the cleaver. Vizichachi's really good at dodging Odwamna's cleavers.
Yeah, whether it's with the Twisted Advance or just walking to the side, he's doing a really good job, like you said.
Odwamna on a potion. No teleport for another minute, actually. So Vizichachi, if he gets a gank, could just pick up a kill and have no way back in. But we already have Trashy waiting to make his move. Cleaver lands.
He's just going to try to poke Vizichachi down a tiny bit. There's no need to rush this. Is he going to check it yet? There he goes.
Oh, gets rooted up in place, and this is a lot of damage to Vizichachi. He roots, he flashes. Can he get away? Flash in, and Odwamna is going to give first blood over to Trashy after 2 flashes.
But that just makes it even in gold. Because of the CS difference.
Yeah.
Just bottom, also top.
Look on here, and then jumps on in. Vardog's maybe overstaying this one, though. He's got to be real careful. He just lost 700 health, basically, because of that.
It's all about the CC and who it lands on and who gets the exchanges. Man, that was really good gank up top. But Trashy, here's the thing. He's getting going. This is what they prevented last game from Unicorns of Love side.
But Trashy already looks good, man. He's got the Maverick's Razor, he's got a longsword, and Vardogs takes a bunch of damage. Exhaust already used. Hylissang and Vardogs, they've got to respect this. They're up in CS, but they're starting to lose fights.
Yeah, it's this trading potential of the Kog'Maw Bioarcane Barrage alongside the Tidecaller's Blessing.
Well, levels are so important on these champions. Their primary damage skill is the first one they max, and it just does so much more with skill points.
Ooh. Trashy looking for a repeat gank top.
This is not good for Vizichachi. He's going to have a really hard time here. Odwamna pops ulti, so does Vizichachi, but can they win this fight anyway? Rooted in place, a lot of damage being dealt. Looks like Odwamna's going to kite out of the ulti, and he's regenning back up. Vizichachi takes a cleaver to the face. He's going to be going down, wants to try to kite away. Mana is gone. Good damage back on Trashy, but the root's going to be enough. 2 kills now to the H2K jungler.
Camping that top lane, making sure that Maokai doesn't get off the ground. I said you kind of have to camp him a bit before he gets Catalyst and then on his way to Rod of Ages. Because if you camp somebody who builds Rod of Ages, you just delay their actual stats much longer.
And that is already the TP used by Vizichachi, so a whole bunch of minions will be lost. Odwamna is actually freezing this top lane here. He's going to have a gigantic item lead as Gilius wants to break this freeze. That's like another wave, though, that Vizichachi might lose here.
Yeah. It looks like he's just here to hold, because Jarvan's wave clear is okay.
He's just trying to break the freeze.
Yeah,
Odwamna is
smiting.
I think it's now Odwamna can't easily walk back to lane. He has to burn his TP to get back. Or he
I don't know if he's even going to back, because he has his ultimate right now. He can just pop that for regen if he is in that low area.
He could wait until Spirit Visage and back when he has that.
Yeah, there's no rush here for him.
Yeah, he's like 1600-ish gold shy, so.
And Vizichachi actually stops to do his white. Yeah.
Nothing really to farm. Takes that camp, now walks back in a lane. Catalyst is done for the guy, but man, is he far down right now.
Trash, he's going to get another red buff for himself here.
They see everyone else coming back around.
Nope.
Hylissang and Vardog's doing a good job of timing that buff respawn. Of course, Gilius is the one who cleared it.
Here's the thing, though, is it's cat ball delivery, and he used his ult.
Meow.
They saw it.
They saw it with the ward. They backed on out. He goes in for this one. Febiven knows this is all happening, but there's the entire bot lane of H2K, and this is going to be their red buff. Yes, it is. Trashy claims that. But the hook across the wall, knockup doesn't quite land on a Trashy. There's the bubble, though, and Vardogs comes in. Gilius forced to run away, pops the ulti. Can they kill Trashy now? Yes, they will. 1-for-1. Shockwave whiffs. Oh, no, from Febiven. He lost the ultimate. Now Huron then taking some damage. Chase on into Flash from H2K's AOD. 1-for-1.
Wow, and the buff is lost somewhere. Who has the red? Who ended up with it? I'm actually quite curious.
Might be nobody's.
Yeah,
They could have traded kills.
They just went to Gilius, and then Gilius died to Trashy.
Red buff tick could have done it technically.
Yeah, that's true.
Top lane though, big fight though. Vizichachi jumping in onto Odwamna, who has popped his ultimate himself, but without Visage is not a million health back, but it will be more than half his health bar back. Up a full level over this Maokai though. It looks like the Mundo's working much better in this matchup.
Yeah, it looks like the type of matchup where Mundo, you'll kind of just stall the game out alongside him. It goes back to the time when everybody was using like Shyvana versus like Trundle, Shyvana versus Mundo.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you guys sit around and farm and try to transition into the late game, and then just see who's the bigger regen tank later on.
Yeah, it's just kind of different in what they provide to the team, though. Basically, Maokai, all about holding a big front line, absorbing damage, and just being in the way. You can't get past him, and it's his job to keep everybody kind of in top shape. Mundo is more of a damage dealer. He does soak damage, of course, very well, but he's best served chasing down a Kog'Maw. I think that's like the #1 thing that Mundo could do is like get in the way of Ezreal or Jinx or Kog'Maw and say, deal with me because you can't. So they will ideally play teamfights a little bit differently. Difficulty being that Tristana can, of course, cut the regen and potentially has a very similar top level damage cap to Kog'Maw here. So we'll have to see how they end up matching up against each other. But 10 minutes in, of course, quick pause. We'll get the game started again pretty soon. But a really close game. We're 600 gold apart. The top lane camp has gotten Trashy on Rengar ahead. I have not seen any other really, really big ulti ganks from him yet, though, but maybe he can snowball another lane as well.
Yeah, the Rengar ganks top were really good. Then they went for the aggressive play by the red. Febivin whiffing the ultimate. I think he threw it onto Trashy as Trashy died. So
But it was like a pretty big delay, though.
It like snapped back to him. Well, the thing is that he walked away from the fight.
Oh,
didn't know they were going to continue it. And then he was like, uh-oh, you guys are actually fighting, and walks back.
Yeah, ended up being a mistimed ultimate either way, though. That could have been a better fight for H2K. That wasn't the case here. So, 600 gold game. Still 10 minutes in. Vardogs Hillsong to gain some gold for themselves. Still the tiniest of CS leads in this bot lane here. BF Sword available soon. Trashy wants in on Power of Evil, but seems like he cannot quite reach that. Uh-oh, Power of Evil is actually going to get reached after all. I take that back. The Satchel seems to have not done anything, and Trashy gets himself a kill. Never mind, the Rengar gank's super working.
There's the interaction we were talking about earlier. I guess it doesn't move him.
Was it on the correct side, though?
I don't know. He didn't even move. He didn't even get popped up.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh, Gilius could definitely make a play here. They have to wait for the timeout of the Lantern. So he can just Q in, smite it, and get out.
Goes for it, Trashy! Oh, man. Gets the smite, and the kill goes over to Gilius. AOD doesn't have to be too afraid of this one either. Kills some more wards out, and H2K solidify their advantage, 2,500 gold lead.
Flipping the matchup, and now Rengar just seems to have the edge over the Jarvan, regardless of who's playing it right now, because you're playing it very aggressive when you're in this game.
And Trashy's been able to force things that were early cooldown boots. He's going to go for the Cutlass as well. Same build we just saw Gilius play.
He's copying him. It works for Gilius.
Maybe the case.
You never know.
Either way, it's working out, to be honest. A 3-1-2 Rengar. That doesn't mean he's going to be squishy. It doesn't mean he is killable by people like Ziggs and Tristana, but that might just not matter. Mid lane under fire, some good damage coming through. Trashy to grab his red buff as well.
He wants to farm a little bit more because he's not sitting on 5 ferocity. Febivin.
Athenes for both these mid laners here. Boots advantage for the Orianna, not a big deal. Unicorns of Love are going to take some time to clear these wards away, but right now H2K have just made better choices so far in this game.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love have had their jungle warded for a bit. H2K are playing more like a team, from what I'm noticing. Even the little invade that they tried to get that 3rd red buff didn't work out too well, but it worked in a way because they went in. But they were all part of it.
The H2K want to be part of something even greater. You're seeing Rengar wait around for a mid lane gank here. Once this wave pushes back to equal, Parvil misses the ward in the wall, actually. He doesn't get it in the brush. So he does not see Trashy's approach. It's on the other side anyway.
Trashy's
the brush.
Definitely looking for a play here. He went on Power of Evil previously with this ultimate. Rooted him up. See if he can do it again. Power of Evil does have the flash.
Gilius wants his bot lane, though, so they will be ganking different lanes at roughly the same time here.
If a hook lands, it's going to be a lantern backwards to set up this gank.
Look how far back H2K are playing, though. They are completely respecting any of this. Lantern comes out. Quick reconnect. No big deal. That's what the pause is for. H2K just farming up. I mean, they are the team in the lead right here. They've usually been very good at closing out games. They're usually very lane dominant as well, and you can see that not cashing in these bad matchups is working out. Trashy is going to be on a ward, though. He's not going to get a gank either. So Trashy's been looking for ganks, but not finding them right now.
Yeah,
So Dwamna keeps pushing Maokai out. Of course, low health part of Vizichachi means he's got to leave and loses another wave of XP. Oh, Dwamna is crushing this matchup here.
Oh, actually, at the top, they are going to go and use the Mega Inferno Bomb for Power of Evil to clear that wave out. So it's not completely wasted CS.
That's a good choice to get that cooldown down. Keep your lanes a little bit more afloat.
Oh.
Flash hook's going to land on an AOD. And here comes the
TP.
teleport. Say knockback AOD. Tidal wave comes across. He flashes back towards the turret. They're going to pull in Vizichachi. Can he reach for the root? Hillsong trying to make this happen. Vardog's still running away. Can he get out of this one? Dodges the first ulti, but the attack comes through from Hjarn. Then they will trade back on the support, though. But here comes Febivin. Good damage on Vizichachi. Whole bunch comes out from Hjarn as well. And that is another kill picked up now. 2 for 1. The root on Hillsong. That's going to be 3 for 1 now. H2K crushed that battle.
They're playing much better as a team right now. And Unicorns of Love not having that same early game lead against a late game comp. This composition has much more early game to it and mid game.
Well, Gilly is going to try to get his red buff back. Every single time it's stolen in some way.
Gonna come around him again.
Yeah. Big risk. Cleaver comes out. There's the
Got
root
with
as
the root.
well. EQ gets him away, just not far enough, though. Forced to flash. And that red buff's going to go to H2K.
As soon as he flashed, Trashy was done with that fight. Wanted to go back to the red. You can see how quickly he turned away. Yeah, that's not his objective. He wants the red. Being prepared for the kill.
Blu-ray steal as well. Power of Evil puts some damage onto Odwamna, but not going to gain much here. Unicorns of Love just do not seem to be able to find the fights that they are looking for. H2K always there to turn them back around.
You were talking about how this bot lane matchup is going to completely dictate this game in the late game. Hjarnan, the exhaust completely wears off. Vardag's flash, heal, it's going to get Hjarnan to just walk up, fire Arcane Barrage, and at the same time, we end up seeing the rest of the team trying to collapse. Trashy comes over the wall with his ultimate from the Dragon Pit, ends up flashing to get around the Satchel Charge, and lands his perfect bola for the kills.
Yeah, H2K, they showed up first, and of course the Ziggs ulti was down for helping the top lane, so that's kind of why you see a fight go that well. If they're joining these battles before a UOL, it's going to go that way.
Yeah, and the fact that they have this more mid-game, late-game, and it has some early-game power compared to Kassadin,
Yeah.
then it's definitely a better team composition for H2K and their play style as well. Because they love to bully people. I was really surprised by the late-game comp. They kind of got baited into the Kassadin combined with the Mundo in the top lane.
And you can't go full greed for late game. You can often get that punished. So, of course, Odwamna unable to be punished by the Maokai. Good ganks as well by Trashy. 2 of them in a row before level 6 worked incredibly well. And now ward coverage going over. H2K removing vision. Dragon up in 15 seconds. These guys are not showing signs of slowing down.
Yeah, and Unicorns of Love, really, their biggest point is the fact that they always have ward control of major objectives, but H2K are wrestling that away from them with their pink ward coverage and the fact that they are sweeping this area and prepping for it early. You always want to prep for objectives before UOL does, because they are usually on time for these types of things. And they'll just snowball the game out of control and not give UOL the gold that they want.
It looks like H2K do have to respect the engage of potential,
Wow.
but Hillsong just gets jumped on right away. Big damage comes out. Nice bubble, nice tidal wave as well. 1 kill picked up. Now Vardogs tries to kill Trashy. They will trade 1 kill back, but now Gilius might have to be all kinds of careful here. Getting chased down by AOD.
Nightcaller.
Pops the ulti. Yeah, 3 kills though come through. 2 of them directly to Hjarn. And then another big fight. H2K keep finding these picks. The Rengar is working so well from Trashy.
Yeah, and the Trinity Force power spike on that Kog'Maw is actually really big.
Yeah.
5-0 and 3. He's stronger than the IE Tristana right now.
By a lot.
Straight up.
Yeah, he is, and this is going to be all kinds of good things. Then H2K are well set up this game. 6,500 gold lead. They're controlling objectives. They're winning every single fight, and they're always in the right place much sooner than Unicorns of Love. They've not pushed towers down just yet, but they are maintaining control over the neutral objectives pretty nicely.
No. Ward coming in. Is he going to go for it?
Oh! Hillsong's going to die for this one. Burns the exhaust, tries to run. Actually, AOD was hurt enough.
AOD didn't have any mana either for any of his spells.
Yeah.
I know the W doesn't cost anything anymore, but he had no slow available to him. Look at that, Trash is going to run straight into Gilius. Has 5 ferocity.
A whole bunch of damage. Gilius is going to die. Shield comes out from Pevivin. Trashy gets it. Actually, the red buff claims the kill. They wanted to give it over.
He's trying to be helpful.
Still took the kill.
Doesn't matter.
Worth it. And every single time, Unicorns have left. They walk by this dragon pit. They kill the pink ward. They're like, but dragon's gone.
Yeah, the vision control is really important to them, but the fact that they aren't able to win these team fights or even initiate the team fights in the way that they want to is really big. Both top laners now have TP just coming up right now after that bottom lane fiasco a while ago. But still, this Mundo bullying around this Maokai really hard. 0-0-6 to 1-3. 20 CS advantage, and his wave clear, frankly, he clears it faster and more consistently. He has better regen, and he's a better duelist than Maokai.
Yep.
Maokai is the straight-up team fighter, and Mundo is duelist, poker, a little bit of a kite.
Yeah.
Kite-oriented champion.
But he wants to reach the back line if he can.
Exactly. He wants to rush. I said poke, but I meant more like long-range kite.
Yeah, I mean, he can poke. Like,
Yeah.
he actually works okay in siege comps.
He's really annoying.
Yeah, he is. And his grammar's horrible.
And Trashy.
He wants in. There's the ball. Shockwave's flashed away by Hillsong. Hook will not land. That could have been a kill if they landed it.
Bola landed on a minion there. So it ended up rooting big old minion.
It died to the Shockwave.
Exactly.
They got him.
You can't flash when you're Bola'd. So poor minion. But
Yep.
good news for everybody on UOL.
You can't flash if you're a minion in the first place. Why don't they get summoner spells?
I believe in the lore they're actually minor summoners.
I think they're controlled by minor summoners.
They're lesser summoners, yeah. Well, yeah, they're controlled by lesser summoners.
Yeah, and
We get
apparently they're
the
not-
champions.
Apparently those summoners aren't level 12. They don't have flash.
Like, that's why we don't have League of Mediocrity. It's League of Legends.
Yeah.
Because then you just be controlling these little minions. It's like, all right, log in. Go! Oh,
You attack move then
man,
AFK. It's how you
Maokai
can
OP. What's
Yeah.
going on?
just kill 6 at once, man.
Oh, I died and lost all my gold. Don't worry, I'll respawn. What if it's
Great.
just the same minion going back?
Same minions. Well, you need like 20 of them per lane, though.
Duamna.
Duamna, though, is chasing 3 people down by himself, as you do. Hooked into the turret range, though. This could be decent. Nope, they're going to back off. Good bubble onto Vizichachi.
Now the regen tank just doing way too much work there. The cooldown on that is actually fairly low.
Yeah.
So it's about 1/3 of the way back up on the sadism.
H2K have been in control this entire time around now. They have finally crushed the outer line of turrets, those 3, the first tier. No dragon available, buffs. Blue buff just taken away. Red buff might be respawning soon, judging by where these guys are moving.
So H2K are having about as dominant of a game as UOL were having last game.
Yes.
They're 8,000 gold up, or about 7,500 gold for H2K at the 21-minute mark.
Ooh, the
No
flash
flash.
engage. Duamna has nowhere to go. Cataclysm locking him up for a good long time. Lantern comes out for just an assist. And now, oh, they're rushing Baron. The team is on the wrong side of the map, but they have to respect the fact that they can't take Baron.
They walked up to it, saw the damage, and then they just walked away. They started it for a second, but H2K are around the area, and they actually pinged it. Good presence of mind.
Trashy wants in.
Who does he want?
Hillsong's going to get rooted in place. Do they have the follow-up now, though? Exhaust is burned. There comes the shield. There comes the shockwave. Kill picked up by Febivin. 1 for 1 in the extended trade.
It's a little gratuitous on the shockwave, but hey, got the job done.
Darn right. And looks like H2K are going to keep on pushing. That minion does break the backdoor bonus, but Yarn has to respect Bardock with the red buff. And that will not be much gained. But an 7,500 gold lead means H2K are still in control, but they're not pushing their objectives very fast. They're not closing the game out anytime soon. They do have a late game to fall back on, but they're just taking small advantages over and over again.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to just win the team fights and then transition that later on. So it looks like it's going to be a little bit longer game than 28 minutes. I mean, granted, maybe they do get, in the next 4 minutes, a fantastic fight for them, but look at all the wards in their inventories here.
Yeah.
Everybody is trying to close this game out by getting ward control of the enemy jungle of UOL's jungle.
Yeah.
Because UOL, they are known for their vision control. They're known for having tons of wards on the map at any given time, which really shows where they want to put their pressure. So right now, they don't have any by the Dragon. They have about one, but it's pretty far removed from it.
It's true. But, I mean, thankfully, some of the routes in are at least visible. Unicorns of Love have the ability to check things, but H2K just... Any fight that happens, it seems to go H2K's way no matter what. Bubble will not hit the hillside, but they're going to hook on in this board anyway. Knockout comes around, and they might just kill AOD. He finally is actually not even going down. Kill bit on the support, 2 for nothing so far. Finally, AOD falls, but Hiranan is still dealing damage. 3 for 1, but the Chachi now getting chased. He's likely to drop as well for this one as he runs away under his turret. The flash on in. That is the 4th kill for 1 death. Bardog's now also going to die. H2K rolling over UOL in every team fight.
The ball delivery system finally coming to fruition there, and it's an ace for 1. AOD ends up dying at the start of the fight, and are they going to go straight for the Baron here on Unicorns of Love side? Vizichachi, he does have TP, but there really isn't anything for him to TP to that's close by. Closest object is the ward to the right.
Trashy does have decent regen to get his ferocity back up. He can pop that W. Odwamna sitting at about 800 health. That's actually enough for Mundo, no big deal. This Baron does go down. 25 minutes, H2K now up 11,500 gold.
They shred that Baron so quickly with Hiranan having his Fire Arcane Barrage and his Blade of the Wood King. Watch this over again. Just the damage and the ball delivery system into 3 priority members, destroying them, and Power of Evil at the same time. Bardags almost got sucked into that and completely obliterated, but he lasts a little bit longer.
Yeah.
The kitten ball delivery finally working. Didn't have to use it last game for UOL, but this game, H2K pick a fight off the back of AOD.
And H2K is going to kite back and take a dragon for themselves. I think Vizichachi actually played that team fight wrong. He could have come in with Jarvan and threatened AOD and Hiranan together, and instead Gillies was kind of by himself trying to defend.
Ooh.
And nice attempt, no steal comes through, but
Nobody saw that.
basically Vizichachi had one big decision. He could go in towards Mundo and try to peel the front line away, or he could help Gilius in removing Hiranan. I think the better choice was to let Tristana kite, let Power People leave, let that team run away, instead of getting suckered into the shockwave. And he could have actually made a much better fight trade there.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you don't see it coming, because it's the Rengar ultimate. So when the ball immediately appears on you, the reactions are very quick. And, you know, props to Vardags for avoiding it. But UOL, they're in a terrible situation, too. There's 13,000 gold down at 26 minutes. Basically every minute, H2K is getting 500 gold over you, and that's off the back of objectives, the fact that they are out-warding Unicorns of Love, and they are out-rotating them just flat out. The kill contribution here across the board is looking really good for H2K. You can tell they're team fighting a lot.
They're doing a great thing for themselves. Hiranan is massive. He's on his way towards his 3rd item here. Level 15 now as well, 3 levels above Bardogs, which means now he's just getting points in queue for even more attack speed. It's probably close to 2 per second right here.
Yeah, that Kog'Maw is definitely scaling up a lot faster than the Tristana is.
Hook won't land. Odwamna basically unkillable. 3 tank items are in right now.
Turret being tanked up.
Yeah, he doesn't even care. Sit there, take the damage. Not a big deal. UL do defend though. H2K not trying to rush this one down, but Hylissang loses so much health from Kog'Maw and Orianna. Blue buff on both of them as well as Baron. There's so much mana to be spent.
Yeah, so last time we saw H2K, and actually we talked about at the start in terms of what champions Febiven plays, and I always say you can't give him Orianna or Yasuo. You can't give him Orianna because he's going to farm like a beast. He's got 300 CS in 27 minutes, and that dissonance there, that just landed on Hylissang, just chunked him down. He will clear waves very quickly. His shockwave is going to obliterate your backline when it's delivered to you by Trashy. And even if you just land the dissonance manually by using command attack, it's going to completely chunk you out and make you almost a non-factor in the fight.
And we've been seeing that, man. The engages are just removing the backline of UOL. Rengar can reach the backline very easily. Shockwave makes the fight go rather quickly. And the flash hook from Hillsong is in the middle of a minion wave. Does not get anything for it. Out here on the wants his bubble's not quite going to land, but the tidal wave does. And down goes Thresh again. 1, 5, and 4 on Hillsong. And just every single battle, it's always H2K getting a kill.
Yep, completely punished for that little move there with the flash hook. They didn't have flash available. Time to go. And the entire team of H2K just come out of the brush while Mundo pushing top.
And H2K happy to just push as 4 and try to close this game out as Odwamna split pushes top lane. He'll get uncontested turret kills here. UOL are required to defend as basically their entire team against this squad.
Yeah, that wave clear is ridiculous from Feathervin. He doesn't even have to bat an eye. It just instantly falls over within a command attack through them and a distance.
And we're going to see top lane tier 2 go down. H2K have now claimed all 6 turrets outside the base. Tier 1 and Tier 2 are gone. As long as chunked out in the bot lane, he goes down right away.
Again.
Shockwave into Kog'Maw.
Caught again. Shockwave down. Wow, the Mega Inferno Bomb basically does the damage to Kjarnan that Dissonance does to everybody else.
It's a pretty farmed Orianna right now. This is going to be game pretty soon, I think, as the inhibitor goes down. H2K under 30 minutes in, now up 18,000 gold.
Yeah, just making this lead even bigger and bigger. Granted, UOL had a larger lead earlier and then didn't get to this point in the game.
Yeah.
Because they closed it out very quickly off the back of some good plays and some good invasions. But H2K, instead, camping that top lane early with Maokai down, he's been pretty much a non-factor. He has Rod of Ages fully stacked up, and now he has Spirit Visage. Doesn't have an armor item.
Yeah. It's a squishy person to be.
To see a Shockwave come in here, and look at that. Just that's basically the damage of the Mega Inferno Bomb to everybody else on the team. Bam. The Dissonance.
2 spells from Kog'Maw. Didn't even auto-attack him.
Stolen.
Look at this. AOD just picked up Zeke's Herald.
Okay.
So 10 lifesteal and 20 attack damage to his friends. Helps Rengar, Kog'Maw, and a little bit of Mundo.
And cooldown reduction to himself.
Of course.
And HP. It's basically a glorified Kindle gem.
Wow. You don't like that item very much, apparently.
No, I love Zeke's Herald.
I think it's great. As an AD carry, I love that item.
When other people buy it for you, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
The fact that lifesteal is becoming more and more scarce as a stat, because it's really Blade of the Ruined King, or you go for the Bloodthirster. But instead of you getting Bloodthirster, your AD carry can go ahead and just get you a Zeke's Herald.
Yeah, and they can get you a Zeke's for it. But bot lane turret now very low on health, under a third here, and they're still putting damage down. The engage on Odwamna, though, he wants this one, but we're not going to land. But the health bar down to about 1/3. They can't get enough damage down, though. He's going to regen all the way back up. Vardog's taking poke from the Kog'Maw. In they go again for the turret. That's going to fall right now. Trashy pops the ult. He's going to flash in, root up Gilius. He's going to jump away for this one. Vizichachi also pops the ulti, and he just has nothing to do, though, in this game. Bot lane inhibitor goes down. Shockwave going to land as well, and Hillsong again caught out by Feathervin. Ulti comes out, dealing some good damage to Kjarnan, but there's just not enough follow-up there. Ulti pops in, and double kill now comes in for Feathervin. This is going to be the game. Trashy is going to die down, but they trade back now onto Vardogs. 2 versus 4. Nexus turret's now taking damage. Odwamna isn't, though. Power of Evil is going to fall. Kjarnan stays alive. This will finally be the game. 32 minutes in. Minions flood on into this one as well. H2K with a very commanding victory. They never lost grasp of the game, and Trashy set them up real well.
And it's just the junglers back and forth in these matchups, and I'm glad that we're having a game 3.
Yep.
Because if this wasn't the playoffs, then I don't know what is, because all these teams are so equal in terms of skill level that they take games off each other back and forth.
Yeah.
So having the best of 3, making sure that we find out who really is the top dog and can adjust mid-series to what they just saw.
And keep in mind as well that like this is still the road for the promotion tournament as well. I mean, you've got to adapt fast. Adapt or die, definitely the case in best of series. And keep in mind, if you win here, you go to the promo tournament, you face SK Prime in the finals, and you get to find out who's the real top dog here. But if you lose, you're facing NIP in the third place match. NIP, definitely no pushovers. Very strong team overall. You saw them fight tooth and claw. And neither team can feel good about facing the third place match here. 1-1 of the series. UOL crushed game 1 against a late game comp. H2K, a lot of great moves here, especially knocking down the Maokai to the point where he was never effective anymore. And Odwamna just became unkillable and walked around and did things.
Yeah, the fact that they camped Vizicachi just a couple times.
Yeah.
Then they left the matchup to just be over in Odwamna's favor, and then Trashy made plays elsewhere. Went to Dragon, went bottom, went to the jungle, went to the mid lane, made a whole bunch of map pressure after just kind of raising a baby and saying you can go ahead and walk now and be by yourself and just completely dominate that lane. Fabevin, 7-0-11.
Yeah.
And then Hjarnan, 9-0-7. These guys really stepped up this game, especially in comparison to the last game. So I don't think they're going to get baited back into a Kassadin if it's left open.
Nope.
I don't think they would want to pick it, and I don't think they're definitely going to pick it into conjunction with a team comp that can't hold off and is too late game focused.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they will get punished by UOL immediately. And also the fact that Hjarnan went with a Kog'Maw this time over the Lucian was something I really liked straight from Champion Select, because he'd played Kog'Maw 4 out of his 5 times that we saw him in Summer Series 2. So I thought, if it's not broken, you don't have to fix it. Just keep going back to the Kog'Maw.
Right.
Because that is where he functions the best, because his positioning is fantastic with that champion.
Absolutely. And I think H2K do have the stronger bot lane. I think it was the case as well with NIP versus SK Prime. SK Prime managed to play around that, though, and win their games. But for H2K, it feels like they're going to just do fine in lane regardless. So go ahead and pick a late game carry. Go ahead and scale up. Hjarnan is doing a great job on that one. What you said earlier in the middle of game 2, though, was don't give Febevin Orianna.
Yes.
That was a really big part here. Not only because his Orianna is really good, but it was largely the Ori Rengar combo.
I think it was banned. No, it was taken away game 1.
Yeah, it was taken away first round in game 1 there. It was something that UOL really heavily prized. Unicorns will love going back on Red's side here in game 3. I think it was obvious the Kassadin ban didn't matter. Although H2K did spend a ban on it themselves this game. But UOL, you cannot allow the Ori to come through. It seems like the Maokai is something that's... Like, H2K blue side banned it the first game. I don't know if you do anymore because you see how easy it was to shut down. But I wonder how strong the Rengar will be without Orianna, because I don't think you let the champion go through again.
Yeah, the Rengar without the Orianna, I'm not too sure. I mean, you might, like, first round pick... if you're H2K, if it's left open, you first round pick something like Maokai, and then if both are left open, you pick them on your rotation. But you know that UOL will do that combo.
It's true.
So it's kind of a, do you separate it? Do you ban one? There's a lot of options here, and depending on their strategy and what they want to do, we'll have to see.
Well, we'll have to see. We're going to see what happens in Champ Select, guys, but we're going to take one last quick break today. But when we return, it's going to be that third and final game between H2K Gaming and Unicorns of Love, with a trip to the finals on the line. Find out who advances after this. Good damage on Vizicachi. Whole bunch comes out from Hjarnan as well. That is another kill picked up now. 2 for 1. The root on Hillsong. That's going to be 3 for 1. Big damage comes out. Nice bubble. Nice tidal wave as well. 1 kill picked up now. Vardogs tries to kill Trashy. They will trade 1 kill. Goldie popped in, and double kill now comes in for Febevin. This is going to be the game. Trashy is going to die down, but they trade back now onto Vardogs. European Challenger Series here. It's time for the final game of the day. H2K Gaming against Unicorns of Love with the series, of course, tied 1-1 here in the best of 3. And winning this game means you are in the LCS promotion tournament.
Yes, you are guaranteed a spot, and you will play SKP to see who is the most threatening team to the LCS.
Basically, and you lose, you drop down to the third place match, you still got a chance, but you face Ninjas and Pyjamas, who are still a very scary squad. You don't want to risk it to that.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's a UOL versus Ninjas and Pyjamas, we've seen that matchup 2 times already, and it's 2-0 for NIP.
Or 0, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So UOL, they definitely are going to fight for their lives here and try to get themselves that spot, but H2K, same thing. They will have careers on the line.
Yeah, they do. And they're a very good team. We're going to see which one's a little bit better. H2K, of course, had a much better Game 2 than they did in Game 1. They didn't go quite as hard in the late game, and they had a better time with it. So Febivin, he got us Orianna instead of Kassadin. 7-0 and 11 that game.
Yes.
Had a pretty good score.
Cannot give him Orianna or Yasuo.
No.
You just can't.
You cannot. He's good at those champions. And when you give him Kassadin, you just win his lane.
Yeah, you can give him Kassadin. That's fine.
That's fine. No big deal.
Matter.
That's the one that doesn't matter quite as much. Also, H2K's AD carry, we think their bot lane right now is a stronger duo. They're definitely one of the better bot lanes in Challenger. Hjarnan went 9-0-7 on Kog'Maw that game. He and Voidal had he and AOD. Voidal was last split. Yeah, he and AOD had a pretty darn good run as well. His Kog'Maw's scary.
Yeah, and Hjarnan is around number 8, like top 10 in Challenger right now. So that's how good of an individually skilled AD carry he is. And the fact that he's playing these late game carries up against Vardags, Vardags is holding toe-to-toe with him because the lane aggression is just really on the supports at that point. And at that part, AOD, he's been doing a pretty good job himself.
Yeah, and it just kind of comes out, though, that the late game carry still ends up happening. And we've also just kind of seen the game be dictated by jungle pressure.
Yes.
Ultimately, game 1 was Gilius stamping his foot down really early on, getting the first blood at 3 minutes up against his opponent of Trashy. And the game was just kind of over from that point on. There's a bunch of weak lanes with the jungle who couldn't help them, and Unicorns of Love just siege till the game ended. Last game, H2K got really good ganks off, crushed the top lane, and Odwamina just started continually pushing Vizitanti around.
And a big thing about the jungle pressure last game was that once they had established, we took your red, they kept coming back to it every time it spawned. There was always a fight over that red buff because they didn't want Gilius to have a single one. And that was part of the jungle pressure. You get the red buff out of the hands of Jarvan, it's kind of hard for him to continually chase you down.
Well, we got to see what happens here because look at this, H2K Gaming. Morgana ban, Orianna banned themselves, and Cinder coming through.
They have a different first pick in mind here.
Yeah.
So I think that
Maokai
will be your last ban if you're Unicorns of Love. If it's not, it's going to get picked up. And if that's banned, then it's probably going to be Rengar.
Or do you leave both and hope something better can be grabbed here? Kassadin, of course, not a big threat from these guys, although interestingly, H2K, they banned it in Game 2, got to pick it second round in Game 1, and it's back up here in Game 3. Do they also get tempted by Kassadin?
No, they're going to go Rengar.
Yeah, just even later on, though.
Here's the thing, though, is the Kassadin was banned against Power of Evil last time, so are they just going to pick that up on Unicorns of Love first rotation?
Orianna's gone. Now, to be fair, Orianna was the champion that beat up Kassadin here in Game 1, right? So that could allow H2K to get Kassadin with less of a lane bully opponent. Maybe that works. Now, actually, like UOL grabbing Cog early, they could Cog Trist, deny hypercarries from Hjarnan. Jinx is disabled right now. And, of course, Power People plays mid-Cog. I don't know if you blind pick mid-Cog.
He did that before, I believe.
It was blind?
I think he picked it pretty early on, and then they were like, okay, no, it's a blind pick Kog'Maw.
The question is, though, are you okay playing a really scary no-escape mid laner against a Rengar?
I don't know. Here's the thing, though. If you're H2K, you pick up your Tristana this rotation just because you're afraid of that happening?
I don't know, because they could have picked Trist right here.
Yeah.
Right? There was no threat for Lee Sin being taken. UOL, I think they just want to deny Cog from Hjarnan and hope that's enough for them and have the option to move it around. This is why I like Cog. It's just room for UOL. You don't have to deny Trist. I might have called that myself if I were on the team, but it's UOL saying, look, this Cog can go either place. We can test out the lane matchups and threaten it either way.
I'm just saying that H2K, would most likely take Tristana this rotation,
Oh, just
so
regardless.
Unicorns of Love don't take it and have
Okay.
that flex pick for themselves.
Then Vardax can't find a late game champion for himself that's not COG, and they can kind of force
Man.
him down.
What if Curse Gaming was just like, Voyboy plays AP, Kog'Maw mid, and AD Tristana, so they pick
Pick anything.
both of them, and it's like, which one's going where?
Yep. Well, Nami comes through. Going to be AOD's second Nami in a row now, I believe. He played it in the last time around. He was actually playing in Summer Series 2 as well. But there's the bot lane. Nami, very scary. Unicorns of Love still have to look at their top lane and mid lane picks. They have to show us support and one of these other solo lanes now at this point. I think they still look for that York vs Mundo matchup if possible, though. I think you leave top lane open for sure, and you force your mid to go blind because it worked so darn well last time.
Yeah, Mundo seems to be contested in this series. Irelia is something that Vizicachi always wants to get his hands on and was banned last time.
Oh, he's gonna blind pick the York instead. Interesting. So Braum coming through against Nami. Braum Cog is a reasonably good lane, but I think it's pushed around a little bit by Nami, though. I feel like it's a little bit difficult for UOL unless they can get the ganks to happen. I do want to talk about Gilius picking Lee Sin more, though. We were talking about the flex picks. I like him going for an early game bully of Lee Sin. I think he can outfight Rengar in the one-on-one, and I think that this can help stymie H2K's early game aggression. I mean, in both cases, early game jungle pressure won the game. And so the more you can focus on that, the better you can set up your lanes.
Yeah, I like that emphasis of that champion. And then in comparison to Rengar, tons of escapes, tons of gap closers, easy to close in and then keep him close.
Right. Looks like they will opt into the Mundo versus Yorick anyway.
We saw this matchup before, though.
I know, and it didn't go well for H2K, but Hjarnan is going to lock in this Mundo for Odoamne. Ahri mid for Febiven. 3 champs in 3 games. Cass in game 1 got crushed. Orianna in game 2 dominated. And now a blind pick Ahri here in game 3.
He's feeling confident. And here's the thing, too, is if it's an AP Kog'Maw versus Ahri,
Still could be.
it's kind of difficult for Kog'Maw to land any abilities on her post 6.
It's true.
She will just wrap around you, close that distance. She doesn't really care about the Void Ooze.
Yeah, he can't self-peel.
Yes, exactly. She will get in on him, and it's a really good counter to that matchup.
Oh, Unicorns of Love have to make the choice there.
What?
Oh, okay. Here's why I like it. So, we talked about this in game 1.
All right.
Cassiopeia plus York is a really good combo because she belts out damage. When she dies, she comes back and then keeps belting out damage. High damage comp for UOL, supported by a Braum York frontline.
Wow. So Power of Evil, we've
And
seen
nothing you kill stays dead.
Exactly. We've seen... Oh, okay. Yeah. The Omen of Death.
Right,
will
and
bring
even
her
just
back.
Kog'Maw being a Kog'Maw.
Yes, exactly. He will come back up and at least do some damage with the passive. But yeah, Power of Evil, he's whipped out the AP Kog'Maw. He's whipping out the Cassiopeia now. Friggin' hype on that one. Cassiopeia versus Ahri. Not too great for Ahri in the early game.
Yeah, and I think, so we talked about Cog having self-peel here. I think Cassiopeia has a much easier time here mid to late against Ahri, because when she goes in, you just toss the ulti out. And there's a really good chance you actually lock Ahri up with that stun. Yeah, okay, you'll be charmed while the stun comes out probably, but generally speaking, I feel like it works pretty well as the Cassiopeia. Could be proven wrong. We don't see her very much, but I have high hopes for this.
Yeah, and she also has really good wave clear with her miasma. She's very good at actually, as long as you hit one spell, the rest are going to follow up, kind of like AP Urgot.
Yeah, and I want to see what build he goes for, because we don't see a ton of Cassiopeia, but there are a lot of ways to play it. So there's a really tanky build where you rely on Riley's Leandries.
Which Riley's did get buffed in AP, reduced in HP.
100 AP, I think it's 400 health now, but yeah, it's 20 more ability power. So you can go for a tankier sort of burn-based build, or you can go for, I believe it's like tier like death cap kind of, and you just have the mana pool and just a bunch of burst damage.
Yes.
The big thing about Cassiopeia is CDR is not a very good stat on her. It's ineffective on the E for the resets. Q, it doesn't stack anyway, the poison, and the base cooldown's the same as the duration on the poison in the first place, so more poisons don't really help. It gives you a couple more miasmas, and it gives you maybe another ult sooner, but you generally rely on tier for mana and then a bunch of ability power and durability. I want to see how he goes for it.
Yeah, and the fact that her passive will cut mana costs as long as you get some out and have the mana to use the ability.
It's so easy to stack tier on her.
Oh yeah. Spam abilities all the time.
Oh, that's my quote. That's a freak reference right there.
They say the key to beauty lies
We
in
never see her, so I never get to point it out.
grace. What do you think?
Just
One more taunt, come on. In case you guys missed it.
30 seconds.
Scumbag power of evil.
Wow.
You know what? Whatever. You know, I'm done. You all's gonna lose.
Did it like once or twice.
I know. Well, that was the joke a couple times, though. When he hops around, it's the joke. When she crawls on the ground and gestures, that's the taunt.
And what does she say with the freak quote?
She says, "You think I'm a freak? Let me get on your level." And she has one other quote too, I think. I think she has I think a rare taunt. There's another one she normally does.
Anyway, the Cassiopeia, very, very rare sight here
True.
on the Summoner's Rift.
Hey, I mean, Rengar likes to hunt rare game, you know, it's the thrill
Oh,
of
yeah.
the hunt. Never killed a Cassiopeia before. Oh, sorry, the pronunciation is Cassiopeia. It's not like Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia.
Sounds like a city, right? Like in the future, everything's nice and green and full of snakes.
Like Metropolis. With
Right.
Snakes. Anyway, Mundo hanging off on the side right now. Odwamna going to trek up to the top lane. He's going to miss a few creeps, I think.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit far down, but he wanted to make sure nothing cheeky happened in his lane right there. Power of Evil playing very aggressive early on. Of course, Rengar's low threat pre-6 to him, so Power of Evil going to play pretty aggressively. Did run Ignite, wants to bully his lane out. Has a few more minions in this wave, though, but Febvin, you can see, playing pretty far back in this.
Yeah,
It's pretty much Q last hitting only.
as soon as Cassiopeia hits 2, which is about to happen,
Yeah, one more minion away.
you have to be pretty far back, because as soon as she lands one of her Noxus blasts...
Noxious.
Noxious. Or Noxious.
Yep.
It'll land a lot
She
of
is
twin
Noxian.
fangs. There you go.
Yeah, I've also seen Max Q and Max E for Cassiopeia.
Yeah. She's also Katarina's sister.
True. Did you know?
Bet you didn't know that one.
I didn't,
No, I
actually.
know. Wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the general populace.
Oh, yes, my bad. Sorry, of course.
There's a Reddit thread about lore, so I'm like, here's your lore lesson for the day.
Days related.
Same daddy.
Assume so. They
Yeah.
never said if she was adopted, but I would assume they're biological sisters.
No, I think they are biological.
I would assume so.
I don't know if Noxians are nice enough to adopt.
Hey, man. I don't know. I have nothing to say about that, actually. There's nothing even going to be said at the end of that sentence.
Anyway, there's another lore matchup going on. It's H2K versus UOL.
Yes.
The UOL already have a decent gold lead, about 200 now. That's actually staying pretty firm.
You're seeing mid and top are really bullying right here.
Yeah,
Solo lane's working
pushing.
great for Unicorns of Love.
But bottom lane, it's the complete opposite. We see H2K shoving up with the
Yeah.
Tristana.
HK pushing him in, and look at this. You're seeing equal number of CS on the field, so it's just a direct 6 minion lead that Kog'Maw can't equalize for some time. Bubble, ooh,
Whoa.
nice block by Hillsong, but it still lands on the backside. I didn't know it actually went for full AoE when it actually hits on Braum, but now I
Yeah,
know.
that was
Never
like
seen a double
that was
knockdown.
like a stand inside me instead of beside stand behind me. Like,
much.
let's go up together. Whee!
But it's still, man, it's a lead for H2K's bot lane. The early pick on Kog'Maw, the deny, doesn't seem to matter too much because Hjarnan is getting a bunch of CS and pushing this Cog in. Vardog's going to have to respect this a little bit.
Yeah. Vardak, this bottom lane, we talked about it, and just think that Hjarnan does have the edge here, and even in the game that they lost, he was holding true in CS. He's holding up. It was really a Febvin that was 100 CS down early. Trashy couldn't have an impact, and then the top lane got rolled over by the early game of Yorick, and now
man.
Gilius is looking for some influence here.
Power of Evil has a potential freeze in the mid lane if he wants it. He's actually got his minion wave outnumbered there. Same for this top laner for Vizachachi as well. Vivivin's already down 11 CS in this matchup, and it could get worse.
Ooh, Trashy sees where Gilius is. Wow,
again.
AOD.
Yeah, that guy's landing some bubbles, but the bot lane is actually stabilizing a little bit in CS here, whereas the rest, oh, that's a good charm. Can they get in Power of Evil? Ignite is on. He might have to flash something.
If Trashy tries to
Flash.
bola,
Good.
ooh. Flash off to the side there by Power of Evil. Really risky play from being that
Look
far
at
up.
that early back for Odwamna, though. He was forced to back off of a pretty bad minion wave.
Yeah.
Only got a chain vest, whereas we have the same tier plus single door and start for Vizachachi. He's going to feel pretty good in this matchup, scaling up on Mundo, who doesn't have any bonus MR.
Yes, exactly. The Mundo He's going to be taking a lot of extra damage, but the thing is he has the chain vest, and Yorick's kind of mixed on what he does. Like his magic damage is what ends up coming out when he auto attacks you. I mean, when he uses some ghouls on you.
Yeah. And
then his auto attack is actually substantial.
Hylissang really wants that battle, though. I'm surprised he played so aggressively there, but really does it there. Just jumps in on Kiara, and then Vardags gets safe CS. There's still a 2-minion difference. So for what it's worth, H2K are winning, but it's by a token amount here. Mid lane, 19-42, by the way.
But here's the difference. Look at this. Look at this. 700 gold difference already.
Laning phase.
In this laning phase.
The difficulty is there's no flash on Power of Evil. He has the ulti for safety, but Trashy will hit level 6 within a minute, well within the flash timer. Power of Evil could very much be first blood in a minute and a half here.
We'll have to see what ends up happening there, because this gold difference is actually pretty big for UOL. It's almost as if they got a solo kill first blood somewhere.
Oh, Dwamna's so easily killable too. He's got his ward for safety just timed out. His trinket is down. He's level 6, sure, but Gilles, if he gets any XP on him and gets level 5 or 6, he could totally bully out this Mundo.
We see Febevin backs. He gets himself some potions as well as wards to cover. And there's Dwamna popping the ultimate just for the regen, because this matchup is really bully-oriented from the Yorick side early.
And he's got a Cassiopeia to revive later on. So Power of Evil is going Haunting, guys. So it looks like the slightly tankier burning-based build for the Snake Lady. Minions dying out. Hylissang and Vardag still trying to see as best they can. They have not backed yet.
Wow.
Level.
AOD. Normally it stands for Angel of Death, but it's got to be like the Archbishop of Destruction right now. Or Disruption.
Disruption.
There you go.
Yep.
Lots of bubbles.
Displacement.
There you go. Archbishop of Displacement.
Why not?
The highest of the highs, the holiest of the holies. Yes. The Archbishop of Displacement. The Archbishop's on the rift.
Yes.
Show your respect.
Why not?
I mean, he could be an Angel of Death.
I mean, as a support, it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But he's making other people die.
He's offering them up, you know?
It's true. Here, on a silver platter.
Silver bubble. Trashy.
No wonder they're banning Morgana.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Getting the Angel of Death off the field. Trashy is level 6. He does have full ferocity right now, and he knows that Power of Evil has no flash. There we go. He's going for it. Will he get it? He's inching out.
1 minute of Power of Evil. How did he sense
And he
that
grows
one?
it.
Oh, it's still going to land though. Yes, he gets the stun on a Febevin. He's trying to run though, but will he dodge enough CC? He will not. First blood goes through. Trashy makes the gank work. Nice job burning the flash. Nice job making the gank work.
Trashy actually bola'd a minion there with
Really?
the first bola coming out.
Wow.
Yes. The charm is what ended up landing right before the stun that caused him to stay in range, so Power of Evil ended up going down. Big play there.
Capitalized right away on this dragon. This is good stuff by them. Trashy had to wait till 6 to make it work, but he got level 6. He got the gank in. He was not held down by Gilius, and they get a dragon and a 1,000 gold lead because of it.
That's exactly what they needed, because they were struggling in the laning phase for a bit, because mid lane down about 10 CS before that happened. Top lane down about 20. And now Gilius, he's actually coming behind Dwamna. He's going to kick him.
Kicks Dwamna into the team. His flash is still up there. Pops the ulti, flashes, but doesn't need to. Vizicachi gets the kill and the summoner lead.
You need to flash earlier than that. Possibly to the other side of Mundo. You never know.
Yeah.
Or the other side of
Lee
Lee.
Sin,
There you
yeah.
go. Other side of himself.
Kind of how Flash always works.
You would hope. Doesn't always work. Sometimes you flash in place.
It's true. You're next to a wall. You don't go all the way across. But Febevin, we could lose it to red buff. I think he still got it, though. Nope. Wait. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Rengar had blue buff from killing Power of Evil, so I got really confused when he had a blue buff on him. So Febevin did get that. Power of Evil did get himself the Wraith Camp. Haunting Guys is done. Actually, Febevin has closed it back to a 5 CS game. So Trashy relieved a lot of pressure there with that gank.
Yarn it. Not taking the auto attacks. The Braum passive. Needs to be more emphasis on this top lane, and Trashy looks like he might deliver. He has his ultimate available. He has the 5 Ferocity. He's looking for it. Trashy's a go.
Vizicachi has flash. Odwamna does not. He sees that Rengar's coming. Flashes the Bola. But that is a basically 2-minute cooldown for a 5-minute cooldown.
Yeah. If you're any good at math, it's worth.
True.
5 minus 2, worth.
I didn't know that worth was equal to 3.
Sometimes it is. It's lucky number worth.
Good to know. Lucky number worth. All right.
Power of Evil has no pressure in this mid lane, so he's able to just bully out Thebavin. And we've had some quality mid laners, some quality top laners all throughout the European Challenger Series. Power of Evil, Thebavin, Alexic. Even if you just swap it over to SKP, you have the wonderful Wata Fox. And then in the top lane, you just have all this talent of Odwamna Vizicachi, and then the rest of the people we've seen today.
Riven main.
Oh yes, JDJ.
He's my favorite to cast because he plays Riven. And it's just like,
All the time.
goes 0-3, wins lane. And you're like, wait, what?
Yeah. Oh.
It's great because I start my lanes 0-3 as well.
He wins by feeding.
Uh-oh, well, Gilius is sending on a ward.
Yeah, Trashy has
This
his
might not
ultimate
win
again.
for him. They're going to go and dive with Odwamna anyway. Kicks him into the wall. Q's going to
Trashy's
land.
there.
Do they have the damage? Because here comes Trashy. They've got to be pretty careful. This one, Gilius flashes away. Gets the shadow, though. The revive is on. Is it going to be enough, though? Wants the damage. Q lands. Gets the damage from the grave. Kills off Trashy. Now Odwamna is slowed down. But there's the TP. Vizicachi's like, you know what? I'm out.
Yeah, he has
There's
to
an Ahri
TP
coming.
away because Ahri's coming up. Exactly. Thebavin roamed. He doesn't want to be in that lane against the Cassiopeia, against Power of Evil for a very long time. And look at that, the bullying down bottom, because there's so much action across all other parts of the map. They just leave this bottom lane, which is in H2K's favor, just based off of individual skill and matchup.
Yep.
And it just ends up with a trade and an advantage.
And you're seeing Unicorns of Love, while they're doing pretty well on their lanes, a dragon and a turret kill means a 1,200 gold lead for H2K. A win in this game puts you in the LCS promotion tournament. It's a battle against SK Prime for first place.
And bragging
That
rights.
goes. A lot of bragging rights.
Flexing your muscles, making sure that you might be picked last from the LCS teams. You face the Copenhagen Wolves. These playoffs mean so much for the future of these two teams
It really does.
and all 6 teams that were involved.
We'll only have 3 at the very end of it all. We're down to 4. We already know one of our winners. We'll be seeing SK Prime in about a month, fighting for an LCS spot.
You will see them in
Will
2
join
days.
them. We will also see them in the finals in 2 days. One of these 2 teams will be joining them, and then one of these 2 teams or NIP will make the 3rd. Trashy looking for his way into the top lane. He does not get spotted, and he has his ultimate. Wards watch for counter ganks. None are available. Look how many freaking wards are on this eastern jungle. Dragon is completely secure for H2K. They have been playing a vision game almost
Trashy's
entirely.
around.
Gilius
There he
walking
is.
right into Trashy. Lands the Q, though, trying to fight back. Forces the ulti out of Trashy. Out they go. Thebavin, do you chase? No.
There's a minute on that dragon.
That's actually pretty good for UOL.
Oh,
They did not want to get engaged on. This is actually a lot of summoners, or sorry, a lot of important ultimates down from H2K by the time Dragon comes up.
yeah, and no summoners blown from UOL. Actually, Vizicachi wants to be a part of this fight. He treks his way down and leaves Odwamna up in the top.
I think they got the timer wrong. They're 30 seconds early on Dragon here. They're grouping up a little bit for the mid lane, but there's nothing to really fight for right now. They're going to get ward control, but you've got 20 seconds of Odwamna pushing top lane, killing a turret, and then TPing down.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to kill this fairly quickly.
They don't have timer. Look how long they're waiting around.
Yeah, it's taking them quite a long time, and they can poke Gilius here.
Top lane adder goes down because of this roam. They'll kill some wards, but they're going to be able to be collapsed upon.
It's up now,
Odwamna's going to recall, heal, and he can TP right in with ulti.
and there are wards placed behind UOL from the earlier placement. Trashy doesn't have his ultimate yet, but where's the TP?
Teleport. They can burn it down, though. They can kill this really fast. Trashing the other wings. There we go. Dragon
They got
picked up.
Gilius.
Gilius is rooted. Nice ulti from Power People. Goes back on and Trash, but he's getting hit by Sheridan right now. Flashes the wall. First kill picked up. Sheridan now separated. In comes Ari. Blocks everything from the shield though. And Gilius now in the middle of this mix. Damage comes down to Odwamna. Can they chase him? Nice briefcase going to slow down Power People. Hylissang got to be careful on this Braum. Q lands. Gilius, can he make any more plays? Flash forced by Odwamna. Bubble onto Vardogs, but that is a kill. And the Dragon UOL ties the game up.
The fact that H2K didn't have Trashy's ultimate and didn't have AOD's ultimate were huge. They needed that disruption and they needed that pick with the extra ferocity on somebody like Power of Evil or Vardags. He couldn't close the distance to Dragons, and now they're sieging up this mid lane turret.
They're doing some pretty good damage on it right now, down below half HP, but the respawns are coming in. Thing is, AOD are like out of health and mana. Unicorns of Love are low, but they do not want to risk this. They don't want to tempt fate, get jumped on by a full ferocity Rengar. They're going to back off. Gilius to grab red buff, cash in his conservation stacks. And Unicorns of Love will go back to the laning phase.
Really, Power of Evil just has Spell Pen at this point and pretty much negates the Athenes and Holy Grail. It's just some extra AP, cooldown reduction in the face of Cassiopeia.
Rylai's.
And it is a Rylai's. He is going to go for the burn build here on Cassiopeia.
It'll make him very durable. He had to burn Flash last fight because of Sheridan hitting him. Now, thankfully for him, that Flash will be back up for the next Dragon, but also it means for the next 3 to 4 minutes, Trashy can make him die.
Yes, he can get on him with his
Trashy
ultimate.
Bebevin.
He can probably get
destroy that guy.
1 or 2 ganks off in that time.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
With that cooldown reduction, he's got 2.
Oh yeah, some power spikes here. The IE out for Hjarnan, but the Trinity Force for Vardax. So it looks like they're going to send him mid and have the Trinity Force chunking on turrets be their aim.
REQ is on cooldown. There's the push on in. Charm's not going to land. Turret in the mid lane goes down. The first of the game for UOL. Putting the game back to tied. Looks like some farm caught H2K up for a while. Bot lane has a big wave that no one's touching right now and is about to crash into UOL's turret. There we go. Okay, Cog's going.
17 minutes into this game, even across the board in terms of gold.
Yeah, you're within 10 CS in every matchup. Support's not counting because it's free. Turrets are 1 apart. Dragons are equal. This is anyone's game right now.
It's waiting for the next big team fight here. How are they preparing for these? You see the Rylai's is being rushed, the blue being picked up by Power of Evil. At the same time, looks like I think DFG would be what Fabivin would go for next. Try to assassinate somebody and pick them off.
I wonder, actually. I don't know if I see a lot of DFG Athene's builds, though.
Yeah, usually you don't, but it'll give you the max cooldown reduction. And some burst potential.
I wonder.
He may just go DFG, he may go for the Zonias so he can go deeper.
One thing that's actually really helpful for UOL is that all of Ari's damage is skill shot based. It's actually very easy to block with Braum. You can block all the extra ult shots, you can stop the Q from coming back, so you actually miss out on the true damage. And I'm actually pretty going to be interesting to see how much Hylissang can do about this here. Honestly, Ari could be cut off from dealing much damage.
Yeah, if the Unbreakable comes up and he blocks it, it could be a disaster. So we'll end up having to see. It's a little bit, it's really stressful. Like being in that situation as a player, you have so much on the line. You are in your do or die game.
Yeah.
I mean, if you lose this, you do go down to the 3rd, 4th place match, but you don't want to be in that situation. You want to be secure in the finals as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Like that is an extremely stressful situation to be in. And the fact that nobody's run away with the game just makes it even more tense. And the later the game goes, the more your mistakes are worth.
That's true. And I think this is why we're seeing them basically play these measured dragon fights mostly. Because you've played enough games here. Both these teams have played together for a while. You know you can't just lie down and be like, we'll let them take every objective. That's not an okay way to play the game. You'll lose out, you'll get behind in gold, and you'll get picked off. But it's also so hard to be like, all right, guys, wait in this brush, like go for a random pick, go for this dive here, because you know you could throw the game away on a low percentage play. So I kind of expect us to see them play around their cooldowns really heavily. Rengar is the guy to initiate things. I think the only aggression you see from H2K is just from Trashy. I think he is the guy who will be, I'll press R, I'll see what's around, follow me up. Because the ulti reveals guys around, he'll know if they're going to get counter-ganked, it's pretty safe. On the other side, though, I think it's hard for UOL to make low-risk plays. They have exactly 2 members with move blocks. Yorick's immobile, Cassiopeia is immobile, and Kog'Maw's immobile. If they misstep, they are caught. 100% they are caught. And so that's a very big risk where Ahri can chase you down and Rengar can chase you down. So UOL have 2 modes, and it's Siege a turret, and they've got long range, so they can do it. They've got zoning tools as well, and it's set up for a Baron or a Dragon. And that is all they can do.
Yes.
And they have to play around the respawn timers of dragons and around the minion waves to push in. And I think UOL will have to just have that very slow patient style, whereas H2K can make a lot happen.
Yeah, and H2K has more of a pick type composition going for them with team fight on the backside between Trist and the Mundo. So it's kind of like we want to avoid fights for UOL unless we're sieging or getting an objective. They're very objective-oriented in this composition. That's why they've moved up so early on in the game at tiny power spikes for them that they have over their opponent. Basically like Trinity Force, Kog'Maw, stronger than IE Tristana. That type of thing. So they're already grouping at just one item to try and push that advantage. And you go over to H2K, they're looking to pick people off. They don't even have their burst items just yet. So this composition is really about the CC part of it with the Rengar and then the Ahri following up. And Yarnan will do some damage, but he's not even close to, even I would argue, his first item power spike. Like, IE is good,
Yeah.
but the fact that Kog'Maw is at Trinity Force already is a better spike for him.
Yeah, ultimately 1 and 2 item Kog'Maw are both very effective. 1 item Trist, you kind of rely on getting lucky. One thing I actually do when I play Tristana is I stop getting poison rapid fire around level 3, because that way I can have rank 5 rapid fire on Infinity Edge, and then I actually have a meaningful damage footprint.
You mean explosive shot or rapid fire?
Huh? On rapid fire. I have rank 5 rapid fire when I have Infinity.
So you stop putting points in explosive shot?
Yes,
okay,
at 3. Did I say that backwards?
I think you said rapid fire.
Okay, yeah. I only go to like rank 3 or maybe rank 4 explosive shot, and I max rapid fire pretty early. So I think that actually also stops some of the mid-game lull of Tristana if you can get 90% attack speed by level 9 or 10.
And it's free.
Yeah, exactly. And it's up often enough, and you have 100-something AD, you've got some pretty good stats there behind it, but not the case. Yarnan is, I actually like this a lot, going Phantom. Actually, not necessarily, that could be for boots, but in a lot of cases, I like Phantom Dancer more than Static Shiv, when I have a magic damage top laner as well.
Watch out.
Trash is going to get queued on. There's the engage. Ooh, good flash to get away from the kick.
Oh, he gets him.
Gilius still wants him in this fight, though. Peppermint shows up. Gilius takes a whole bunch of damage, and Braum can not quite save him. But Yarnan goes down to a great ult from Cassiopeia. Kog'Maw now in the chase as well, but they just get the 2 for 1.
And up top, Odwamna is actually dueling Vizicachi with
Vizicachi,
2 of him. We've seen this before.
Though. He is kiting around his clone and blocking the cleavers out. The regen for Odwamna, not nearly enough. He is forced away. They trade ours. Vizicachi gets the better of it.
Wow. Hashtag Yorick mechanics. You didn't think they existed, but they do.
Yo, man, he played that really well. Against skill shots, honestly, against a Mundo, you can dodge his abilities, and it worked so incredibly well. Going back and forth, this dragon is going to go down, but now there is AOD looking for the flank there. Odwamna very close to going down. Vizicachi, can he get the last few ghouls? And yes, he can. Gets the 1-on-1 kill, now forced to run away from this Nami. Dodges the bubble as well, and he's got backup coming.
Wow. So AOD wraps around the long way, and that ends up costing Odwamna his entire life.
So H2K, man, they had a pretty good start to this game. They got a couple of ganks coming through, set themselves back up. They got the dragon to get themselves up in gold, but Unicorns of Love have made good plays as a team over and over, and their dueling power is really good. This Yorick into Dr. Mundo matchup is working great. Unicorns of Love are poised to make this game 3 theirs with a 3,000 gold lead.
And for Bevan completing his Deathfire grasp, he's now ready to start assassinating people and taking them off the map. He has reached one of his power spikes. But then on the flip side, Power Evil, Rylai's, and Leandri's completed now for himself.
And so now suddenly it is pretty hard to chase people down
if you are Dr. Mundo, you are running through gigantic slow fields that make your life painful. You're running through taking % health burn damage the entire time. And Power of Evil has 2,200 health, 42 MR, 68 armor. He's not a tank, but he's at least not going to get one shot.
Yeah, you'd have to land pretty much every Ahri ability solely on him and all charges of your Spirit Rush.
Yeah, it is DFG Ahri, by the way. I'm surprised by that, but it's the choice here. No Sword Shoes yet, so he actually really needs some Magic Bent to deal more damage. But he will actually be able to chunk the Cassiopeia fairly well. See if that happens. The beginnings of Blade of the Ruin can come in for Vardog, so he will continue to do very well at cutting through champions like Mundo.
Yeah, Mundo, he hasn't been doing too well for himself, especially in comparison to Vizicachi, who's doing astronomically well on that Yorick. One of the best Yoriks I've seen.
Absolutely 2-0-1, getting solo kills in his lane now at this point. You're seeing the wave clear rather strong from UOL. Like, Kog'Maw plus Cassiopeia is so darn good at that. Minions get slowed down multiple times, they don't have to go anywhere, and they just take a bunch of their health and damage. So, sieging hard for H2K, I think they really have to play around the Rengar ultimates, they have to play around the picks. The problem is they're being pressured in by the Yorick. So as long as Vizicachi holds ward control, there's no easy way for H2K to break that split push game, because I don't think it gets any better for Mundo. I think he continues to start losing out as the Tear of the Goddess charges up and Manamune gains more damage.
And especially since he'll be able to use the Omen of Death on himself and just have another version that blocks all of the cleavers. Like, if Odwamna was in a vacuum and he could just throw cleavers at him and hit every one of them, his damage output would be much higher and he'd be able to win the duels. But the fact that the Omen of Death is there. Here's the thing, though. How's Trashy going to get in there?
We try, but it's not going to happen there.
Scared him away.
Nothing at all picked up, man. H2K are trying to play around that, but you just see UOL playing against the Rengar really nicely. Kog'Maw solo pushing the bot lane. They already knew Rengar was on the other side. He's actually got ward control to watch for any possible flank. Like, he sees Trist right now, knows he's safe. Bot lane push is going to happen no matter what. UOL, though, going to get jumped into the mid lane. Look at that. The ball gets stopped by Hylissang. Takes a bunch of damage, pops a bunch of ultis, but that is the first kill picked up there by Odwamna. Bottom lane out of turret goes down, but H2K gets the kill.
Wow, so they collapse onto the fight there. AOD with the engage from the side, but it was really the charm that got Hylissang to die. Wow, at the same time though, Vizicachi, he's going to get himself some damage on this tier 2 just by split pushing, and they're going with really a 1-3-1.
Yeah, and this team is there to defend him, so there's no flank potential there at all. Vizicachi takes a bit of damage, but he can heal that one right back up. And this turret now under heavy fire from Cassiopeia now as well. They got to be careful though, they are a bit outnumbered with their support still dead. Looks like no engage really going to come through. It's still taking damage. Unicorns of Love really like trying to siege to win their game. And you can see when there's no way to get that free fight, they just try so hard to knock down turrets.
Yeah, they're splitting their siege too, and then having it be, we have 3 members in the middle, we have 1 on each of the side lanes, and as soon as one of the side lanes pushes up, that mid lane that was pushed rotates and wraps around to the other side lane, whether it be top or bottom. You give yourself a lot of options in this play, but you need the ward coverage to back it up.
The problem now as well is that H2K bought enough time to, I think, power up. Because you've got the 2 item spike now done for Tristana, which means Vardogs can no longer easily win the one-on-ones. Even with Ruin King done, Ruin King is not as good as Shiv in this kind of a matchup, when you're facing an AD carry especially. So Jarnan now, I think, wins that 1v1, barring horrible crit luck. But you see Fabivin have to carry a lot of Power of Evil's damage. You can see Magic Pen Riley as Cassiopeia is pretty scary.
Yeah, it shreds a whole bunch, especially against somebody like Mundo. You'll have a lot of persistent damage, and the slow factor of it means that if you get hit by one Cassiopeia ability, you're most likely not getting away, because she's going to continually hit you with more and slow you.
Yep, she speeds herself up, she slows you down.
Exactly. Another thing on top of that, in terms of item power spikes, Vizicachi has the Muramana completed. He's ready to just start dueling people. He's going for the split push team fight tank, the contribution.
He's going for the split push.
Extra member.
He's going Triforce, man.
Oh yeah, he is going just full split push there.
So the Spirit Visage I like because CDR is a good stat on him. Getting more ghouls out is great. Getting the health back is great as well. And R is a great stat against Dr. Mundo. But now the Trinity Force comes in. It's interesting he didn't go for a Iceborne Gauntlet instead. This is higher damage, but Iceborne lets you chase people, and it's a bit tankier, but he says, nope, I want the damage output. Now Dragon attempted one more time. Both teleports are up. Unicorns of Love start this first. They do have a 3,000 gold lead, and they
can't stop Vizichachi.
Top lane turret goes down, and now with a battle begin, neither top laner can stop TPs. There's the engagement of Hillsong.
Oh my God, they killed him.
Right now, it is the Dragon going
Trashy
over to
gets it.
H2K, and now who can win the fight? Sharna gets exploded by Power of Evil. The
Vardax
fight is
is
continuing.
taunted.
The ulti popped onto Vardax to keep him respawning in this one, and they will try to chase down onto Odwamna. But it is looks like 3-for-1 so far. Vizichachi trying to chase down Febvin. Odwamna gonna take a fair bit of damage. This should be a kill for the Cassiopeia. Yes, indeed. And now Vizichachi's still on the chase. Febvin so close to dead.
Oh, he
the
flashed
flash
it.
away from the bubble. The heal comes out though, and he's not gonna win the duel. One more spell. Almost gets
my
it, but
God.
no, the shutdown to AOD. That is a 4-2 plus the Dragon for H2K.
That was so close. Just on the overall, an amazing team fight from both teams. The Dragon does go over to H2K though with the smite of Trashy that starts off the fight here. Hylissang taunted, completely destroyed. Vardax over here. Febvin is just skill-shotting out of his mind right now. Lands the charm, lands the Orb of Deception. After he used the Orb of Deception over on Gilius, Odwamna, he spends his time running around and AOD was already zoned up. So he's trying to find his way back into this fight, and he decides, I gotta save Febvin. The flash of the bubble was great, but then Vizichachi gets charmed and doesn't overcommit to it. But it ends up costing his life anyway, because he had a moment of hesitation.
Yeah, the heal coming out of AOD saved his life instead of that 1-1 getting 1. Instead of being 3-for-3, 4-for-2. The revived Cogmon did plenty of damage, did help knock down the Dr. Mundo, but can only do so much.
Wow. Febvin just skill-shotted out of his mind on those last couple of plays. Multiple charms all landing, Orb of Deception, full damage back and forth. Really just
And now a blue buff.
MVP of that little fight.
Yeah, completely agree. Gilius had smited incredibly early in that Dragon attempt, by the way. You saw that smite come down rather premature in that Dragon attempt, and then try the DPS down afterwards. Of course, a great steal did come through for Trashy afterwards.
I feel like too much damage pulled off, but look at this, Trashy looking for an engage.
They're going to try to find it. Going to be blocked up by Hillsong's shield, but they are okay breaking down the support tank.
The ulti for Power of Evil.
In. Tries to get carried up, but gets exploded by the charm, soloed out by Febvin. And the chase continues now. Gilius jumping back to his teammate Cleaver. Going to hit Hillsong. He jumps back to the Cogma, though. Vizichachi off on the sides. Can he make anything happen here? Lots of pain coming through. Tidal Wave
he kills him.
Does clip Hillsong and takes him down. 2 kills picked up, and the charm onto Vardax. He has to flash away. Does barely survive. The Cogma clone, though, putting out some good damage, but it's still going to fall. Mid turret goes as well.
These last two team fights, H2K coming out on top perfectly with their ultimates. Hjarnan didn't even use his in that fight. And the fact that Power of Evil overextended to use his Petrifying Gaze on multiple people cost him his life and the rest of the team fight, even though Cassiopeia is more of a sustained damage champion.
They wanted the upfront burst. They thought they could turn the fight around and just go for it off the stun. Did not quite happen. He thought he could take down the AD carry. Ooh. All right, Gilius baits out some spells. Does not have the kick, so no reason to go in. Bubble's going to land on a Vizichachi. And looks like a safe disengage, but look at this. Unicorns of Love are pinging onto Baron, and all of H2K are recalling back to heal up. This could quickly be a dead Baron.
Yeah, it's a Kog'Maw with Blade of the Ruined King, Trinity Force, and Bioarcane Barrage maxed. They are ready to take this.
Homeguard is bought, but the 2 who recalled. H2K are coming in to defend. 3 and then 2 coming in
Trashy
just a second
ulti.
later. No ulti for Cassio. Damage coming down. Baron losing health rather rapidly. Ulti by Trashy, revealed out by some wards. Are they going to stay in this one? They are going to peel off, and in comes Febvin, blocked up by the shield of Hillsong, though. A lot of damage comes through. Down below half HP, they are engaging.
Oh, the bubble on Vardax.
onto Vardax. 1 for none so far. Odwamna pulling attention on the side. Charm hits Vizichachi. Good disengage by H2K. Gilius low on health, but no, they're going to catch Odwamna. Maybe not quite enough, though. He actually gets away. Another slow comes down.
Wow, just a crazy fight right there. We ended up seeing Hylissang die, but they stopped the Baron.
That is exactly what H2K wanted. Pick up the kill, force your opponents away, heal back up, buy off your previous team fight win, and H2K now sit on a 2,000 gold lead when it was UOL up 3K before.
Wow, just back and forth, back and forth. And now, finally, Azonia's completed on Power of Evil. He needs that for these fights because he is dropping so quickly and he needs to just stay alive. Even if he just throws out a miasma at his feet or whatever he can do, it's definitely worth it to have that Zhonya's Hourglass.
And maybe that will keep him alive here. Honestly, no, not even a glimmer of a Mikhail's Crucible coming out from Vizicachi is a little concerning. I understand, not Vizicachi, Hylissang. I know he does need tank stats. He's been getting charmed and taking the brunt of the damage in the front lines, and selfish tank stats are pretty worthwhile. But also the fact that he is not able to remove charm from other people is a really tough situation to be in, because you need both and you can't afford it.
Well, Thematic is landing charm after charm.
Yeah.
The cooldown reduction build is actually paying dividends for him
It
with the
is.
Athenes alongside the DFG. 3-0-7, another deathless game for him so far.
Yeah, he is pulling most of the weight here for the team. Unicorns of Love, though, they want to siege this one. This is how they try to press advantage. Vizicachi pulls aggro, gotta be a bit careful.
Speaking of pulling weight, he's off on the side, not pulling his weight. Not a part of that wave clear at all, and it's one of the reasons that UOL decided to siege up the mid. Dragon in 19 seconds, starting to form up for it.
Unicorns of Love are in the right spot for this time. Gilius needs to land his smite properly this time. This would have been a gold lead UOL if he had secured Dragon, instead of the other way around. Miasma used to try to push the team backwards a little bit more. And you're seeing ward control come down, dodging away from the slows. Dragon now back alive. Trashy has ultimate and full ferocity. Every ult and almost every single summoner is up right now on both sides. Dragon is pulled. Hylissang in the front lines. Vardog's playing a little bit forward, though. It's a bit of a threat there. Again, Miasma used to try to zone away Dr. Mundo. More damage being done to Dragon here.
If the team loses this fight substantially, their base will be cracked.
Miasma zoning. Where is it right now? Not up at this time. Power of Evil actually fairly low on mana.
Trashy ultied. Trashy gonna go. Hylissang's caught.
Gets the root, and Hylissang takes a whole bunch of damage. He's gonna go down to Fevivin. Ojwabna in the front line, taking everything, and Vardogs gets bubbled up.
In the back.
Into the back line goes Fevivin, flashes away, and he's gonna say, Power of Evil has to flash away. Kills going everywhere. H2K getting everybody right now, and there's not enough damage coming through. That is Vardogs just reviving and dying, only bringing down Sharnan with him.
They almost clean ace them, and Hjarnan dies off of the Acathian surprise. They're going to go straight for this Baron, because Dragon is just chump change at this point.
4.3 thousand gold lead, and it's going to be more. Let's watch that fight again.
Oh my god. Febevin again goes crazy. Hits him basically max range. Hylissang tried to fade back. AOD, great tidal wave down the entire lane of that Dragon. Then Febevin, he dips out of the fight, and then he comes back in with his skill shot. But by that point, a lot of people were so low and were focusing him that Hjarnan was doing the brunt of the damage at that point. And he wasn't low until later, because you have to kind of swap targets. When an Ahri goes over the wall, you're like, oh god, okay, let's swap now.
Yeah. In a team like this where you can't threaten the backline, your frontline had better darn well stay tanky and survive the onslaught. But you're seeing how fast Hylissang is dying. 0-5-2. He's doing what he can. The Unbreakable comes up, but Lee Sin, split push Yorick, and Rom just seems to not be enough tank line here for Unicorns of Love. Hjarnan is ripping through everybody now in the late game. Fevivin basically has free reign to go wherever he wants. There's so little crowd control available to his Unicorns of Love lineup. They can't stop everyone from doing this.
Yeah, Power of Evil, I believe his ultimate only hit Trashy that last time, when that is one of their biggest team fight tools. If you land that ultimate on multiple people, it's kind of like an Orianna ultimate. It can be game-changing.
Right now it's not the case, though. Power of Evil having a hard time navigating the fights now. 2, 3, and 4. Doing whatever he can, though, to keep his team afloat. There is still the chance for a gigantic team fight for Unicorns of Love. They're only down 4,500. They do have the potential for a 5-man stun from the Cassie ultimate. If they get that, H2K is going to be in a world of hurt as Vardogs breaks people down. He's going for his 3rd item now. Zeal plus a pickaxe, kind of a strange mix. We'll see if he can break anyone down. H2K going to shove the top lane as a almost full team. Ojwabna will split push bottom lane.
You're going to have to see split push here from Ojwabna. Every time he split pushed against Vizicachi in the past, hasn't worked out too well for him.
But this time around, his team's ahead by so much.
Yeah, his team will continue to push this down. That team of UOL, they need their primary tank. Because have you seen Febevin? Febevin just shredding through people with Charm and DFG. It is a little disgusting.
And he's got a Void Staff and a Death Cap as well, so you know nobody's going to withstand the damage up into this Ahri. The same kind of threat just isn't here right now for Unicorns of Love.
Oh,
they don't
they
have
just
that kind of
rotate
explosive
middle
damage.
off of this.
Ooh, look at this one. Into the inhibitor they go. The recall, another teleport used by Vizichachi, but this turret is going to die so fast right there. Can they find the engage? Charm and Gilius half HP already, forced to jump away. Turret's at half health as well. Didn't take much from H2K.
And both junglers about half HP, but there is a Baron buff. Actually, yeah, there is a Baron buff on H2K. It's just not on Yarn.
Yeah, he's the only one who died in that fight.
Yeah.
Now back to top lane tier 2. H2K playing aggressively back and forth, forcing their opponents to be in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Now this turret also down a half HP. Hylissang late to the show.
Where are the wards? You will all need wards across this transverse. And then they'll be able to see when H2K pulls a rotation like this. They're starting to get them out. I'm seeing them being dropped now.
So back and forth they go. Odwamna, again, gonna hold this mid lane, push it up, get it ready for the siege. Team's gonna regroup to the top lane again. Charm and Gilius, they can die!
Oh, he's gone!
He is absolutely gone. Charm into death every single time. Top lane tier 2 is gone. They can get any other turret they want. 40 seconds of 5v4.
I guess you can't give Febivin, Orianna, Yasuo, or Ahri, because he is just wrecking people right now. The taunt lands and somebody dies.
Deacon up, Vizichachi, couple hits from dead, trying to run away. Ignite is on, and he will go down. Pop the ult onto himself. AOD claims the kill. And it's an easy disengage now. 23 seconds of 5 versus 3. Vizichachi only.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay, that's actually a lot of damage. Febin's got to be careful. There comes the engage on in, though. Trashy forced to run away. Hylissang in the front line, so Dwamna just so tanky in the front, though. Turret goes down. Kieran, they're going to knock down the inhibitor as well. 10 seconds of power play, and that is the first inhibitor of the game at 39:30.
Wow, so H2K, they end up getting themselves an inhibitor. They get themselves an inhibitor turret. They get themselves a top turret, and their rotations are just on point now. And they get themselves a substantial gold lead now, sitting at about that 8K mark.
And it could be game now. H2K got completely dominated game 1 in like 38 minutes. Pretty convincing game. 33 actually, I think it was. And it was just wonderful with Unicorns of Love. Game 2, they came back just as strong. 38-minute win themselves, just dominating the entire time around. Great ganks by Trashy set that up, and they were crushing. This time around, neck and neck. These guys were nearly tied for most of the game, but it's Febivin making the plays in the team fights, and Hjarnan cleaning up. Now dominating late game.
Yeah, the 5-0-12 from Febivin. AOD, once again, getting himself the Zeke's Herald, the 4-0-7.
He's got a better score
Yes,
than
he
Hjarnan does.
He has a better score line than his AD carry. The Archbishop has come.
Yes.
Oh,
You can't be Angel of Death without getting the second most kills from your team.
that's true. That's true.
He has secured a lot of them.
Oh, man. This game, back and forth, you cannot ask for a better series here between these two teams. They are putting up a fight, tooth and nail, for this guaranteed spot after winning this game.
We're going to see if H2K can close it out. Typically with a lead, they're playing around the objectives, they're playing around vision. They're a bit controlled in their style, a bit slow at times, but they almost never give up any advantages. Unicorns of Love, they've pulled comeback wins before. They still have the potential to turn fights around. They've got so much damage available with COG, Cassiopeia.
They're going to be late to this. A lot of them are back. No, Odwamna stop the back.
Ooh, Odwamna does not stop. Many of them looks like the entire team will be here in time, but the top lane turret down to half HP. Hjarnan at half health himself, though. Will they engage in this one? They want to get in. AOD gonna flash over the wall, gonna find Trashy. They're gonna try to kick someone in. He flashes out, though. Charm's gonna miss. Unicorns of Love, can they find their way in now? Ulti popped. There's the Unbreakable. Hylissang gonna stay alive. Two-man knock him, and here they go on in. Odwamna gonna drop down Hylissang, and now Power People knock him into the air. In comes the engage. Gonna chase down towards Vardogs. Not the kill picked up just yet, but it's 5v4 for the inhibitor, for the game, for the finals, and a spot in the promotion tournament. H2K still trying.
Wow, Gilius just getting chunked down there. So low. There's so many damage threats here from H2K. They're looking to close this game out.
And they're going to land the root, and Power View forced to Zodia's the shutdown out of Navi. Vizichachi's trying to wreak havoc in the back line, but they have traded back on the mid laner. Febivin so uncomfortably low. Odwamna drops as well. Febivin, he's going to go down.
Oh my god, he has so much damage.
He tries to take down Vardogs, but the rocket jump makes him die. And in their base, Unicorns of Love ace them and try to defend the Nexus turrets. The first one goes down to minions, but they will hold on.
It's an absolutely crazy game right now. Vizichachi comes in, and he does so much damage with that Muramana and the Trinity Force. Every time he uses an ability, his Q, he smacks them for about half their HP. He gets into the fight by flanking and TPing, and then he comes up big.
And look at this, Vardogs and Vizicachi have 30 seconds to duo this Baron. They will get it as they hold their base alive.
Watch this, he TPs behind them. He comes in, smacks AOD. He's dead. Walks up, Yarden is hitting him this entire time. He's like, no, I don't care. I'm going after these guys. Kills another, gets to Bevan, smack. He's dead too. Gets to Yarden, finally killed by Vardogs mid-air. That was a full house. Yorick's over Kog'Maw.
Yorick's over Kog'Maw, man. This is looking a little bit better for Unicorns of Love. They are holding the base alive, but they are still with 2 dead inhibitors. That rocket jump was silly by Huron, to be fair, but it is a team fight win for Unicorns of Love. They can sit there on the dead inhibitors and just gain gold and experience. Hillsong especially, I think, really needs levels here. He needs to be with every single wave that dies. He's got the locket finally done. He's getting another health item right now. Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper now done for Vardogs, so he's at 4 items. Same number of items that Huron has. Problem is he's missing an Infinity Edge though. And that means it's a little bit of a damage loss for Vardogs. But he's still Kog'Maw.
Yeah, the Infinity Edge would be really helpful right now on top of his Phantom Dancer, his Trinity Force crit. Right now he's got the Last Whisper as well.
So Vardogs is relying really heavily on the percentage health damage, but the actual auto attacks themselves just not as threatening without the crit modifier. Eventually I think you would sell Triforce for that, assuming you don't just go 5 offensive items. We'll see what happens. Odwamna, that looks like H2K, despite being down Baron, they want to keep the map control up. I think they can actually guarantee a dragon for themselves by simply keeping the wards up, knowing that UOL are stuck inside their base. There is literally only 1 turret left alive for Unicorns of Love. There is a lot of landscape to go through. Even if Unicorns aces them again, they can't end the game, whereas H2K would.
Yeah, those super minions are going to continue to push into that top lane, and H2K, they're going to try to systematically pull Unicorns apart. It sounds gruesome.
It's true though.
But it's going to happen. At least that's the attempt.
Sell
here.
the horn for scrap.
Ah, for the ivory.
The hooves gonna make some glue.
I don't even know if unicorn horns are made of ivory. Unicorns aren't real. Oh,
maybe they're made of silver.
Ah, that's true.
Seems like the mystical element, you know?
Silver is the mystical element.
Well, I mean, like it kills ghosts and like vampires and stuff.
What?
Not vampires. It kills
werewolves.
Werewolves, sorry. Close enough. I didn't watch Twilight. I'm sorry. I don't know my vampire lore very well. That was the trolliest thing I could have possibly said. That was great.
Did you mean to be
Yeah,
trolling?
it was supposed to be offensive to everyone who actually really likes like vampire mythos.
Oh, so you were just trolling about the silver?
No, that one I just got wrong.
Oh, okay.
But Vardogs is stuck in his base while the siege is happening for H2K, though. They are about to close this game out, even despite getting aced and losing Baron. Odwamna in the front lines, trashing there as well. Bubble into Vizicachi, who cannot flank right now. Not just yet anyway. Hylissang, a bit tankier himself, has some shields.
And H2K, they have some windows here because there's so many super minions on the left side of the base right now. Vizicachi has to deal with them, and they're trying to siege up.
Ooh, but the inhib's back. The mania pressure is gone.
Can Power of Evil get a good ultimate in the next fight? Can he decide the entire game with this play?
Gotta see, man. This could be big for either team. If H2K can no longer win team fights because they've been outscaled, they have to somehow, with their guile, find a way into this game. Of course, they have a lot of room to work with. Again, if they lose a fight, they don't lose the game. Because if they win just one, they end it. Unicorns of Love cannot make mistakes here anymore. But they just might be the stronger team.
They've stalled it out long enough. With Yorick, a lot of fights turn into 6v5s. Odwamna is huge. He's very hard to shred through, so it's on Vardogs. He is on his way to that Infinity Edge. He's got the pickaxe. He's got a red pot ticking. His team.
He has to play well around Ahri. Hylissang must block the engage of Ahri, or that Cog is dead 100%. There is still no Mikhails. There is no cleanse. There is no way out for Cog if he gets caught.
At the same time, a lot of squishy members on the side of H2K. If Power of Evil can get an ultimate onto Febiven, he's most likely gone. If he can get an ultimate onto Yarnan, they can possibly blow him up too. You have to pop that Banshee's Veil first.
Odwamna, full items, all tank. He is big. Is that 5,000 health?
Very close to that.
Pretty big Mundo. And he can always run at the back line and make Vardog's kite away from him. He can soak up a lot of damage here. But if any champion kills a Mundo, it is a Kog'Maw. As long as you can stay safe. That is the requirement. Kog requires safekeeping because he's just so immobile himself. But if it works, man, do you crush front lines.
Oh, yeah. Almost 50 minutes.
Thornmail, also done. Vizichachi,
Oh, yeah.
started out with a split push build. Frozen Heart and Thornmail now completed. He is really good at taking out Hjarnan. He is going to tank that damage so incredibly well. And Hjarnan actually stymied his build a little bit. Thing is, I think Hjarnan's pretty safe here. I don't think he needs a Banshees because nothing can really reach him. And to me, like having another Bloodthirster or like a Fan Advancer added to actually break through Vizichachi's tank stats would actually be an improvement.
I don't know. He's got the Zeke's Herald, which will help him a little bit.
That's true. That's why I say Fan Advancer. I think your lifesteal holds up against Thornmail, but 30 more crit is massive. You hit attack speed cap. Like Rapid Fire becomes kind of useless.
That's definitely true.
But 30 more crit is such a big damage increase. And then you can just like sell for like Merc Treads or Boots of Swiftness even. I don't know. It's honestly really close to call. Or, like, safety is an important stat, to be fair. If you do get caught, you lose the game.
AOD hit with the Sonic Wave. No Resonating Strike follow-up. Vizichachi, though. Get poked down a bit. Oh,
gonna
the
land.
arm.
Vizichachi half HP. That guy just got chunked out by Triss. That build seems to be working after all. Odwamna still in the front line. He's got great regen, though. Ghoul's wreaking a bit of havoc, but Hjarnan is continually killing these waves away. The poke from Kog not doing much. They're going to have to force the Zonias of Power of Evil. And there goes Evan, forces the flash away. Now, can they engage, though? And Hip goes down. Unicorns of Love cannot force them away in time.
They start the engage afterwards, and the Zonias from Power of Evil, well played there, and the flash afterwards.
But a good bubble by AOD to force that in the first place. That bubble earned them the inhibitor, and it might just earn them Baron as well.
It's the Archbishop. Show some respect.
He's doing great. Red buff.
Baron in 4 seconds.
Unicorns of
H2K.
Love look like they want to force this. Mid and Hip is probably the best one to die for them if they want to pressure this, but they're like, guys, we don't know where they are. Are they trying to do a bush trap?
They're trying to do this as fast as possible. And UOL trying to just clear minions out. Keep H2K out of their base. Now all these combat stats on H2K ready to roll. Ready to knock down that Nexus and claim their spot in the finals.
And they might get there before Kog can complete his big item that would kill the front line here. That eye edge so useful for this fight, and he can't get it yet. Actually didn't even sell for like a BF sword. He's staying on this pickaxe here.
Trash
This could be the game-winning fight. Ranger ulti used. The team is sieging the top lane with a Baron buff. Bubble's going to miss. And Vizichachi is going in, trying to force back. Oh my god, so much
they're getting
damage.
to the back line.
Hylissang tanking up everything. And they have forced H2K backwards here. But a big wave in the mid lane. This is going to take the next by itself if UOL do not stop it this second.
They have to deal with this. This is a catch-22 for them.
And it's going to mean a dead inhibitor at the end of it all because you cannot give up your Nexus. H2K, they know Kog is right there to defend, but they're still going to work their way in. The turret is going to be taking damage.
Oh,
Be falling pretty soon. Odwamna going to go in, and that's going to be a dead Rankar. The engage, Braum, Lee Sin, both fall. 2 for 1 so far.
Oh, the bubble!
The Zonias actually last long enough, and that's a kill onto everybody. This is going to be Unicorns of Love getting aced, and then H2K going to pull it back in Game 3. A slugfest of a game, 52 minutes, but that will be the Nexus blowing up. H2K have made the LCS promotion tournament, and they are into the finals against SK Prime.
And AOD's play at the end there shows why they put him back in over We Will Failure. He just ruined that entire game for UOL. That entire turtle was stopped, and they almost won that fight right there.
They really did, man. That was a close freaking game. Unicorns of Love tried to turtle it out in the end. Unfortunately, the Yorick Cassiopeia just couldn't quite do it. I was kind of hoping it would. It was fun to watch for, but H2K, you can't say anything except for the fact that they deserve this series.
They definitely deserve this series. It was a very hard fought H2K, in a more vulnerable state than we saw them in Summer Series 1 when they took the finals, and then Summer Series 2 when they ended up forfeiting and having some internal problems. But AOD back on the roster over We Will Failure, and his bubbles this game were ridiculous. He landed so many clutch bubbles, even during laning phase levels 1 through 3 when we watched him a couple times. So much pressure in that lane.
Yeah.
He knew how to position the bubble so that you could not escape it if you're pinched against a wall. It's very, very, very good. You can tell he's very practiced on that champion. And I think that putting him back in is a very wise decision by H2K. And he's still undefeated. He has not dropped a series.
Yeah, and it's been a really good team. H2K, I got to say their bot lane, I think, is their #1 strength.
Yes.
Yarned and AOD absolutely dominating this entire series. Even when they lost, they still held up pretty well. Febivin, as long as you don't give him a late-game champion who's going to lose his lane, you saw how well Power People did against Febivin in lane. Pushed him around a little bit on Cassiopeia, but the difficulty was that Trashy was there. And Trashy got mid-ganks without being counter-ganked. There were not enough wards downs by UOL to spot Rengar coming in. You did not have Gilius around to counter-gank on the Lee Sin. I thought maybe the early game pressure of Lee would do it. They couldn't hold Trashy down.
Yeah, they couldn't do it at all. Man, just the amount of just jungle pressure that the team put forth as like a whole unit was what got them game 2 for H2K. Game 1, same reason. The fact that Gilius was able to pressure Trashy. Game 3, everybody kind of played a little safer. It was a back and forth. And yes, exactly. I talked about how much stress and how nervous you are in that situation, how much you want to win it, how high the stakes are in that final game because there's no room for error. And everybody just closed their kind of like their playbooks and said, all right, we're going to play it really safe. And you saw how scared everybody was of losing this game.
But they did it, man. 52 minutes and 8 seconds. That's the game. H2K will make the finals. Now, guys, with that series now in the archives, the Challenger Summer Finals are now set. On Friday, H2K Gaming will face SK Gaming Prime in a best-of-5 matchup for the title. That will take place live on the LCS stage in Cologne.
And the battle for 3rd place and the final spot in the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament takes place tomorrow between Ninjas in Pyjamas and Unicorns of Love. That best-of-5 will also take place in front of the live studio audience in Germany.
And the European LCS playoffs kick off tomorrow. It's Super Hot Crew going up against Rocket in a best-of-5. That game will be followed by the European Challenger 3rd place match.
It all begins at 4:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 7:30 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, with a brand new LCS preview show.
And that's going to be all for us here today. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. And on behalf of myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, good night. Thanks for watching. GG. So Febivin shows up, Gilius takes a whole bunch of damage, and Braum cannot quite save him. But Yarn then goes down to a great ult from Cassiopeia. Bardogs gets bubbled up,
into the back.
Into the back line goes Febivin, flashes away, and he's going to say same. Power People has to flash away. Kills going everywhere. H2K getting everybody right now, and there's not enough damage coming through. But the Chachi's trying to wreak havoc in the back line, but they have traded back in the mid laner. Febivin so uncomfortably low, drops as well. Febivin, he's going to go down.
Oh my God, he has so much damage.
He tries to take down Bardogs, but the rocket jump makes him die. The engage, Braum, Lee Sin, both fall. 2 for 1 so far.
Oh, the bubble!
The Zonias actually last long enough, and that's a kill onto everybody. This is going to be Unicorns of Love getting aced.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good,